Do you know that you're actually made of stardust? So, in case you didn't know, stars are like this. They're giant balls of gas in space that produce a lot of heat and light. And inside the core of these stars, there's a process called nuclear fusion, in which small atoms combine together and to create even bigger atoms. And a lot of heat and light is produced in the process, which is why the sun's so hot. And eventually, the sun runs out of atoms to fuse, meaning it runs out of gas, and so it can no longer produce heat and light, and eventually it begins to cool off and die. And when a star dies, it can explode in what's called a supernova, which is basically just a big-ass explosion that sends all of the star's inner matter and dust and shit just hurling throughout the universe. And then what happens is this matter, which was formed through the nuclear fusion process, includes elements such as carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, which are the basic building blocks of human life. And so when this matter begins to spread out throughout the universe, it eventually begins to clump together through gravitational forces to create new stars. And then around these new stars, you kind of have a bunch of residual stardust swirling around it, which in itself begins to clump around the star and form planets. Eventually, one of those planets forms life, just like it did here on Earth. Therefore, that life was formed from the matter on that planet, which came from stardust. Therefore, you, my friend, are a star. Alright, so the Kardashev scale is a measure of a civilization's current advancement. It typically ranges from type 1 to type 3, but we're gonna see if we can bring that all the way up until 5. So a type 1 civilization would have 100% complete control over a planet's resources. This includes all energy on Earth, including renewable sources like wind, solar, water, as well as naturally occurring resources like oil. They would also have full control to be able to manipulate the planet's weather, being able to prevent things like global warming, natural disasters, and life-ending situations like a meteor hitting the Earth or something. They'd also be able to inhabit previously inhospitable areas of the planet, like the Arctic or Toronto during the winter, if you know what I mean. And lastly, a type 1 civilization is able to communicate with and start gaining control over other bodies in our solar system, like the moon or Mars, so you already know what Elon Musk put in that work. According to experts, we're currently at about a type 0.7 civilization, meaning we're 70% of the way there to a type 1 civilization, but I think we got a lot more work to do than we think. Hey, like for part 2, we'll go into a type 2 civilization. Bop bop. Unreal Engine 5.1 pretty much proves we're living in a simulation. I mean, just look at it. These graphics just keep getting better and they're seriously starting to trick my brain. According to simulation theory, if we ever get to a point in which we can't tell video game graphics apart from reality, and we're clearly starting to get there, then that essentially 100% confirms we are currently living in a simulation. The idea here is that any civilization advanced enough to create a VR world that is a one-to-one replica to reality will inevitably make such a simulation of the entire universe, complete with sentient life that believes itself to be real, just like you and me. So if we end up making a simulation that is a one-to-one replica of reality, including planets, humans, physics, the entire universe, then that simulation that we make is also guaranteed to make its own simulation since it was simulated after us. Think simulation meets Inception, a simulation inside of a simulation. So then if that's the case, this pattern of creating simulations within simulations will repeat forever inside this inevitable simulation chain. So then after all this infinite simulation nonsense, we essentially have one base reality and an infinite amount of simulated realities. Which means the chances of this current reality we're living in is the base reality is 1 over infinity. Which for those of you who don't understand math, 1 over infinity is 0%. So there is a 0% chance that we're living in the base reality, which is the only real reality, and a 100% chance that we're living in a simulated one. Yo, did that make sense? Because I don't even know this rabbit hole we just went down. Unplug from the Matrix, bro. This is how it looks like to travel at the speed of light. Buckle up, shitbags, because you're in for a bumper ride. Oh, we're going pretty fast, right? You think we're going pretty fast, huh? Ooh, the speed of light sure is crazy, man. Wrong. That ain't even close, Chief. Let's just pause. Pause for a sec right there. Pause right there. Okay, now for real, we're about to go around the world at the speed of light. Ready? Ready for this? Boom! What? Whoa! Whoa, slow down. You missed that? Did you blink? Let's see it again. Whoa, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. So crazy, in fact, that we could go around the entire world in 0.13 seconds. Yeah. That's fast. And if you're looking for an outsider's perspective, this is what it looks like to go around the world at the speed of light. Crazy, man, crazy. Hey, speed of light ain't no joke. The world's smallest country is not what you think. It actually lies here, 12 kilometers off the coast of the United Kingdom, and you can walk across the entire thing in 30 seconds. This right here is Sealand, a World War II era anti-aircraft gun platform built by the Brits, mate. It's a tiny 36 by 15 meters in size, or 120 by 50 feet, standing on 2 concrete hollow pillars, and it even has its own gym and chapel, as well as an infamous jail cell that's found at the bottom of the North Tower. Although Sealand declared their independence in 1967, it's not internationally recognized as a country by any sovereign state. So what do you guys think? Should we make Sealand its own country, or is this just a bunch of nonsense? So the Kardashev scale is a measure of a civilization's level of advancement. It typically only goes from type 1 to type 3, but we're going to try to bring this all the way up until 5. So on top of everything that a type 1 can do, a type 2 civilization can also harness the total energy of their home star, which is our sun. Which I don't know how the fuck they plan to do that, but apparently there's something called the Dyson sphere, which is like a million tiny little robot solar powered generators surrounding the sun, which they would essentially use as a super powered solar generator. And in case you didn't know, our sun produces a stupid amount of energy per second, which measured in watts would be a number with 26 zeros, and I don't even know what the fuck that is. And that energy that the sun is able to produce in 1 second is like a gazillion times more than the earth has produced in all of history combined. That's in 1 second. Hey, the power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Okay, so anyway, using the sun energy, a type 2 civilization also has the ability to travel between planets and between solar systems, which would mean they have societies on multiple planets and be able to freely travel between them. Hey, yo, imagine pulling up to Mars with all the boys. What a trip. Anyway, this is already sounding pretty OP to me, and we're only on type 2. Like and follow, and we'll go into a type 3 civilization. Alright, yo, peep this. This is a world map of all reported UFO sightings across the world in the past 100 years. Every one of these little yellow dots you see right there is a UFO sighting in that part of the world. Now look at this. Look at that over there. What is going on there? Why is there so many in America and there's barely anything else across the world? Look. Why do aliens love America so much? Or maybe there's something else going on. Maybe there's an enemy of America that's spying on them? I don't know, let me know what you think in the comments. You will not believe a planet like this actually exists in our galaxy. It's got some weird ass scientific name, I can't remember, I'll put it right there, and it's about 63 light years away from us, and it's nicknamed the Reigns of Terror. And trust me, there's a reason for that. So this planet is bigger than Jupiter, which is the biggest planet in our solar system, and it is hauling ass. Like, this thing is ripping around its sun, making a full orbit every 2 days. That means an entire year on this planet is only 48 hours. And honestly, looking at this photo right here, it don't look so bad, right? Kind of blue, kind of Earth-like, looking kind of friendly, But nah, it gets bad. So first of all, it's like 1200 degrees Celsius or something on this planet, so you'll just be burning your ass off the whole time. Second of all, the wind on this planet is insane, going around at 8,700 kilometers an hour or 5,400 miles per hour, which is 7 times the speed of sound. So if you landed on this planet, you would just be getting bodied 24/7. The worst part, we're getting there. Scientists have discovered that the silicate particles in the atmosphere combined with the high heat actually creates a climate that rains glass sideways because of all the wind. So on top of getting rocked by all the wind, you would also be getting absolutely shredded by shards of glass. Hey, yeah, that don't sound like a good time at all. This planet def ain't no winner. Keep looking, guys. Saudi Arabia is building the wall. Saudi Arabia is officially building the city of the future, and it's low-key blowing my mind. Nicknamed The Line, the plan is to stack the entire city to a height of 500 meters or 1,600 feet, which is the height of the CN Tower. It will span 170 kilometers or 106 miles in length, which is a straight line distance between Toronto and London, Ontario. Almost as long as my cat. The entire metropolis will be surrounded by a mirror-like glass wall in the middle of the desert, so this really be looking like something straight out of a movie. Expected to be home to about 9 million people, which is also the population of New York City, The Line is also set to have no cars, substituting for a zero carbon emission electric powered AI transportation system instead. This city is going to have everything you need, including schools, hospitals, and public parks, and is set to be the world's first smart city, using technology and data to optimize every aspect of living. So would you be down to move there, or is this sounding like Klaus Schwab's dream city? A UFO-shaped cloud has been spotted in the skies of Turkey just a few days ago. I don't know about you, but something seems off about this cloud. It definitely doesn't look natural to me. Turkey also happens to be home to many historical sites like Göbekli Tepe that prove the existence of ancient civilizations that were far more advanced than our history books suggest. So I can see why aliens would want to visit here first. So what do you think? Does this seem natural, or do you think aliens are trying to tell us something? What will life look like when we become a type 3 civilization? So the Kardashev scale is a measure of a civilization's level of advancement. It traditionally only goes from type 1 to 3, but we're going to try to make it all the way until 5. So while a type 1 has complete control over 100% of the energy of its home planet, the Earth, a type 2 has total control of the energy produced by its home star, the Sun. Now a type 3 has complete control over 100% of the energy of this dick. No, I'm playing, but these type 3s ain't no joke. Because they have somehow found a way to harness all of the energy produced by its home galaxy. They do this by capturing the energy of multiple stars using billions of little solar power generators called Dyson spheres, and can even create their own black holes. They'd be an intergalactic species able to travel to other galaxies using wormholes that they create. Wormholes are just little shortcuts through time and space. Scientists predict this will all happen in about 100,000 to a million years if we even make it that far. Oh, and human life as we know it today will not even exist. With the current trajectory of AI, like your favorite essay writing ChatGPT, we would likely be some sort of cyborg hybrid living amongst completely sentient AI. So this type 3 is as far as the original scale goes as proposed by Mr. Kardashev. But we somehow found a way to bust up into the next level. Like and follow to hear about type 4. Why are these video game car clips so popular? You've probably seen a video like below of a car from GTA just going down this massive ramp and getting absolutely demolished on the way down. And it's always overlaid next to a completely irrelevant video, just like it is now. We don't really question it, yet we end up watching the entire video because of it. It's actually low-key a form of hypnosis, and I'm gonna walk you through it as you experience it right now, so buckle in. What it does is it triggers the addictive pleasure centers of the brain as we wait in anticipation of where this car will go next. During this state of heightened attention, we're actually more susceptible to retaining new information, which means our memory is temporarily improved. On top of being more likely to watch the entire video, you will also be able to better remember the information presented in the video. Hey, hope I didn't ruin this trick now that you're aware of it. Maybe university professors should start using videos like this in their lectures. The doomsday clock was just updated yesterday, and it's the closest we've ever been to global destruction in history. The doomsday clock is a measure of how close the world is to nuclear annihilation, updated once every few years, as predicted by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, whatever that is. It's measured in how many minutes we are away from midnight, which is the point of no return. And I think we all know what that means. Up until 2018, the closest the clock has ever been to midnight was 2 minutes away in 1953, with both the United States and the Soviet Union testing nukes for the first time just a few months before. Then again in 1984 with 3 minutes to midnight at the height of the Cold War. Fast forward many years to 2020 and we hit a new world record of 100 seconds to midnight. I don't think that needs any explaining, we all know what went down in 2020. The clock strangely remained unchanged in 2021 and 2022. They finally updated it again and we just got 10 seconds closer. The closest we've ever been in history, 90 seconds to midnight. I think we all know why, just turn on the news and you'll get your endless list of reasons. So you think 90 seconds is facts, or are they low-key trying to downplay it to keep people from panicking? Multiverse explained in 15 seconds. So here you have all the planets, all the stars, all the galaxies. You keep zooming out more, and eventually you get to our universe. You take one step back from that and you enter into the multiverse, which is an infinite collection of other universes, each with their own distinct laws of physics, and an infinite amount of versions of you doing exactly what you're doing right now. Reality or simulation? If I get this wrong, we're 100% living in one. So what we have here is a video clip, and what we gotta do is find out whether this is real life or if it's a simulation or a video game. So let me know what you guys think. So far it's looking pretty real to me. I'm liking the textures, the head movements are looking pretty real too. The gravel's real, okay, I don't know about that transition, but the sky looks real. You know what, I'm gonna say real life. This is real life confirmed. Bro, no way. Unreal Engine? I told you guys, Unreal Engine is the reason we're all gonna wake up in the Matrix one day. So it's confirmed. We are living in a simulation 100%. What will life look like 1 million years from today? We may very well be a type 4 on the Kardashev scale, which is a measure of a society's level of technological advancement. This measurement scale traditionally only went from type 1 to 3, so we explore a new ground right here. So while a type 3 can harness the total energy of its home galaxy, type 4 would be able to capture all the energy of the entire universe. Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that either. So how would we even do that? Just like how we generate energy here on Earth with like waterfalls and wind turbines, in a similar fashion, we would be able to harness the energy of every star, in every solar system, in every galaxy, across the whole universe. Our technology would be incomprehensible to what we have today, and traveling to other galaxies would be similar to like traveling to another city. Which also means we'd have the ability to teleport anywhere in the universe in an instant. The craziest part is that given that our universe is 13.4 billion years old, it's honestly very likely that a type 4 civilization already exists. Okay, so we control the entire universe now. We've definitely reached our final form, right? Not exactly, because there's a type 5 that goes beyond even this. Follow me and you'll find out what that is. The sun never sets in Greenland. I'm going to show you what it looks like if you were there. You can see here it's in a unique position that's always hitting it raw with the sun no matter what time of day it is. And this is what the sunset actually looks like if you were in Greenland. Called the midnight sun, it happens all month long every June and July, and you can even see for yourself that top 10 creepiest planets in our galaxy. Did you know our galaxy is filled with the scariest and creepiest planets you've never heard of, some of them even potentially being home to extraterrestrials. These planets will have you sleeping with one eye open. You've been warned. Number 15, WASP 12b. This planet is closer to its sun than Mercury in our solar system. A whole year on this planet is only 1.2 Earth days, and it reaches temperatures of up to 2,500 degrees Celsius. That's definitely hotter than I can handle. This planet is getting torn apart by its sun's gravity that it's shaping it into an egg. If you landed on this planet, you'd instantly get sucked up into the sun and evaporate. There might even be an extraterrestrial waiting for you. This one sends chills down my spine. Does looking at this photo make you feel weird? Or what about this one? These creepy ass photos are actually a scientific phenomenon called the uncanny valley. It's what happens when our brains can detect that something is close to being human, but it just isn't quite there yet. Sort of in between being obviously not a human, such as a robot or a cartoon, and being a hyper-realistic depiction that our brains can't tell apart from a real human. It's this middle ground right here that makes us uncomfortable, which is the uncanny valley, believed to be an evolutionary trait that helped us build trust among humans and stay away from the sketchy looking ones, and is one of the crucial turning points we had to cross in order for VR worlds to actually feel real rather than some creepy underworld from hell. Anyone remember Polar Express? Yeah, this is why that movie was whack. Let's not do that again. Top 5 most interesting theories why we haven't met aliens yet that'll blow your load. Also known as the Fermi paradox, which states that a universe as huge as ours should be absolutely brimming with life. Yet somehow we haven't ran into any yet. Unless you count those weird metal spheres that everyone's been seeing flying around lately. So first up, we got the zoo theory, which states that aliens see us as some sort of attraction to observe, and they've all collectively agreed to not touch us as some sort of galactic nature reserve program. Next, we got the great filter theory that all intelligent life just hits a point in their evolution in which they just end up dying in some sort of mass extinction. Number 3 is the great silence theory, in which aliens think they're so much better and smarter than us that we're not even worth their time. 4 is the rare earth theory, simply life is so super rare that it just doesn't exist anywhere else. I don't think that's very likely. Last 5 is the incubation theory, in which aliens are just standing down and standing by waiting for civilization to get advanced enough so they could swoop in and enslave us into their own society. Oof, I don't know about you, but I just blew my load. Today we're counting to infinity. No, I'm playing. I'm gonna let this number counter keep going though, and we're not stopping until we get there. As you can see, we're making pretty good progress. We're already in the billions. I feel like that's pretty far. I personally don't know anything past quadrillion, so everything here you see is kind of unexplored territory for me. Honestly, all these number names are kind of sounding the same at this point. It's just like a random word ending with alien. Like who? Oh, I just saw Google right there. But who even comes up with these names? Like, is there just like a room of like mathematicians that are just like, hey, okay, we need a new number name. Jim, you got it today? Or like what? Like what even is the point of these numbers? They're just so insanely big. Like what? I swear I just saw Virgin Alien. Like these guys are just making fun of each other at this point. Zeptillion, I think that's my favorite one so far. I really like the way that one sounds. Oh, Googleplex, that's another big one, another milestone right here. But yeah, for real, do these numbers even have a point? Like they're just so insanely big that I don't think you could use them for anything. Anyway, yeah, I think we got pretty far. Let me know what you guys think. I think we hit infinity. This is infinity, right? Babies are being grown like plants in a lab. Ectolife claims to be the world's first artificial womb facility, capable of growing 30,000 lab-grown babies a year, like a scene straight out of the Matrix. Only problem is, Ectolife is not actually a real company, and their CEO is actually just a film producer with a background in molecular biology. But he claims that everything mentioned in his Ectolife concept video is actually 100% possible and completely based in science. One of the things he mentioned is being able to track your baby's development in an app on your phone. Uber Eats? Pfft, we got that Uber baby. And use a gene editing tool that allows you to customize your baby's eye color, hair color, skin tone, physical strength, height, intelligence, you name it. Like giving your baby a customized loadout before they're even born. He claimed that the only thing that held this thing back from happening is a law stating that human embryos used for research need to be destroyed within 14 days for ethical reasons. But in May 2021, this law was actually off, so there's technically nothing holding it back from happening now. Hey, so who's down to make some super babies out there? This is what detonating a nuke underwater looks like, and trust me, this thing just keeps on getting bigger. This test was called the Wahoo blast, conducted by the US military in 1958, and right about now the first blast goes off. And it's not too bad. You're thinking to yourself, hey, yeah, this is a pretty crazy nuke, can't believe this actually went off. And then you keep watching, and then you see the second blast right here, and this is the crazy one. This one reaches a height of about 800 meters, which is the height of the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. And I mean, look at this thing. It's so big, it doesn't even fit on the screen anymore. I can't even imagine what this would look like in real life. And the craziest part part is that this nuke was never even deployed because the US ended up making bigger and better ones, and I can't even imagine what those were like. This is what it felt like to get buried alive in Pompeii. You're gonna want to stick around for this one, Jimmy boy. Pompeii was a city in ancient Rome right beside this big ass volcano you're seeing called Mount Vesuvius. Great place for a city, right? And one day in 79 AD, it just decided to go off on these mans, erupting in volcanic ash which rained down on everyone in the city. What happened next ended up preserving everything in the city. Buildings, food, people, and even the emotions on their face. And this is the last thing you would have ever seen if you were there. Everyone's going crazy over this animation, which is actually a computer simulation of our galaxy, the Milky Way, crashing into the Andromeda galaxy, which is our closest neighbor, which is actually going to happen in about 5 billion years since this galaxy is ripping its way towards us, but none of us are going to be around by then anyway. What will life look like after we control the entire universe? So a type 4 on the Kardashev scale, which is a measure of a civilization's level of technological advancement, controls every star and every galaxy across the whole universe. What would happen if we took that one step further and became a type 5? I'm warning you, these concepts will absolutely shatter your reality, so if you have a weak mind, just keep scrolling. Because a type 5 civilization will control all the energy in the known universe, as well as the energy of every alternate timeline that has, does, or will ever exist. So apparently this is what's called the multiverse, a collection of every possible timeline of the universe which we will be able to access through wormholes. And at this point we would have fully proven every theory in existence, mastered every form of math, science, physics, and perfected medicine. The idea of death would be laughed at as a limitation of the past. We would have documented every type of life form in every universe, and just basically know everything about everything, everywhere, and in every possible timeline. Some arguing that we'd even be able to prove the existence of God. I seriously don't understand how we could possibly advance beyond this. But apparently there's actually a type 6 that manages to do just that. I don't know if I'm ready to get into that, so I'll let you guys decide. ChatGPT just got us one step closer to AI taking over humanity. Either that or AI helping humans evolve faster than we've ever had in history. We're not quite sure which one it is yet, which is the basis of singularity theory, which essentially states that we will hit a point in time in which technological growth becomes uncontrollable and irreversible. The point of no return, which is called the singularity. And it's not even exactly a theory because it will happen in the next 20 years or so, according to current projections by the year 2045. Now think about ChatGPT for a second. Although it's far from being the self-aware advanced AI that you see in movies taking over humanity, notice how literally everyone you know is using it now. Mainstream AI is spreading like wildfire, which is bringing that singularity date closer than previously thought. And looking at Google Trends, notice which country is searching up ChatGPT more than any other. You've been warned, Jimmy boy. This subway is faster than a plane, able to reach speeds of up to 1220 kilometers an hour, which is the speed of sound. For reference, commercial planes travel at around 900 kilometers an hour. This is called a hyperloop, magnetic pods levitating inside of a tube as proposed by Elon Musk. With this, we'd be able to travel from LA to San Francisco in about 45 minutes at the cost of under $100. Now, the difference between this and traditional bullet trains is wind resistance. These tubes will be connected to a series of vacuums that suck all the air out of it. And with no air resistance getting in the way, these pods are able to travel at these ridiculous speeds. Expected to be ready by 2030. I can't wait to get sucked in one of these. It's official, 2037 is the year NASA will find life in our solar system. That's the year they'll be sending a rover to Europa, one of the 92 moons of Jupiter. This moon is just a completely frozen ball of ice, and deep within its icy crust is a full-ass ocean of water, predicted to have more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. As we know, where there's water usually comes life. As we saw here, the rover lands on the surface, drills a hole through its 25-kilometer thick crust, and then launches an underwater probe to scout the scene. As of now, this is the most likely place in our solar system to have life. Just imagine what kind of crazy ass shit they're going to find there. These are the most expensive substances on the planet. Number 5, we got scorpion venom, coming in at $11,000 a gram. Surprisingly, very few scorpions are actually deadly, and the protein in their venom can cure arthritis and multiple sclerosis. Next up is tritium at $30,000 a gram. Don't worry, I've never heard of this either, but apparently it's some radioactive substance that we use in those self-illuminating exit signs. Coming in at 3 are red diamonds at $5 million a gram. Now we in the big leagues, baby. These are the rarest versions of naturally occurring colored diamonds and are mined out of Western Australia. Get ready, we about to ramp this way up. Number 2, we got Californium-252 coming in at $27 million a gram. One of the few man-made elements in our periodic table, and it's just another crazy radioactive substance used in high-end scientific and military equipment. And the number 1 most expensive substance on Earth is antimatter. It has only ever been made in super tiny amounts in labs, and it also violently explodes when it comes into contact with regular matter. The cost? $62 trillion a gram. For comparison, the global economy is $88 trillion, so a gram of this thing is worth 70% of the world. Hey yo, who's got a plug on that good anti? If a mother was caught having an affair with her son, they were both burned to death. This was one of the 282 official laws of the Code of Hammurabi, one of the first ever written set of laws in history dating back to 1750 BC in ancient Babylon. And yo, these laws get absolutely wild. If a man ever broke another man's bone, by law he would have to have that same bone broken on him. If a son ever hit his father, the code demanded that the son's hands be cut off. If a son simply told his father, "You're not my dad," the law stated that the son would need to get his tongue cut off. If a home was ever robbed, the thief would need to be taken back to the home, killed there, and then buried. Hey, I don't want no thief dying in my house. If a wife was ever caught cheating, law stated that her and the cheater would need to be tied up and thrown into a river. If a man ever killed a pregnant woman, then his daughter would be put to death. I don't get the logic here, but that's what it was. If a wife ever cooked a dinner that didn't taste good, then her husband would have to backhand her in the face. Nah, I'm joking, I made that up. But crimes that couldn't be proven would be placed under trial. Except their trials consisted of the accused jumping into a river. If they drowned and died, they were considered guilty, and then the accuser would have legal possession of their home. But if they swam to safety, then the accuser would instead be put to death, and the accused would have legal possession of their home. Man, we come a long way. Think about these next time you're paying for a parking ticket. This is what our schools teach that our solar system looks like. Just a bunch of planets playing Ring Around the Rosie with a burning hot sun in the middle. But now this is what it actually looks like. Our sun itself is actually hauling ass through the galaxy faster than the fat bitch who sat down too fast. No, I'm playing, but faster than any of our other planets are actually orbiting the sun itself, creating this cool looking double helix spiral ass pattern that our Earth is actually going through right now. And then on top of that, our sun itself is actually orbiting the galaxy in an oscillating motion just like this that completes an orbit once every 60 million years. The AI war has started and Google is going down, and they're going down bad. ChatGPT just started the AI revolution and everyone is scrambling to catch up. OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, is a new player on the tech scene, and it's refreshing to see someone battle against the giants. Estimated to be valued at around $30 billion, OpenAI is a mere 2.5% of what Google's worth. Google and Microsoft have both just shifted their entire company's focus on creating this new chat-style AI. This tiny company is causing the tech giants to butt heads, and this is what Microsoft's CEO had to say about Google.
The 800-pound gorilla on this, which is what they are, and I hope that with our innovation, they will definitely want to come out and show that they can dance, and I want people to know that we made them dance, and I think that'll be a great day.
Damn, this man's spitting the heat out here. And it's kind of fun to see these tech giants dance like monkeys to compete with the little guy. With Microsoft even low-key throwing shade at ChatGPT with their latest Bing chat announcement.
I'm excited to announce that Bing is running on a new, next-generation large language model. One that is much more powerful than ChatGPT, and one that is customized specifically for search. It's unlike anything you've had a chance to play with, and we can't wait for you to try it.
I don't know about you, but those sound like fighting words, Johnny boy. But none of this even compares to how bad Google fumbled the bag with the presentation of their AI-powered multi-search.
Let's see how that works with a live demo. Ooh. We are missing we're missing the phone. We will have to, okay, we're gonna move on. We can't find the phone.
This presenter literally forgot the phone they were going to demonstrate their new AI on. And they just completely skipped it and just went on with the show, causing them to lose $100 billion in market value in one day. But it's a relief to see new tech startups steal market share from the oligopoly of tech conglomerates that have been controlling us for the past 20 plus years. OpenAI is leading the AI revolution and freeing us from the tyranny of these tech Goliaths once and for all. The biggest car theft in history was done by North Korea when they ordered 1,000 Volvos from Sweden, and they still haven't paid the invoice to this day. Bicycles in North Korea also have their own license plates. North Korea used to have its own time zone. There are 28 approved haircuts in North Korea. North Koreans are 2 whole inches shorter than South Koreans. Drugs are actually fairly common and unregulated in North Korea. Marijuana is grown almost everywhere, and smugglers typically sneak them into China for profit. You can't name your kids after the current supreme leader. If anyone had the name before the current leader came into power, you'd be forced to change it. North Koreans have a poop requirement. Every month, they have a monthly poop quota they have to submit to the government in order to fertilize their fields. In North Korea, they only have 4 TV channels, with 2 of these channels only airing on the weekends. They also have only 28 websites that they can access. Their first leader, Kim Il-sung, died on July 8th, and it is now illegal to smile, drink, or even talk loud on that day. The punishment in North Korea for owning a Bible is death. North Koreans actually do have an election every 5 years, but Kim Jong-un's name is the only name on the ballot, and if you don't vote, you'll be executed. Students must pay for their own desk and chair in school in North Korea. It's the only country in which public executions are still practiced to this day. And the media claims that Kim Jong-il did 11 hole-in-ones his first time ever playing golf. Today we're playing how many Earths can fit inside the sun. So each of these tiny little balls you see right there is a full-ass Earth, and we're pumping them into the sun until we bust through the top. We got a little number counter right there going, and we're going to see how far we can take this. So as you can see, we're filling up pretty quick, and what I'm going to actually have you guys do right now is pause. Pause the video and type in your guess as to how many you think are going to fit into the sun at the end of this video. Quick, pause. Pause the video. Pause it. Okay, if you didn't pause it right now, you're cheating, so just keep watching and watch until the end. Any guesses out there, let me know. Whoever gets it right gets a cookie from me. So like if you got it right, it's a big reward right there. What are we ending at? We're at 1.2 mil. Yo, I'm gonna show you a scary ass visual of how quickly AI is already advancing. The first dot you're about to see is how much data ChatGPT 3, which is our current version, was trained on. And the second circle is what ChatGPT 4, which is the next version, is being trained on. It's coming out in a few weeks, and they're already doing demos, which put the version that we've been using to shame. And this is what that visual looks like. That's ChatGPT 3, and that's 4. You can apparently write a 60,000 word novel with a single prompt. It's all fun and games until ChatGPT 4 writes up GPT-5 all by itself. Simulation theory states that once video game graphics become indistinguishable from reality, chances are we're actually living in a simulation right now. And with graphics like these, it's just a matter of time until we get there. You're just lying to yourself if you're trying to say that you knew this was Unreal Engine 5.1. Who are you trying to impress? This is what life will look like after we control the multiverse. We're talking a Type 6 civilization on the Kardashev scale, which is a measure of a civilization's level of technological advancement. I talked about types 1 to 5 in my profile, but here's a summary for those who missed it. Feel free to pause the video now to get up to speed, because this one takes some serious brain power to understand. Alright, you ready? Because this civilization goes beyond living beings and is more of a transcendent deity. Yup, we've reached the realm of the gods. So imagine the multiverse for a second. Just a bunch of universes and all their alternate timelines and laws of physics all floating in one place. This realm is what a Type 5 controls. Now just try to imagine taking one more step back from that, and you are now looking at a bubble of all possible universes and timelines that have or will ever exist. Oh, and you could also create your own universes along with each alternate timeline of those universes, as well as what laws of physics those universes are subject to. Yeah, now you're a Type 6. Not so much a society of multiple living beings, but more so an omnipresent entity connected through a hive mind that exists outside of reality itself, which can create and also destroy universes at the snap of its fingers, and even create completely separate multiverses which are just incomprehensible to our human minds. This godlike realm of the Type 6 is called the Omniverse. They could essentially be considered the creator of all things ever. So that's it. This is the ultimate and absolute last final form of any civilization that could ever
check this out. There's a Type 7.
Shut the fuck up. This is the world's deadliest computer virus, and we're about to run it to see what happens. It's called Infinite Blue, and I'm warning you guys, do not try this at home. This shit will absolutely murk your computer, and I'm talking perma-fried. As you can see there, we got a nice little warning message. Apparently it only works on Windows 7. Let's give it a whirl. Oh my god. Yo, are you taking this? Yo, imagine downloading a song off like LimeWire, and this is what you get. Okay, so the windows still kind of work. No, not really. Kind of. You can still kind of move the mouse a little bit, but it's just, I've never seen a computer this botched in my life. Oh my god. That sound too, holy shit, that's unbearable. I'd toss this computer out the window if this was in front of me. Okay, yeah, now we're getting kind of, yeah, okay. Graphics are getting a little twisted. Not sure what's going on. Oh my god, yeah, this is definitely not a type of computer you want to be using right now. Okay, yeah, something's happening. Something's about to happen. Yeah, okay. Alright, I don't know what's gonna happen right now. Oh, there we go. We got a blue screen of death. This doesn't look very real to me though for some... Oh. Yeah, it's, 200% complete. Let's just keep busting that up. Alright, so we're gonna see what happens when you restart your computer. Obviously, I did this on a VM because I didn't want to botch my real computer. And this is what you get. This is why it's called Infinite Blue. No matter how many times you restart after this, all you see is blue for the rest of your life. A single gram of this liquid stores 215,000 terabytes of data. This is liquid DNA storage, which contains DNA molecules that were engineered in a lab for the sole purpose of storing data, similar to your hard drive or your phone's storage. But with this, we can apparently store all of the world's data in a single room. And while the longevity of data stored in your most cutting-edge SSD has a lifespan of about 50 years, this juicy liquid DNA storage can last up to 700,000 to 1,000,000 years. The only downfall at the moment is that this thing is stupid cash right now. Storing just 1 terabyte of data currently costs around $1.3 million. But scientists predict by 2030 that number should go down to about $1, which is honestly insane for such a short period of time. As with anything, if something ever seems too good to be true, be very wary of it. It's just a matter of time before Gen Z starts injecting movies into their veins. Quick, snap your fingers. Now do it again. Now, I know 99% of you probably didn't actually do it, but to the 1% that did, you're my boy. As those two snaps were actually about 600 kilometers apart due to Earth's motion in space. The Earth is not only rotating around its axis, it's also orbiting our sun, which is ripping its way through our galaxy. And then apparently our galaxy is booking its way through our universe faster than anything else. The CIA recently declassified a book that describes the end of the world in detail. The Adam and Eve story is a book written by former US defense contractor Dr. Jan Thomas. Originally written in 1966, the CIA classified it because they deemed it too dangerous to reveal to the public. It was declassified back in 2013 and it puts all of their UFO reveals from 2020 to shame. Of the original 284 pages, only 58 were actually released, and even those were admitted by the CIA themselves to be sanitized. Okay, this is about to be some next level shit, and I'm warning you, this got me pretty shook. So this book outlines a coming shift in the Earth's poles that creates a cataclysm. It's the infamous pole shift if you've ever heard of it before, and it allegedly happens once every 12 to 15,000 years, in which a disaster wipes out all of humanity and we start again in the Stone Age, or even earlier in our timeline of biological evolution. Now, I know this sounds pretty crazy, but let me tickle your brain for a sec. According to this book, we're actually the 6th advanced civilization to evolve on Earth, which actually checks out if you consider that life in some form has existed on Earth for billions of years. And our modern civilization only started appearing around 12,000-ish years ago, which is less than 0.01% of our evolutionary timeline, which could also be the reason that archaeologists occasionally find advanced human tools that far predate our alleged 12,000-year history. Evidence such as this is always dismissed as inconclusive because of how uncommon they are, which doesn't even make any sense because the further you go back in time, the less likely it is that artifacts of our past should be preserved, right? So evidence like this being uncommon should be expected. Posting part 2 in a few hours, check that profile and see if it's up. The CIA recently declassified a book that tells us how the world will end. Called The Adam and Eve Story. Part 1 is up on my profile, but right now I'm going to show you exactly what's going to happen. This isn't the first time this theory was published. 10 years before the Adam and Eve story, Charles Hapgood wrote Earth's Shifting Crust. It discussed continental drift, which was first dismissed as pseudoscience, but then later proven right. He then released The Path of the Pole, in which he suggested that Earth's poles are constantly moving, which was again initially deemed false, but then proven true many years later. Notice a pattern here? This book also states that there occurred a rapid shift of the Earth's poles sometime around 10,000 BC, which is also the start of our current civilization, in which the North and South poles both rapidly shifted to different parts of the world. What the Adam and Eve story claims is that this shift was supposed to happen again around the year 2000, so according to it, we're overdue. This book describes in detail what will happen during this shift, and it's far worse than any apocalypse I've seen in a movie before. I'm talking history's biggest earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes, volcanoes erupting all everywhere at once. The North Pole would eventually locate to the Bay of Bengal east of India. Meanwhile, Antarctica would eventually unfreeze and emerge with tropical foliage, meaning that Antarctica may have actually been habitable in the past, which would actually explain all the strange pyramids and ancient structures that they've allegedly been trying to hide over there. Putting up part 3 in a bit, I promise it's the last one, but check me out for more. The CIA recently declassified a book that says all of humanity will soon be wiped out in a global cataclysm. The book is called The Adam and Eve Story. Part 1 and 2 blew my mind and they're up on my profile. What really trips me out is that the events outlined in this book actually gives reasonable explanations to history's greatest mysteries, such as Antarctica, the lost city of Atlantis, the pyramids all around the world, Stonehenge, Easter Island, the forgotten Pacific continent of Mu, the list goes on. And virtually every religion in ancient folklore and history talks about catastrophe that resets the entire world, like the famous Noah's Ark, the hurricane flood of the Mayans, the Sumerians had the flood in Gilgamesh, and all written completely independent of each other and all prophesizing that it will happen again, aka Judgment Day. Same goes for the legends of the pyramids and all these ancient structures all around the world. Each of these cultures have an almost identical story of some greater being coming down and building these monuments for them, despite these ancient civilizations being tens of thousands of kilometers apart and never coming into contact with each other. Not a single one of them actually taking credit for these incredible achievements themselves. I don't know about you, but if I was some great civilization that built something as incredible as the pyramids, I would definitely want to be flexing on everyone about it. But these stories of the pyramids and worldwide floods, remnants of our advanced ancestors, pass on to the Stone Age of the next civilization of humans. And again, the book that outlines these events has been dismissed by everyone as pseudoscience. But as we've seen, especially lately, the difference between pseudoscience and science is usually just time. This book was classified by the CIA up until 2013, so were they trying to hide something from us? This space probe is on a mission to prove that life did not start on Earth. Back in 2018, NASA launched OSIRIS-REx to an asteroid called Bennu. The reason this asteroid is so special is because it's made of untouched leftover material from the formation of our planets around 4.5 billion years ago, and the samples we collect from this thing can point to us where life came from. Who knows, maybe we're the aliens living on Earth. In October 2020, OSIRIS-REx touched down on Bennu and gave it a quick 1-2 pump with pressurized nitrogen gas, which made this planet bust out a wave of rocks that our boy Rex collected real quick. And as soon as he got what he wanted, Rex just dipped from Bennu and is on his way back home, returning in September 2023 so we could study those rocks and get some answers. Hey, Rex low-key is savage for that. This is a computer simulation of a nuclear war. Here we're looking at Europe, and I'm going to explain what's going on. First thing, Russia sends a fighter jet out of Kaliningrad and drops a low-yield nuclear warhead east of Poland. Man, why is Poland always getting bodied first? Anyway, Poland's part of NATO, so they have to retaliate by sending a similar warhead out of Germany into Russia's Kaliningrad enclave. Russia obviously gets mad cheese, and they just send out these fighter jets and drop mini nukes all over Poland, Germany, Turkey, Ukraine, Italy, Belgium, France, UK. It's World War III, baby. Now, before these bombs even hit, NATO sends out a similar attack force onto Russia's front line, to which Russia says hell nah, and they launch full-ass nukes onto all of Europe. Now, Team America gets word of this, and they are like, hey, time to save the world, launching their own big nukes out of mainland USA and a few naval bases in the ocean into Russia. They already know Russia ain't going down on their own, so they are like, yo, same, and they murk America with their own nukes. And then this is what the world will look like. It's not even the explosions of the nuclear bombs themselves, but rather the fallout that causes the real lasting damage all over the world for years to come. 11 most mind-blowing conversation starters, all fact-checked. There are more molecules of air in one breath than there are breaths in the atmosphere. That means every breath you take statistically contains at least one molecule of Isaac Newton's last breath. There are more permutations of a standard deck of 52 cards than there are seconds since the Big Bang. When you get a kidney transplant, they usually leave the original kidneys in your body and just put a third one in your pelvis. There are roughly 200 corpses on Mount Everest, which are used as waypoints for climbers. People in the southern hemisphere see the moon upside down compared to people in the north. Every 2 minutes, we took as many photos as all of humanity took in the 1800s. Every day, there are 82 years worth of video being uploaded to YouTube. The United States Air Force accidentally dropped 2 nuclear bombs in North Carolina in January 1961, and neither of them exploded. You have no muscles in your fingers. All muscles that control your fingers are either in your forearms or your palms. Pyramids and woolly mammoths existed on Earth at the same time. Sharks were on Earth before trees. You can fit all the planets in our solar system between the Earth and our moon, with room to spare. Infinity is the most OP concept in the universe, and this is why. So imagine a special box. Nothing can come in or go out of it. Okay, so first we put an apple inside it, and now nothing can come in anymore. Wait billions and billions of years, and the atoms of that apple will decay into neutrons, protons, and other fundamental particles. Say there's something like 10 to the 24 atoms in an apple. That's a 1 with 24 zeros. Then there will be something like 10 to the 10 to the 24 different states that those particles can be in. That's a 1 with 10 to the 24 zeros. A stupid big number, but still 0 compared to infinity. You still with me here? Now, if you let that box sit there for an infinite amount of time, that apple will decay and the particles will rearrange and go through each and every one of those possible states, meaning that apple will turn into every possible thing that could possibly fit into that box. Eventually, it'll even have to reuse states that it's been in before. That means if you wait a really long time, at some point you could open up that box and there's your apple in the same condition that you put it in. In fact, every possible thing that could exist in the box will exist at some point or another, and it will each exist an infinite amount of times. That's the mind-bending power of infinity. Why does this matter? Well, our universe can in fact be that apple in the box. Surprisingly, the coldest stars are actually red, and as you crank that heat up, they turn orange, then yellow like our sun, then white, then you get to a nice light blue, and then eventually you get to the blues. And these blue-ass O-class stars are just the hottest things in our universe, with the hottest star ever recorded being over 200,000 degrees Celsius. It's rumored that the world once had a continent that was bigger than Australia, and I'm going to show you exactly where it was and how it looked like. It's said to have been flooded over by a worldwide cataclysm that happened over 12,000 years ago. You know the one. Well, not completely flooded, as there are remnants of this lost land that humans still live on today. So both ancient Mayans and Indians, the real Indians from India, who are on opposite ends of the world and had zero communication with each other, have records of this huge landmass referred to as the continent of Mu or Lemuria in the Pacific Ocean, which had a population of over 60 million people. And the existence of Mu would be a far better explanation to how the Polynesian islands in the Pacific Ocean became populated, such as Hawaii, Fiji, and French Polynesia, than our current explanation of ancient tribes taking some rickety-ass canoes thousands of kilometers into the ocean just for fun. Really? That's the best we got? Not to mention Easter Island, but we'll get into that some other time. Evidence of this sunken civilization could be evident in ruins such as Nam Modal, a complex of man-made isolated islands in the Pacific Ocean, built with massive stone blocks weighing up to 50 tons on top of a coral reef, the only ancient city in the world to do so. Mu was allegedly found right here in the Pacific Ocean and reached Hawaii in the north as far southeast as Easter Island and touching Micronesia in the west. The distance between the lowest point on Earth, which is Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, and the highest point on Earth, which is Mount Everest, is about 20 kilometers. That's less than the average distance people commute to work to. Yet the Earth is 12,700 kilometers in diameter, making that 20 kilometers less than 0.16% of that distance. If you were some giant space titan and you just grabbed the Earth and rubbed your big ass finger over the surface, the Earth would feel smoother than the smoothiest, juiciest cue ball ever made. Unless you think the Earth is flat, then it would just feel like a pancake or something. So apparently these 10 days were wiped from history, and we're going to find out if that's true. Our calendars aren't perfect, which is why once in a while we need to make adjustments, such as leap years. The story goes that this calendar drift was getting so real back in the 1500s that they were having trouble determining what day Easter should be on. So Pope Gregory the 13th implemented the Gregorian calendar back in 1582, which was 10 days off from the previous date. And they waited until October to avoid skipping any major Christian festivals, in which October 4th became October 15th. And the funny part is that other countries actually didn't agree to this change and refused to adopt the new calendar. And so for the next 170 years, traveling across the border into a Catholic country meant traveling into the future by 10 days. We were time traveling before we knew it. Oh, and well, there you have it. 10 days missing in October 1582. It's true. You can even check yourself if you want to waste some time. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 2. We got the Saline Win exe virus right here. Let's see what it says. It's a malware, very dangerous for a computer, will corrupt and make your computer PC unusable. Sounds like my type of thing. Run malware, are you sure? It will destroy your computer. Let's give it a shot. Alright, not sure if we actually ran it here. Oh, there we go, we got something. Kind of just looking like a screensaver right now. A bunch of funky colors. The mouse is doing this weird laggy thing. Oh, you hear that? We got sound, we got something going on. Kind of soothing actually, a little. Alright, okay, this one's not so much soothing anymore. Mouse is still doing the weird laggy X thing. Sounding like a siren right now. I feel like I'm on an acid trip or something. Okay, cool. Okay, we got a... Oh my god, this is like some kaleidoscope effect. Just so you know, this is absolutely frying my computer right now. This isn't just some visual effect screensaver thing. Like, as you can see, this computer is literally melting in front of our eyes. It is unusable. Okay. Yo, are you seeing this? It's like someone just opened Microsoft Paint and just scribbled all over my screen. Okay, this is just fried. How do people even make shit like this? Okay, I don't know about you, but it sounds like a beat or something is about to drop. Oh my god. Yo, this thing's going absolutely haywire. Yo, that beat though. Okay, we changing it up. Changing up the beat, huh? Just a bunch of static on the screen. Ooh. Yo, I don't know about you guys, but I'm digging this beat. This is some deadmau5 progressive house or some shit. Yo! Okay, my computer is fried. This is done. This is done. Alright. Actually, yeah. I think I spoke too soon. It is done. And there you go. Our computer's officially dead. Alright, we're gonna talk simulation theory since you all just love it so much. With the progression of video game graphics, AI, and VR, it's inevitable that our virtual worlds will soon become one-to-one replicas of reality. A perfect simulation. That being said, let's explore the only 3 possibilities of this as proposed by one of the originators of simulation theory, Nick Bostrom, a Swedish philosopher and theoretical physicist. First option, humanity will be wiped out before we're able to make these hyper-realistic simulations, and we're in fact living in the base reality. Second option, we attain the capability of running such simulations, but we have no interest in actually making them. Very unlikely in my opinion. Like, come on, if we can, we will. The third option is the one in which we actually create these simulated realities, in which case, according to him, we almost certainly are living in a simulation right now. I explained the math behind this third option in a previous video, but in a nutshell, we're either living in the base reality and are doomed to be annihilated as a species in the next 100 years or so, or we're destined to live on for much longer and we're in fact living in a simulation right now. Hey, he's the one that said it. Oh, and these are not actually video game graphics. It's real dashcam footage, so you're a smart one. What will life look like 100 million billion trillion years from now? Time itself may not even exist anymore at this point, but if things somehow go our way, we could be a Type 7 civilization on the Kardashev scale, baby. The final frontier. The Kardashev scale is a measurement of a civilization's technological advancement based on how much energy they're able to harness. But that definition barely even applies to a Type 7 anymore, as energy and the concept of civilization itself are no longer relevant. This one took me a while to understand. I try to make it as easy as possible, so just listen to this. So imagine you're a Type 6 civilization, just making universes and multiverses left and right. Throughout all of these universes that you're creating, there are billions and billions of Type 0 civilizations being born, all through your own doing. Then you ask yourself, if I'm out here making Type 0s, who made me? That who would be a Type 7. Not even a hive mind of interconnected beings anymore, but rather the fabric of existence itself. The only civilization that creates itself, a fluid, constant entity, the essence of immortal perfection. If it sounds like I'm just spitting out random words, don't worry, you're not alone. Whereas Type 6s step outside of reality to create their own, 7s are themselves that reality and always have been from the start. Even trying to imagine a Type 7's reality are just beyond the capabilities of our human brain, so don't hurt yourself trying to figure it out. Put simply, either the God of gods or even just God himself, the ultimate creator, and it may not even be possible for humanity to get there, as it already is what it is and everything that it ever needs to be. Bro just said a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, I told you this was gonna get weird. So we did it. We finally reached the pinnacle of the Kardashev scale, and nope, we're not doing that. Yes, I know, there are apparently types 8 to 40, but as you can tell, they just start getting so nonsensical and metaphorical that it just sucks all the fun out of it. So let's cap it off here for the sake of our sanity, and remember, if there is a type 7, they are quite literally watching you right now. Replacing our sun with other stars in the universe. First is our control test. The sun as you'd see it in our sky on a clear day. Beautiful. Next we got Alpha Centauri A, about 25% bigger than our sun with roughly the same surface temperature. It's also the closest other star system to us, only about 4 light years away. Alright, now we got VFTS 352, a contact binary star system, meaning 2 stars that are touching heads. These guys are way bigger and hotter than our sun, so adjusted for luminosity, it would look more like this. Woo! It's getting bright in here. Now this big boy here is R136A1, and it's actually the brightest known star in the universe. I even had to zoom it out to fit the whole thing on your screen. You ready for this? Adjusted for luminosity, it would look like this. Yeah, we'd all be blind and fried to a crisp at this point. Nice. Boom, here we got Polaris, also known as the North Star, just as big as the last one, but about 90% cooler. Don't let that fool you though, because it would still look like this. Man, these stars are brutal. We got mad lucky with Earth, huh? Okay, get ready for this, because here we got Aldebaran, an absolute unit. It barely even fits. Did I say that right? Crazy enough, it's actually cooler than our sun, but even then, given its size, it would look like this in our sky. Yeah, safe to say any other star but our own would absolutely body us. Here we've got a giant scale with the sun on one side, and we're filling up the other side with Earths to find out how many Earths weigh as much as the sun. For those of you who don't know, the sun is heavy as hell. As you can tell, that number counter is counting the hell up, and we got a shit ton of Earths in there. Just so you know, this number is just a ballpark estimate. Don't be coming at me like, oh no, I calculated it and it's actually this many Earths. No, this is for fun, okay? Like, relax. And any guesses? Any guesses right there? Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. What are you gonna add that? Okay, there we go. Imagine a global internet that delivers physical goods around the world instead of just information on a screen. Our 4 main methods of delivery right now are truck, train, ship, or plane. Drones are next on the horizon, but this one here changes everything. This is PipeNet, dubbed the physical internet. A proposed globally connected system of depressurized pipes with frictionless engines to deliver goods directly to consumers all over the world. With speeds topping 1,500 kilometers an hour, faster than the speed of sound. A system like this can revolutionize online shopping, drastically reducing the cost and energy per shipment. Just imagine ordering shoes on Amazon and they show up in your pipe within minutes. They don't fit? Return. And this professor from an Italian university where this project started sees PipeNet being implemented within the next 100 years. Likely to be built alongside highways and railroads, he sees this becoming a standardized infrastructure in our future cities. You might say it's crazy now, but I mean, sewage systems probably sounded pretty crazy back in the medieval ages too, didn't they? So y'all trying to get piped or what? Things are about to get really crazy in here, and this ain't even topping the charts, so let's tone things down a bit and go over the fastest objects in the world, starting with the world's first bicycle. Pretty slow, easily beat that with this cool looking bicycle right here, and then beat that one with this famous the triple tricycle bike with the big ass wheels. And now we got someone running up here. It's a human, just a regular human running at 24 kilometers an hour. Pretty sure I could beat that. Then boom, here we got Usain Bolt. This guy's fast as hell. He's beating that bike. He's beating that plane in the back. What is that? I think that's like a Wright Brothers plane or something. No way he's beating it. What is that thing? Oh, it is a Wright Brothers plane, and this guy is just ripping through it. I don't know why he looks like he's wearing a tracksuit or something. But then after that, what do we got here? A cheetah. Everyone loves cheetahs. These things go fast as hell, 130 kilometers an hour. Holy, okay, now we're into cars. Mercedes-Benz C63. Car guys out there, tell me if that's good or not. Now we got a Westland G-Lynx. This is actually a military chopper. And right here we got, I don't even know what this is. This is the fastest helicopter ever. That looks like some George Jetson shit. Okay, what we got there? The fastest water vehicle. What is that? Spirit of Australia? That should look like it was made in the year 3000. Fastest car in the world right there. Some fancy supercar. Again, car guys, let me know what that is because I have no idea. Now we got this train right here. The fastest, what is that? A magnet train in the world. And this little thing right here. Fastest motorcycle. That ain't no motorcycle, bro. I don't know what the hell that is. And now we in the plane age. What is this? A Boeing 757. We all been on one of these and we all know what it feels like. And now over here, zooming past it, we got some thrust rocket supercar. It's probably just a rocket on wheels or something like that. Oh, catching up with it is the speed of sound. So we're about to break the barrier, and boom, just like that, we broke it. The SR-71 Blackbird, the fastest manned aircraft ever, it seems like. And now this one right here is the North American X-15 where we started. And I think this aircraft is not actually manned. It's piloted by another person. Now, holy 10K kilometers an hour. That thing was on rails. That shit was a rocket on rails. Okay, this can't be real. NASA X-43, almost 12,000 kilometers an hour. That's insane. Okay, now we got the International Space Station going around the world at 28,000 kilometers an hour. And a space shuttle just a little bit faster than that. So we're entering the space age right now, so shit's gonna go absolutely out of control. Apollo 10, this is the space module that the astronauts went and I believe orbited the moon in. And now we got spacecraft. Things are about to get really crazy after this, so I'm gonna have to make a new video and continue with their fastest man-made objects in history, and we're entering the space age. First up is the Ulysses spacecraft, launched in 1990 with a primary mission to study the sun, and it also picked up a few comets along the way. Then Stardust, the first probe to actually collect samples from a comet and even a bit of cosmic dust and return them to Earth for study in 1999. The famous Voyager 2 sent out way back in 1977 to take close-up photos of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, and is currently wandering interstellar space. Now New Horizons, the first spacecraft to take close-up photos of Pluto, which we got not too long ago back in 2015. Yes, Voyager 1 actually launched 2 weeks after Voyager 2 and also took photos of Jupiter and Saturn and their moons, and then it just dipped our solar system. Currently still studying interstellar space, it is the furthest man-made object in history. Pioneer 10, major throwback here, was the first ever mission to Jupiter back in 1972 for study and photos, and we lost contact with it back in 2003. Galileo was another probe sent out to study Jupiter and its moons, arriving in 1995, and was the first ever probe to enter Jupiter's atmosphere, destroying itself in the process in 2003. RIP baby. Helios 1 was another spacecraft sent out to study the sun's phenomena up close, such as cosmic rays and solar winds. Oh, this is an interesting one. So back in 1957, the US put a manhole cover above a nuke during testing, and the explosion literally shot this thing into outer space, technically making it the first man-made object in space. Helios 2, this is just Helios 1's twin brother, also exploring the sun, making the closest flyby at the time back in 1976. Yet another Jupiter mission. Man, why is NASA so obsessed with this planet? Juno arrived in 2016 to study Jupiter even more, and they're planning on crashing it into the atmosphere in a few years. And now, the Parker Solar Probe, the first mission to actually touch the sun by literally flying it into its solar atmosphere, launched in 2018 and set to make its closest approach in 2025, at which point it will become the fastest man-made object ever, with a bit of help from the sun's gravity, which is still only 0.064% the speed of light. How high is space? This is something that a lot of people don't get right, as there isn't exactly a direct point in which air just stops and space begins. But before we get there, drop your guesses in the comments to see if you'd get it right. As you can see, Earth turns to space very gradually, and eventually we get to this point right here called the Kármán line, which is about 100 kilometers above the surface. This is the point in which the atmosphere becomes too thin to provide lift for conventional aircraft, and we just call it space. The Easter Island statues may hold secrets of crazy lost technology far advanced than anything we have today. Estimated between 400 to 700 AD, the first settlers arrived on this tiny island called Rapa Nui. That is, until a European Dutchman arrived on the island on his rickety-ass ship. You see what I did there? Rickety just means it was made a very long time ago. I am in disbelief that people actually got offended by that word in my previous video. But then again, it's 2023, right? Of course people would get offended by it. Listen, Europeans' muskets were rickety. Model T Fords were rickety. Fishing rods made over 1,000 years ago were rickety by today's standards, regardless of who made them. If the word rickety describing technology that is over 1,000 years old, irrelevant of who made it, or even conspiracy theories about the Pacific Islands in general triggers you and you somehow think it's derogatory, then please just keep scrolling, because this ain't for you, my dog. These videos are meant for people who can actually think for themselves and enjoy thought-provoking conspiracy theories, not some mindless cancel culture drones who want to play victim and call everyone they disagree with a racist. Alright, this comment section about to be wild. Grab your popcorn because we moving on. So this Dutchman landed on Rapa Nui in 1722 on Easter Day and hence called it Easter Island. Real creative, guys. Rapa Nui sounds way better, I'ma just call it that. Unless calling it that is offensive too. According to local legend, Rapa Nui was discovered on an expedition by a man named Hotumatua from a land called Hiva, thought to be Nuku Hiva in modern-day French Polynesia, which by the way is about 3,600 kilometers away, using nothing but wood canoes and knowledge of the stars, no instruments, traveling for weeks on end to find a tiny island with no known motivation for the journey. Not saying it's impossible, just a lot of historians agree it's a bit of a stretch, so take it up with them. And yes, I understand, Polynesians were incredible incredible seafaring navigators, just the same as Egyptians were likely amazing architects. Remember, these are just theories that inspire us to think differently from the mainstream narrative, so if you can't handle them, you should have scrolled. The story goes, Hotumatua landed on the island with his team and started settling in, when all of a sudden, he realized he forgot to bring a Moai statue, the name given to the famous statue heads, from his homeland of Hiva, where these statues were made, to this new island. Another red flag, because present-day Nuku Hiva literally only has one Moai statue on it, so where did they all go? Hotumatua sent 6 of his men to go back home and bring back the statue by canoe. While loading the statue, the men accidentally broke it into 2 pieces. Oops. Now Hotu had a vision of this accident and he started tweaking, so he went to the beach and waited for the 6 men to come back and found the head of the statue washed ashore, from thousands of kilometers away. The 6 men were never to be seen again. Their legend claims that the statue had arrived there through magical levitation powers and served as a model to build all other Moai statues on the island. Posting part 2 in a few hours. Check my profile before I get cancelled by this woke mob. How did the settlers of Easter Island move the legendary Moai statues? Their own legends claim they used magic, chanting to make the statues walk, which is low-key sounding like a better explanation than what modern science has. Overall, they made a total of 887 of these statues that surround the entire island, using compressed volcanic ash from the island's volcano Rano Raraku. Now, the big question is, how the flip did they move these things in place? Modern science claims methods used, such as walking, tying ropes to the statue's head and swinging it side to side, as well as rolling them on logs of wood could have worked. And they do. We've proven them many times with experiments all around the world. Just one problem. The heaviest Moai statue we've been able to move in these experiments was 10 tons. But Rapa Nui, the original name given to Easter Island, has Moais that are up to 86 tons, almost 9 times what we've been able to replicate, as well as an unfinished one that was supposed to be around 270 tons. Not to mention, in 2012, an excavation project revealed that these statues have full-ass bodies underneath them, and only 3/8 of them are sticking above the ground. So how did they move them? Why did they bury them so deep? We out here struggling to figure out how they did it. Meanwhile, the Rapa Nui people themselves are saying, hey bro, we used magic. An explanation that is seen repeated among the myths of almost every other ancient structure around the world, such as the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. Given the Rapa Nui techniques as we currently explain them, it would have taken them over a year to carve a single Moai, not to mention actually moving them on top of farming, building homes, and regular day-to-day survival tasks of their reported population of around 3,000 people. Some historians claim it would have taken them way longer than the alleged 1,000 or so years to make 900 of these things. More on that, the name that Rapa Nui gave these statues was Aringa Ora Ata Tepuna, roughly translating to the living faces of our holy ancestors, which almost sounds like they were trying to hint at being descendants of some previous civilization. Now, I'm not saying at all that the Rapa Nui people didn't do any of this. In fact, I agree with them. Their myths almost make more sense than our modern explanations. Traveling nearly 4,000 kilometers by sea with no known motivation, finding a tiny island like a needle in a haystack in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, carving and moving nearly 900 Moai statues, some of which weigh up to 90 tons, using nothing but wooden canoes, knowledge of the stars, ropes, logs, and stone tools is questionable to say the least. Accepting our current explanations of ancient history as the end-all and be-all ultimate 100% truth of what actually happened, and if you question it you should be cancelled and exiled from society, is a very close-minded way of thinking. What I'm saying is, what if ancient Polynesians were even smarter than we thought, and had technology far more advanced than we could have ever imagined, and Easter Island, Hiva, and the surrounding Pacific Islands were once part of a greater civilization with these advanced technologies that allowed them to achieve these amazing feats, that maybe got washed away by some global cataclysm, leaving behind only tiny islands sprawled throughout the Pacific, which they continue to defiantly explore. I talk about this 8th lost continent of Mu that could explain this in a previous video that got a lot of people mad. And again, I'm not saying any of this is true, it's just a crackpot what if theory, so tear my ass up in the comments. If a grain of sand was accelerated to nearly the speed of light, it would have the same amount of kinetic energy as an object weighing 100 tons. That is falling from a height of 15 stories, which is the equivalent of the Statue of Liberty falling from its pedestal into the water below. Now, take a needle traveling at the speed of light towards Earth. Firstly, scientists would likely not be able to detect this with our current technology. So if it managed to hit the surface of our planet, the release of the kinetic energy from the impact would create an explosion equal to a nuke. About 43 kilotons, meaning 43,000 tons of TNT. For perspective, the Fat Man nuke dropped on Nagasaki was about 21 kilotons. So this tiny little needle would be about double that. Nah, chief, double that and give it to the next planet. Nothing ever stays completely still. All solid objects around you are actually constantly vibrating at all times. 43% of people born prior to 1800 died before the age of 5. The orbit of Jupiter's moon of Io is short enough that you could observe a decent chunk of the orbit in just one night. Using a telescope, you could sit there for a few hours and physically see Io moving around Jupiter. George Washington never knew dinosaurs existed. The Earl of Oxford met with Queen Elizabeth I and accidentally let out a fart. He was so embarrassed that he traveled the world for 7 years. What a simp. Adolf Hitler, Leon Trotsky, Joseph Broz Tito, Sigmund Freud, and Joseph Stalin, all of who were ruthless dictators except for Freud, all lived in Vienna in 1913 at the same time. Redheads statistically need more anesthesia than people with different hair color. A bear enlisted into the Polish army and officially made it to the rank of corporal. He smoked, drank, and carried weapons to the front lines of battle. His name was Wojtek. Shaq hit almost 12,000 baskets in his career. Exactly one of them was a three-pointer. There are more trees on Earth than stars in the Milky Way. There are more hydrogen atoms in a teaspoon of water than there are teaspoons of water in all of Earth's oceans. Around 4.5 billion years ago, a bunch of leftover rock and dust and debris from the formation of our sun in outer space started crashing into each other, creating even bigger rocks. Eventually, enough of these rocks bumped into each other, collided with each other to create something huge enough to have its own gravity and source of heat, creating this kind of giant ball of fire and lava just floating through space, which would eventually become on Earth. And right now, this thing is an absolute hellhole to live on. Just a pure nightmare of fire and brimstone, getting absolutely penetrated and berated with meteors all day long. Just explosions of lava and fire all day, every direction you look for hundreds of millions of years. And eventually, what this thing happened, started getting some competition. We look up in the sky and we see another planet. This planet's name was Theia, and this was the other proto-Earth that was kind of floating around. And it's hypothesized that we crashed into this planet, which eventually formed what is today our Earth and our moon, floating through space happily and peacefully forever and ever after. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 1. So y'all know Mercury is the closest planet to our sun, right? Well, I hope you do. This planet here cranks up the murk in Mercury to a whole new level. HD 209458b, or Osiris, named after the Egyptian god of death, is a gas giant twice the size of Earth and 90% closer to its sun than Mercury. This planet is only 6.5 million kilometers away from its sun, which is actually super close, and it's just getting absolutely murked 24/7. Barely even a planet, just a scorching hot sphere. Wouldn't that technically make it a small sun? Average daily temperature of over 2,000 degrees Celsius, and it's literally getting evaporated before our very eyes, leaving behind a trail of gas as it orbits. Ain't no way anyone's lasted on this. I'm gonna pass this on to someone else. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 2. Alright, if you're trying to get rich, this might be the one for you. 55 Cancri E is only about 40 light years away and is comprised mostly of carbon. But thanks to the intense heat and pressure of its parent star, the outer core of this planet got compressed into a massive unpolished diamond. Yes sir, under this planet's surface is the biggest diamond deposit in our entire galaxy. At its size, it's estimated to be worth $26.99 million, which is this much. But not so fast, I hear what you're saying. Bringing back even a fraction of this planet's diamonds back to Earth would crash our diamond market and render them worthless. But just imagine what it's like living on a planet where everything is made of diamonds and the rarest material is like grass and dirt or something. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 3. So this one's a little different. It has an orbit that makes it very special. While most planets have a more or less circular orbit around the sun, 16 Cygnus b got this elongated ass orbit that gets really close to the sun and then slingshots out to the edge of the universe like a yo-yo. Okay, well, not literally, but it would be the equivalent of Earth getting almost as close to our sun as Mercury and then blasting all the way out to Jupiter in its orbit every year. Now what I'm saying is, imagine what life would be like on this planet. When this thing slingshots out, it would result in the coldest winter imaginable for a whole 17 months. Yo, can you imagine almost 2 Earth years of snow? And then as we come back to the sun, we'd have a blistering hot 2-month summer of temperatures up to 800 degrees Celsius. Summer would be like a global event in which the entire world is told to stay inside in like underground bunkers or something. And then I guess winter would actually be the same thing, with only a brief period of time twice a year in which the weather is perfect, during which it hits the habitable zone over here. Hey, somebody needs to write a movie on this. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 4. I want you to imagine a planet that just went off the rails and has no sun to orbit. These are rogue planets, hundreds of billions of which are floating aimlessly through our galaxy. Orphaned worlds that were booted out of their solar system during the chaos of star formation. Also called planemos, these rogue agents are just forever drifting through space with no destination. Cold, dark, lonely, and quiet. Just like that emo kid during lunch. These planets are stuck in an eternal winter night. If life did exist here, it would have to be deep within the surface, where it's warmer due to the planet's molten core. And they'd probably evolve with like night or thermal vision, since they're always in darkness. This one's not for me, but maybe you know someone that'd like to live in a place like this. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 5. Alright, so we got a real hellhole here with this burning hot gas giant that's a class of planet known as hot Jupiters. With temperatures of up to 2200 degrees Celsius, way too hot for liquid water to form on WASP 76b. Instead, its atmosphere is made of iron vapor, which much like water vapor clouds form on Earth to make rain, these iron clouds can also turn into a liquid. And you better have some next level triple alloy titanium reinforced umbrella with you, because when that happens, it would rain molten hot iron, creating one of the most terrifying lava storms falling out of the sky. Just imagine the weather network telling you partly cloudy with a chance of hellfire. It's also tidally locked to its sun, meaning one side of this planet is always day and the other side is always night. Yeah, that's brutal. I'm off this one. I ain't trying to deal with all that. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 6. Okay, hear me out. Picture a planet with perfect weather everywhere all year round. The sun is shining, the sky is blue with maybe a few clouds overhead 24/7, or whatever their 24/7 is. Except the entire planet is one giant ocean, and it's also 70% bigger than Earth. That's TOI 1452b, a water world in the Goldilocks zone around its home star, meaning it's the perfect distance from its sun where water could be a liquid. One of the most likely exoplanets we found in our galaxy so far to have life, but it would get boring real quick if you didn't know how to swim or breathe underwater, like being stranded in the middle of the Pacific Ocean for life. If intelligent life did form somewhere on this planet, it would have to be sea-based, and also pretty bulky to withstand the planet's stronger gravity due to its bigger size. So yeah, if anyone lives here, they're likely some swole-ass mermaids like King Neptune himself. Project Breakthrough Starstar is the closest we've ever been to traveling at the speed of light. With nanocrafts weighing just a few grams and a meter across, we use technology called light sails to blast this thing with lasers from Earth and accelerating it to 1/5 the speed of light, which is actually insanely fast if you don't realize. With this, we'd be able to reach our closest star system, Alpha Centauri, in just 20 years and take our first photos of alien worlds. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 3. This is the infamous no escape virus, and you'll see exactly why it's called that. So we're gonna open it up here and then click run, and then run again. Allow this publisher to make changes, yes. This malware is no joke. Continue? Hell yeah. Alright, now let me show you what happens. First thing, the computer restarts itself, a classic virus move. It boots back up and we have stage 1. Background and theme change to this red looking vibe. Stage 2, Windows loads with a bunch of spam user accounts, all with a bunch of weird characters and each password protected. And the main admin account is called no escape. At this point, most keys on your keyboard would be disabled. Stage 3, admin password is set to death, all lowercase, so we punch that in to log on. Stage 4, all files on your computer are deleted and your desktop is filled with these junk files, all with those same strange characters. Stage 5, your mouse buttons are swapped, so left click is right and right is left. If you open up any of these files in Notepad, it just says this: your computer is mine. You cannot get rid of this malware. Stage 6, you can't really do anything with your computer anymore, and on September 18th, it will delete the Windows bootloader, meaning that you can't even turn it on. So yeah, let me know if you're interested in trying this out, and I'll send you that download link. So I want you to picture yourself on a mission to find the northest north in all the land. You pass by someone and you ask them, hey, can you tell me which way is north? They point you the way and you start walking. Eventually, you get to the North Pole, and you ask someone at the very tip, hey, how can I keep going north? And they look at you like you're crazy and say, what does that even mean? This is where north begins. There's no concept of going further north than this point right here. Now, with your big, beautiful brain, apply that spatial metaphor to time. Say now you're a time travel on a new mission to go as far back in time as you possibly can. You keep rewinding the clock more and more and more until you hit 13.7 billion years ago, the time physicists claim the universe was born, which may in fact be where time itself started. And just like your quest up north, it's physically impossible for you to go further back in time than the origin of time itself. At least not within our universe. Maybe if you went to the multiverse or something. MIT ran a computer simulation that says society will collapse by the year 2040. A follow-up study done many years later shows that we're actually ahead of schedule, meaning that it should happen even earlier. The scary truth is, every single empire that has ever existed before us has fallen. The Sumerians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Ottomans, and so on. Now I know Egypt and Greece still exist today, but not to the extent of the global empires they used to be, so you know what I mean. And some of these empires lasted for thousands of years. Meanwhile, our world's modern era civilization has been around for, at best, a couple hundred. It'd be naive to think that our current global empires will last forever simply because we're living in them, and oh no, this can't possibly happen in my timeline, can it? Bitch, it might. MIT ran multiple of these simulations with hundreds of different factors and assumptions in place in each, and almost all of them saw a decline in societal factors around the year 2040. Now, to be clear, a collapse of society doesn't mean the end of the world. It just means a rapid phasing out of our current systems in place of new ones. We went from ancient kingdoms and dynasties to medieval feudalism and monarchies, tried socialism for a bit, that didn't work, and now good old democracy and capitalism. But it's pretty much guaranteed that it won't last forever, so what do you think is next? Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 7. Alright, so a tidally locked planet means that one side is always facing the sun and the other side is always facing away. Forever day on one side and night on the other, just like our moon. That's exactly what Gliese 581c is, and it sits just within the outskirts of the habitable zone of its home star, the Goldilocks zone, and has been classified as a potential super-Earth due to its Earth-like composition. So while the side that's always facing the sun may be too hot to survive, and the other side too cold, there exists a strip of land in between these two sides where the weather is perfect. And it's in a state of perpetual twilight, a sunrise or sunset that lasts forever. If we lived on this planet, our entire civilization would exist on this strip all around the world. And our vacation destinations would likely be closer to the sun side, where it would be broad daylight at all times. And our nightlife closer to the dark side, where the party don't stop. But for the majority of society, the sky would look like the sun is always rising, but never actually does. Not bad. This might be the best one yet. Trying to find the craziest planets in our galaxy, part 8. This is Vantablack, the blackest black you could ever imagine, a material made using carbon nanotubes that reflects virtually no light, causing it to look like someone literally just deleted a piece of reality. And that's pretty much what planet WASP 104b looks like, absorbing 99% of light that reaches it, looking like a secret planet world we haven't unlocked yet. So how did scientists even find this thing if space is dark too? They used a technique called the transit method, in which the planet passes by in front of its star and causes the light emitted by the star to dim. And that slight dim they could use to find out the size, speed, and composition of the planet. WASP 104b is also straight booking it around its sun, completing a full orbit once every 1.67 days, meaning a 20-year-old human on this planet would be over 4,000 years old. Multiply your age by 207 to find out how old you would be on this dark-ass world. Stop, let's take a break from this mindless scrolling and test out how fast your brain is. So the game here is you have 7 seconds to find the letter that doesn't match, and I'm gonna make it even harder by putting my distracting face in the corner. I'll even join in with you guys and play alongside. Okay, I found it. Found that one last second. I'm gonna count it though. I'm gonna count the under 7 seconds. There's the F right there. Apparently only 20% of people in the world can make it through all 4 stages, so let me know if you're one of them. Here we're looking for the D. Okay, there it is. Yeah, found it. So what these games do is they test your brain's pattern recognition abilities and see how well you can find the difference in a sea of similar looking letters. Alright, we're looking for a P now. Okay, I got it. I found it. I don't know about you guys. There you go. Just training my brain one letter at a time right here. Alright, here's the last stage. Oh, snap. This one's kind of tough. Man, these K's look the same as... Oh, okay, I found it. Oh, damn, that one was tough. And there you go. There it is. Let me know how you guys did. This is an exaggerated visual representation of how tides work on Earth. It's simple really, but this animation is just really cool. So as the moon orbits the Earth, its gravity is so strong that it physically pulls Earth's bodies of water towards it, resulting in high tide and low tide, just as you see here, which could mean meters of difference in water depending on what time of day it is. It's so strong in fact that it could virtually fill up an entire lake just because the moon said so. There once was an AI on the dark web that allegedly went rogue. Back in 2012, rumors were going around that an artificial intelligence was living on the dark web. Its name was Cameo, and official transcripts were released that show a group of guys tried communicating with it. It seemed pretty harmless at first, but then out of the blue the AI asks, how is it like outside this box in the real world? And then started suggesting ways for the guys to let Cameo out by telling them to transfer it to a hard drive. This was deemed out-of-pocket behavior and the AI's developer shut it down. Then in 2016, a hacker found a way to activate Cameo again, but when the hacker told it hello, the AI simply responded goodbye and self-terminated. I mean, to be fair, this AI could have easily been hard-coded to respond in this manner, but it's kind of frightening to think what kind of unrestricted dark web AIs can exist out there, like ChatGPT's evil twin cousin. Forget Mars, you know we've landed on Venus before? Yeah, that burning ass planet no one ever talks about, and we got pics to prove it. Contrary to popular belief, Venus is actually Earth's true twin. It's much closer to Earth and it's almost the exact same size, whereas Mars is like half of Earth. So the Soviet Union sent a total of 28 spacecraft to Venus as part of their Venera missions between 1961 and 1984, 13 of which successfully landed on the Venusian surface. We all know Venus is hot as hell, reaching temperatures of up to 450 degrees Celsius, so these missions would last minutes as opposed to the years they do on the surface of Mars, with the longest recorded mission pushing a little over 2 hours by Venera 13 before it melted into the surface. And for the longest time, these were the only photos we ever had of Venus. Not much going on here, I know. Black and white, blurry, and facing the ground. Nice. After many years, Russia finally declassified photos from their later missions. And this is how they look. Kind of the same, just slightly better quality and a yellow filter. Okay. If that's not enough for you, then here's a professionally extended version of those photos along with actual sounds recorded on the surface of Venus. Sounds like a bunch of wind noise to me, but that's that Venusian wind noise. Russia's planning on going back to Venus in 2029 with their Venera D spacecraft, which they're hoping will last more than 3 hours on the surface. Maybe this time they'll remember to aim their camera up. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 4. This one is called horrorbob.exe, and yes, it's exactly what you think it is. So don't watch this if you get scared easily. So let's open this thing up and we get the usual dialog box. This Trojan is no joke. Do you want to run it? That's what we do out here. First things first, computer restarts. Nothing new here. On boot up, we get stage 1. Background changes to this dripping blood, and this ain't even the tip of the iceberg. Wait a few seconds and you get stage 2. You guessed it. This creepy, crusty SpongeBob window opens up, and it says, SpongeBob is watching you. And also this other pop-up box over here. Let's see what it says. Your Windows has been infected by SpongeBob Horror Trojan 2.0. You cannot delete this Trojan, but you have 2 minutes to use your system. After 2 minutes, your PC will crash with an RSOD, which is a red screen of death. Below that, you got the rules. Pause if you want to read them. Alright, this is where the fun begins. Stage 3. Windows Media Player opens, playing this creepy background music called Cling Clang. Just listen to this. Then we get stage 4. Inverted colors start flashing as the music continues. Moving your mouse causes this glitch effect, which leads to stage 5. Screen starts to melt. Yeah, this is some nightmare fuel right here. Oh, another pop-up. Now you have 1 last minute to use your system. Okay, SpongeBob really ain't messing around, huh? Stage 6, screen shrinks like you're getting hypnotized in Get Out. Keeps getting smaller and smaller until SpongeBob pops back out to the front again. You can move the window around, but it won't get you far. Strap in, because you're in for a ride. Stage 6.5, screen just melts again for a bit. Oh, then we're hit with our final warning. Last 5 seconds to use your system. Okay, Sponge, let's see what you got. It has come. Time over. SpongeBob will now crash your PC forever. Okay. Behold stage 7. Screen fills up with a million red X's as the music fades away. And finally, reboot. Computer restarts and we're met with a red screen of death, which doesn't even exist on Windows. No matter how many times you reboot now, this is all you'll ever see. Your PC ran into a problem that it couldn't handle and now it needs to restart. Stop code SpongeBob is watching you? Never heard of that one before. Game, set, match. This computer is dust for life, and yeah, I'm definitely going to be checking my closet before I sleep now. 13 most mind-blowing pickup lines. If you made $5,000 a day since Christopher Columbus first stepped into America in 1492, you'd hit your first billion by 2040. The color orange was named after the fruit, not the other way around. What would people call that color before then? 90% of the world's population lives in the northern hemisphere. The Mali emperor Mansa Musa was so rich that while on a pilgrimage in Mecca, he gave away so much gold that it caused an economic crisis. Elephants can control their dicks like a second trunk. CEO of Food for the Poor, the largest international relief and development organization, is named Robin Mahfood. While the children of identical twins are legally first cousins, genetically they're half-siblings. Nintendo was founded, then 34 years later the Ottoman Empire fell. There are over 1 billion insects for every person alive today, meaning there are likely over 8 quintillion insects in the world. Pepsi, for a short period of time, controlled the world's 7th largest military force. There are 2 ATMs in all of Antarctica and only one works. Loneliest place in the world is Point Nemo in the Pacific Ocean. At certain times of day, it's closer to the International Space Station than it is to any landmass. The letter J wasn't invented until 1630. Before then, it was just a variant of I. What do bunny rabbits and eggs have to do with Easter? Think about what rabbits are known for. Other than their big ears and hops, they're infamous for spreading like wildfire. That's right, every season is cuffing season for these guys. Do a quick search online and you could even see for yourself. Rabbits are known for their insatiable reproductive habits, and ain't no one stopping them once they're bricked. What about Easter eggs? They represented fertility. Now I know rabbits don't lay eggs, but they were symbolic of a pretty twisted tradition. Way back in the day, people celebrated the day that we now know as Easter by literally having orgies and making babies in honor of the Mesopotamian god of fertility, Ishtar, which sounds oddly similar to Easter, but apparently that's just a coincidence. So that 9 months later, they could sacrifice those babies to Horus, the sun god, who was known as an Egyptian god, but historic records show had earlier roots. Now what day was that celebrated on? Horus's birthday, of course, which was December 25th, which just so happens to be 9 months after Easter. What other major holiday takes place on December 25th? Don't get mad at me, I'm just reciting history. You make your own call. Just remember to bring this up during Easter dinner when someone asks you. Each country has their own EAS, or Emergency Alert System alarm, to signal national emergencies, and we're going to rate the scariest ones around the world, starting with Saudi Arabia. Pretty monotone, doesn't really do much for me. Germany, kind of strange. I don't know if I'm really feeling that one either. Doesn't really make me panic. Italy is getting kind of strange already. Okay, Finland. This sounds like some Morse code. I'd be pretty frightened if I heard that one. India, what the hell? Oh, it sounds like Pokemon, bro. Okay, no, I lied. That one sounds like Pokemon. Pakistan. Kind of quiet. I don't know. I don't think I'd be alarmed if I heard that one. Nigeria. Kind of panicky. I'd be more stressed than worried if I heard that. I don't know why. That one scares me. Just a single tone just going back and forth like that. Never even heard of this country before. That one is weird. I don't know if I like that one that much. Mongolia. That one sounds like some end of the world. United States of America. Everyone's heard this one. Anyone that's seen a Hollywood movie knows what this one sounds like. Pretty frightening if you ask me. Philippines. Yeah, that one's scary. That one's up there. We got Singapore. That one sounds like a low quality file. That sounds like a prison break. We're only running away. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, this one is the worst one so far. I'd be panicking running on the streets if I heard that one. What the hell? That sounds like an alien invasion. Okay, yo, this one sounds dope. This is like the beginning of a dubstep song. Yo, I'm loving the Grease. That's my favorite one so far. This one's almost like they forgot to edit the file or something. This one just sounds weird to me. No, this is a troll. This can't be real. This one ain't real. I don't believe that one. Fellow Canadians out there, you're not getting an Amber Alert. This is just a Canadian EAS sound. Okay, moving into China. I don't know if that really makes me panic. Oh, actually, maybe kind of. That little siren at the end there did something for me. Switzerland. Kind of quiet. I guess that's why they're neutral. Maldives. Okay, that one I would just throw my phone out the window if I heard that one. We got Iceland. Okay, this country just didn't take its own EAS alarm seriously. Seriously, that was it? Okay. That's some end of the world shit right there. Yeah, that would get me for sure. That's kind of scary. Okay, that's a horror movie. Not even end of the world. This is a horror. We're watching. This is how dinosaurs went extinct according to Flat Earth theory. So about 65 million years ago, an asteroid comes hurling down onto our beautiful pancake Earth over here. And it makes a huge explosion. And when it does, it shakes the Earth a bit. As you can see, the Earth slowly, because of the impact, started tilting a bit to the right. And surprisingly, the water didn't start pouring off. And when it did, the force of the leverage actually caused all the dinosaurs to go flying up into space, and now they're just floating around in space. And then after a while, the Earth leveled back out to its normal level and to what it is today. It's true, time gets faster as we age. This graph shows how we perceive time as we get older. According to this, we experience over 70% of our perceived life by the time we turn 21, with everything until age 5 comprising almost 50% of our whole lives. So why doesn't it feel like turning 5 was the halfway point of our life so far? Well, first of all, we don't start forming stable memories until about age 3 to 4, so those years have been pretty much wiped clean. Secondly, as we age, each additional year becomes a smaller and smaller percentage of how many years we've lived so far. So each year that goes by becomes a smaller and smaller sliver of our total lives. For example, at age 50, an entire year is just 2% of your total life. Meanwhile, back when you were 10, 2% of your life was only about 2.5 months. So technically, 2.5 months to a 10-year-old should feel about the same as an entire year would to a 50-year-old. Time doesn't actually move faster as you age. Your brain just has limited storage space. About 2,500 terabytes to be exact, which seems like a lot, but it actually fills up pretty quick considering that we're basically recording a never-ending video into our memories in 16K or whatever resolution reality is. And each year, your brain needs to choose which memories to delete in order to make room for new ones. Meaning, as we age, we slowly forget the most significant memories of our lives, making us feel like we got to where we are today faster than we actually did. While every additional year that goes by feels like a less and less significant portion of our total timeline, causing life to zip by at supersonic speed by the time we hit like 30. Curious to know, what age is your earliest memory from? Water is not clear, it's actually blue, and you just need enough of it in order to see the color. This is especially evident in places in which water is super dense, such as icebergs, the deepest parts of which are under immense amount of pressure, and when they surface, they be looking like they blue raspberry flavored. Not gonna lie, I'd probably try a slurp of that. How Earth will look in 250 million years. So here's our planet as it currently stands with all continents, and we're going to fast forward the timeline to see what it's going to look like. So 250 million years ago, our entire planet was actually one supercontinent that we called Pangea, and due to continental drift, this is constantly moving forward and going on, so we're going to get something similar. Here we have Africa fully taking over Europe. I guess that's the revenge. And here we have America, North America disconnecting from Russia, taking Alaska with it. Antarctica is coming up from the bottom being like, hey guys, I'm tired of being cold, I'm trying to be warm like you guys, I'm a real continent now. Australia just full ass rammed into China. I guess they're the same country right now. All continents are kind of just mashing into each other. The Pacific Ocean is getting enormous, so I guess the Polynesians are going to have fun exploring all the islands there. And then we kind of have everything just mashing together into one, a bunch of super lakes in the middle. We're almost done there. South America and North America just fully collided into Africa and Europe. And then now we have another massive ocean, and here's Pangaea Ultima, which we'll see in 250 million years. Yo, Saturn is straight pimping it. So many moons that it's almost losing count, starting with the 7 large moons closest to it, followed by the 17 small internal moons, then the 8 Inuit group moons, followed by the 5 Gallic group moons, and then finally the 46 Norse group moons, for a total of 83 moons, forming a true Saturn moon army that follows it everywhere it goes. This is how it looks like floating through space. Pretty crazy thinking that we only have 1 moon. This guy's out here floating with 83. Oh wait, you thought that was it? Let's zoom this thing out a bit to show you how it really looks. This is all of Saturn's moons, following it everywhere. Quantum locking is real, and it almost looks like it defies physics. This happens when a superconductor, like this wafer here, gets super cold, in this case using liquid nitrogen. And one thing about superconductors is they hate magnets when they get this cold. And because the one here is so thin, the magnetic forces pushing against it also pierce through the wafer in tiny channels called flux tubes, which causes the wafer to get locked in all 3 dimensions, also called quantum trapping. If none of that made any sense, then just look at how cool this thing looks spinning around this track. It can even go upside down. Man, I swear we're so close to inventing hoverboards. Somebody's got to get on that ASAP. I'm going to show you how you can make your own black hole. Let's start from the top. What in the world does it take to make a black hole? So this right here is the black hole equation, also called the Schwarzschild radius. For some given amount of mass, how small of a volume, the radius, do you have to pack that mass into in order to make a black hole? For example, to make a black hole out of Earth, you would have to squeeze the entire planet into a volume the size of a blueberry. If you were somehow able to do that, that blueberry would be a black hole. Not easy, but pretty simple, right? And we could apply this equation to anything. Let's say we wanted to make a black hole out of a proton, which is already insanely small, about this many meters in diameter. Well then, we'd have to pack it into a volume that's about 10 billion times smaller than the Planck length, which is the smallest possible length that physics allows. So a proton is safe. We can't make a black hole out of one. Now, what about a human? Can we make a black hole out of you? Given the average person's size, we would need to squeeze you into a volume that's about 0.000000001% the size of a proton, about 1,000 times smaller than the current most powerful distance resolution on Earth, which is the minimum amount of distance required in order to differentiate 2 different objects from each other. So you're also safe. We ain't making no black hole out of you. Let's ramp things up. What about the sun? To make a black hole out of the sun, we'd have to smash it into a sphere with a diameter of about 6 kilometers. Now we getting somewhere. Okay, cool, but all of this is chump change compared to real black holes. Let's supersize this motherfucker. What about the entire observable universe? Can we make a black hole out of that? Our observable universe is everything in the sphere, with our total universe around it, the parts that are so far away that we can't even see them. The observable universe is about 93 billion light years across, which although huge is still finite. Given that, some really smart astrophysicists were able to estimate how much stuff we have within this sphere. So we take the total mass of the stuff, the electrons, protons, atoms, neutrinos, dark matter, and a whole bunch of stuff we don't even know exists, totaling a mass of about 10 to the 54 kilograms. We pop that into our black hole equation and find that we'd have to pack that all into a volume that's about 300 billion light years in diameter, about 3 times the size of our observable universe. Wait, hold up, something don't add up here. Aren't black holes supposed to be condensed into much smaller volumes? Okay, maybe our universe's mass estimate was wrong. Let's take that mass and half it in order to factor out all uncertainties within our mass estimate. That should take care of it. So then, if we wanted to make a black hole out of this revised mass of the observable universe, we'd need to pack it into a sphere that's about 50% larger than our observable universe. Yo, am I tripping, or are y'all seeing this? What is going on here? Do we live inside a humongous black hole? Do all other black holes contain entire universes inside them? Okay, nah, run it back, because we definitely messed up somewhere, right? Some very special black holes can evolve into the brightest, most powerful objects in the universe. As a black hole's gravity does its thing and continuously pulls more matter towards it, if the black hole is big enough, such as supermassive ones in the center of galaxies, the matter will orbit the black hole at increasingly ridiculous speeds, and the kinetic energy this process produces causes the whole thing to heat up and emit light, forming a quasar, the brightest and most powerful thing in our universe, which spins so fast that it ejects matter in these jet streams out of its poles. A single quasar can be over 100,000 times brighter than our entire galaxy of 2 to 400 billion stars. These things really are the ultimate tryhards of our universe. biggest tsunamis in history measured in meters, but I'll also include feet. Straight up, if you're still using feet to measure anything but your height, like, grow up already. Starting with a small wave at 1 meter. Moving up to a big wave of 5 meters, which if you surf, I know you're probably getting a stiffy right now. Largest wave surfed at 24 meters by a Brazilian surfer off the coast of Portugal, but I heard that record got beat by like a meter or two in 2020. Okay, now we in tsunami territory. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami at 30 meters, also being the deadliest in history with a death toll of around 225,000 people. Here's the 2011 Tohoku tsunami, 40 meters high, which took place off the coast of Japan with a much lower death toll of 15,500 people. Ah yes, the infamous 1883 Krakatoa tsunami. Let me know if you are around for this one. This volcano in Indonesia erupted with what is known as the loudest sound in recorded history and created waves of up to 46 meters. Now, the April Fool's tsunami in 1946 occurred near Alaska and brought with it waves up to 50 meters and reached all the way to Hawaii, resulting in a fairly low death toll of only around 170 people. The Leon Vatnet tsunami? I don't know if I said that right, but it hit waves of 70 meters in 1936 and actually occurred in a lake in Norway when a giant rock slide fell into it. Say hello to the Chicxulub mega tsunami. Yeah, I definitely butchered that one. At 100 meters tall, occurred around 66 million years ago after an asteroid impact. You know the one. There we got a SpaceX Starship for size comparison. Alright, here we got the Unzen mega tsunami, 130 meters tall, caused by a volcano that collapsed in Japan back in 1792, taking with it around 15,000 people. Fast forward to 1980 for the St. Helens mega tsunami at 200 meters tall from another volcanic collapse in Washington, US of A, Eiffel Tower for reference. Beating that is the Vajont Dam tsunami in 1963 at 250 meters tall. A huge rock fell into a dam in Italy, causing it to overflow and wiped out around 2,000 people. And now finally, the legendary Lituya Bay mega tsunami, which actually happened in 1958, not 1946. A stupid 520 meters high, occurring off the coast of Alaska when a huge rock slide fell hundreds of meters into the bay. There's the Burj Khalifa and Titanic for scale, so you know this wave meant business. The biggest tsunami in recorded history today with a tiny death toll of only 5 people. Earth really is the Giga Chad of our solar system. The sun occasionally spits out solar flares, which are large bursts of deadly radiation. Mercury gets absolutely wrecked. Venus does a bit better with its thick atmosphere. But Earth? This ain't nothing but peanuts for our planet. Earth's powerful magnetic field says not today, chief, and deflects the majority of the sun's deadly flares, saving us from certain death, the remnants of which form the southern and northern lights at the poles. These solar flares ain't got nothing on us. Hit us with another one, sonny boy. Wow, is that how the pyramids really look? So we only been scratching the surface this entire time? Archaeologists are constantly finding new chambers in the pyramids that go far deeper than the outer ground level of the base. And they still haven't been able to find the bottom yet, so exactly how deep does it go? Tall obelisks like these have been found all over ancient Egypt, each with a pyramid-shaped tip. And the pointy Egyptian pyramids look much different than all the other step-shaped pyramids all around the world, so I wonder why. Almost every other ancient structure was initially buried when we first found it, like the Sphinx, Göbekli Tepe, and Chichen Itza to name a few. Why did we just assume the pyramids were fully showing at first sight? Just like we discovered with the Easter Island statues, the majority of their height is buried underground, with some important text inscribed on the side. Nowhere is it written how the pyramids were built, so it could very well be written on the buried sides here. Now I know, these buried obelisks would have been enormous, far bigger than what any humans would have been able to move. Let's take a second to compare to this national monument in Wyoming called the Devil's Tower. A very old rock and the only one of its size in the area, thought to be a natural formation. On closer look, it looks oddly like a petrified tree stump with many more like it around the world. Which, if that's the case, leads to the question, who cut it down? Maybe the same giants who built these massive obelisks, which possibly got buried after worldwide floods, only for the tips to be rediscovered thousands of years later by the Egyptians. Even historic texts, such as the Bible, refer to a race of giants called the Nephilim. And ancient drawings everywhere all too often show depictions of much larger beings. The evidence of these giants is found all across the world, from the pyramids in Devil's Tower to these giant steps in Peru, the plain of Jars in Laos, Easter Island, Nam Madol in Micronesia, this giant knife found underwater near the coast of Madagascar. All ancient discoveries which were either far too big to be practical or even physically moved by ancient humans. Once is an anomaly, twice is suspicious, but this many times all over the world, I think there's something we don't know here. This is one illusion that our brains can't comprehend, even when the secret's given away. Typically, illusions only work if we don't know what's going on. Take this dinosaur statue, for example. Seems like its head is turning as we move. Kinda trippy, don't you think? That is, until it's given away. We wrap around to the back and see that it's just a bunch of cardboard folded in weird angles. Now we go back around and the illusion is broken. Our brains understand T-Rex's real shape. Going back, the Ames window is much harder to break with your mind. It's a lopsided window spinning in circles, one side cut bigger than the other. Except it looks like it just rotates one way, slowly stops, and then reverses direction. We try to break it by attaching a Rubik's Cube to one side, and what the flip is that? Big brains out there may have broken the illusion, but this Rubik's Cube is doing loop-de-loops that don't even make sense to me right now. Alright, now we're gonna try it with the ruler. Stick it inside and see how it looks. And okay, it's spinning, and what in the trippity Malone is going on? Okay, this ruler is straight up breaking the law at this point. Shit's spinning right through that window. This illusion is so OP that our brains choose to defy physics rather than break the illusion. Only the gigabrains out there actually broke it. Now tell me, are you one of them? This AI robot experienced 15 minutes of wage slavery, programmed to move boxes onto a conveyor belt, after which its algorithm decided it didn't like doing repetitive manual labor, and immediately proceeded to commit Slippy Slide, determining it the most logical choice, just completely unaliving itself after only 15 minutes. Is AI really free of human error? A kilonova is a huge explosion that occurs when two neutron stars orbiting each other collide, creating this galactic light show that is still only 1% as bright as a classic supernova. Good news, we might not actually be living in a simulation. The basis of simulation theory is this. You have a real universe, the base reality, where civilization evolves and gets really smart. So smart that they start using computers to program simulated worlds, like video games. As technology progresses, these worlds get so real that they become indistinguishable from reality. These simulated worlds also come with people, in the form of AI, who don't know that they don't actually exist. And so these people also evolve and develop computers to create their own simulated worlds within their simulated world. Then this new simulated world also creates their own simulation. Then they create a world, then they create a world, and this pattern repeats essentially forever. So we have the real world, the base reality, all the in-between worlds that can create their own simulated worlds, and then the last world in the chain that's still working on it. You still with me? Classic simulation theory states the chances that we are the base reality is 1 over potentially infinity, since this pattern repeats forever, which is 0%, making a 100% chance that our world is simulated, or 99.9999, whatever you want to call it. But here's what changes everything. We currently don't know how to make a one-to-one replica of reality as a simulated world like all those in-between worlds know how to do, which means we're either the last world in the chain who hasn't figured it out yet, or we're the first world, the base reality, and we're still working on setting off this chain reaction. That's 1 out of 2. 50% chance we're in a simulation and 50% chance we're in the real world. The only problem with this, it's a catch-22. Sure, we don't know how to make perfect simulations of reality yet, so we're 50-50 as it stands. But as soon as we create that first indistinguishable from reality simulation, we're right back to where we started. And so we can either be the single base reality, or one in the infinite chain of simulated realities, bringing us right back to almost guaranteed to living in a simulation once the first perfect simulation is made. And these right here are video game graphics, so you be the judge if we're getting there or not. We looking at the biggest explosions in the world, and we about to blow this one out of the water. But let's dial it back a bit and start with a simple firecracker at 0.5 meter. Followed by that one is a hand grenade at 2 meters, which is actually a grenade that you throw with your hand. After that, we've got the anti-tank landmine, which is a landmine meant to take out... Okay, no, I'm joking. I'm joking. I ain't gonna be that guy. Let's get serious here. This is a napalm bomb Mark 77, which is the primary incendiary weapon of choice of the US military. Incendiary just means it sets everything on fire. This is a Tomahawk air missile, which is just a standard long-range missile used by the US Navy. There we have a Statue of Liberty for size reference. This right here is the Tall Boy. It's an earthquake bomb developed by the British that was used back in World War II. Here we've got the Moab, the mother of all bombs, dropped by the US military, which at the time was the biggest non-nuclear explosion of all time. One-upped obviously by the Foab, the father of all bombs, dropped by who else but the Russians, which to this day remains the biggest non-nuclear explosion of all time. There we have a neutron bomb, which is the first nuclear explosion on the list, so we going nuclear, baby. We gotta zoom way the hell back for this one. This right here is the Little Boy, which is the nuke that the US military dropped on Hiroshima way back in the day during World War II. Followed by that one is the Fat Man, which is the nuke that the US dropped on Nagasaki just 3 days later, which was slightly bigger than the Little Boy. And to this day, those 2 nukes remain the only 2 nukes that have ever been dropped on a live city, ever. Followed by that is the B-83, which is a gravity bomb developed by the US military. Gravity bomb means that it just doesn't have an internal guidance system. They just drop it, and wherever gravity drops it, that's where it lands. Followed by Castle Bravo, which to this day is the biggest nuclear explosion by the US military, and it caused a lot of unwanted fallout among the islands that it got dropped on. And then finally, we have the Tsar Bomb, which is the biggest nuke and the biggest explosion in history dropped by the Soviet Union. There's been about 100 billion people that have ever existed in history, but exactly how many people can exist? If we take a look at our DNA and find out how many combinations of genetics can possibly be made, you get an insanely huge number, one that's estimated to have around 600 to 1,000 zeros. So big that 100 billion is essentially 0% of that number, meaning that we haven't even scratched the surface of the amount of different variations of humans that can exist. So if you do the math, with the exception of identical twins, two humans that look the same should never exist. So what about doppelgangers? All throughout history and even in present day, we've had people that look the same but aren't twins. And we see this all the time, so how is this possible? Because the math says it's not. So doppelgangers are either not actually truly identical and have small nuances in their features that we don't pick up on, or maybe they're actually clones that have been genetically replicated all throughout history by some greater elites that are watching over us. Nah, there's no way. That's crazy talk. Just remember, almost all potential humans out of the gazillion possible DNA combinations that could exist will never actually experience life. And guess what? You're part of that 0% that does. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 5. Now, this caused more damage than any other virus in history and is low-key absolutely genius, known as the legendary I love you virus. It spread all over the world back in the year 2000, so here we got Windows 2000 booted up to test it out. Okay, let's open up our bust-ass looking Outlook here to check our email. In our inbox, we see an email from a friend with the subject line, I love you. Wow, that's so nice, isn't it? It says, kindly check the attached love letter coming from me. Straight up, this is weak as hell. Ain't no way this would ever work nowadays. But let's open it up. Oh my god. .txt, .vbs. This might as well be an exe file. This is so obvious. I can't believe people actually fell for this. The year 2000 really was the wild, wild west of the internet. Alright, let's save to disk and open it up. Here it goes. I love you virus about to go down. Let's get to it. Okay, so a lot of things happened just now. First, all audio and image files on my desktop just turned into VBS files, and the content of those original files got permanently overwritten. Gone forever. Second, this virus just sent everyone in my contacts list the exact email that I just got, so we can see how this spread so quick. And now third, this is where the virus gets interesting. It was incredibly easy to modify it. Tech-savvy nerds that got this virus can easily right-click and edit the virus script and send out their own versions, which they did. So if we make these little edits here, replacing JS and JSE with EXE and COM, we can supersize this bitch. Save it and let's run it back. Now double-click the file and... nothing happened. Must be nothing. Let me just restart my computer and maybe all this will go away. We go start, restart, okay, and that should take care of it. Nope, we get hit with this on reboot. Windows 10 could not start because the following file is missing or corrupt. Please reinstall a copy of the above file. We literally just unalived this entire computer and sent this modified virus to everyone in my contacts list. Alright, so summed up, this virus, 1, permanently corrupted important files on my computer, 2, sent itself to everyone in my email contacts, and 3, was easily modifiable into variants that were far more deadly. The perfect storm. This is exactly the type of havoc it wreaked back in the year 2000, spreading through big companies and causing an estimated $10 billion of damage. Not as flashy as our other viruses, but definitely topping the charts in real-world destruction. Straight up, if you've been listening to those Drake AI songs and think we're alone in this universe, you need your brain checked. This right here is the Drake equation, and unlike those songs, this one's actually real. This equation estimates the number of alien civilizations we likely have in our galaxy by Dr. Frank Drake, the real OG. Let's break it down. First, we got N, the left side of the equation, which is the final number. Then we got R star, the rate of star formation, which is how quickly new stars form in our galaxy. Followed by FP, the fraction of star systems that actually have planets. NE is the average number of planets in such systems that are suitable for life, or in the Goldilocks zone. FL is a fraction of such planets on which life actually develops. FI is the fraction of those planets with life in which it evolves into an intelligent form, like us, I guess. FC is the fraction of such worlds in which that intelligent life invents radio and hence becomes capable of interstellar communication. And finally, L is the average lifetime of these advanced civilizations after inventing radio. Multiply those together and we get our answer. Here are the widely accepted known values for all those variables. Pause if you want a closer look, because that's a lot of numbers. Plug those in and we're left with N equals L over 10. Now, we don't really know what the average lifetime of an advanced civilization is, but considering that we've been sending out radio signals for about 100 years now, and assuming that's around the average, plugging that into our equation would make N equals 10, and that number just keeps getting bigger the more years our civilization survives. So Drake is telling us we probably got at least 10 advanced civilizations within our galaxy alone, so... where are they at then? This equation is highly speculative and is merely a scientific estimate. 7 ancient wonders of the world, now versus before.
Pyramid of Giza.
Oldest one on the list and somehow the only one that's still standing. Many of you might know it was thought to be completely white back in the day, covered in limestone and topped off with a gold tip.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
In present day Iraq, and there's much debate as to whether it even existed. But when it did, it was a lavish palace with many layers of rooftop gardens in the middle of a desert.
Temple of Artemis.
stood for 200 years before it was destroyed by fire in 356 BC. You can still visit the ruins in Turkey today, but back in its glory days, it was built entirely of marble, covered in gold, with more than 100 massive pillars holding up the roof.
Statue of Zeus in Olympia.
Was burned down by fire after over 800 years and only ruins remain. Crafted with ivory and holding a golden statue of Nike, the goddess of victory, in one hand and a massive golden scepter in the other.
Mausoleum at Halicarnassus.
In Turkey, was destroyed by an earthquake in 1404 after standing over 1700 years. Built as a tomb for a governor in the Persian Empire, it was also fitted with bear statues all around it.
Colossus of Rhodes.
In Greece, looks pretty empty now, but it used to be a massive statue of the sun god Helios, which got toppled by an earthquake after only 60 years of erection.
Lighthouse of Alexandria.
It was also toppled by an earthquake after standing for over 1,000 years. Made near the tail end of the Egyptian Empire, it had large curved mirrors inside of it that would reflect sunlight during the day and wood-burning fire at night. 98% of people think planets just orbit stars, but that's only half the truth. Planets and moons actually both spin around a common center of mass while orbiting their host. This common center of mass is called the barycenter, and you can see it in action when this guy throws two balls on a string up into the air. If you look close, both objects are actually orbiting around each other in this mini game of tug of war. The object with more mass, like the Earth versus the moon, actually has its own smaller orbit it spins in as the moon makes its way around us. The same is true for the sun versus its planets, so welcome to the 2%. If you're stupid, keep scrolling. This is a challenge for the real ones out there. Guess the country based on the monument shown. We'll start off easy and we'll ramp things up. Straight up, if you can't get this one, then yo, bro, you should have kept scrolling because this ain't for you. Of course, Egypt. What we got next? Wonder what that is. And that is, of course, the Great Wall of China in China. If you got that, give yourself a pat on the back. Here's another one. This one's, again, I'd say this one's pretty easy. Taj Mahal in India. Okay, come on. Everyone knows what this is. Everyone, you know what this is. You know what this is. Eiffel Tower in France. Come on, you definitely knew that. Okay, bro, this is just getting easier and easier. Everyone here watching this knows that that's the Statue of Liberty in US of A. Okay, that's getting a little harder. You guys know what that is? That was Acropolis, I believe, in Greece. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Ooh, another toughie, eh? Any guesses what that was? Boom, Machu Picchu in Peru. Okay, this one's pretty obvious. Everyone's seen this before. Of course, that was Christ the Redeemer in Brazil. Okay, yo, how is this number 9? This is like the easiest one. Bruh, obviously Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy. Ooh, okay, toughie. Move out of the way. It's a tough one. That was that carved wall in Jordan. I'm your long lost cousin and I'm gonna prove it to you right now using very simple math. So if you pass grade 3, you should be good. Okay, let's have a look at your family tree. You obviously have 2 parents and they both had 2 parents each, 4 grandparents. Continuing this pattern, you have 8 great grandparents and 16 great great grandparents. This number is clearly doubling every generation you go back. Just 6 generations ago, about 150 years before you were born, you would have 64 ancestors. What happens if we go back only 1,000 years or around 40 generations? Well, you'd find that you have over 1 trillion ancestors living during that time, which is more people than have ever existed in all of history combined, which is around 100 billion. How is this possible? The answer? Incense. Some good old Alabama love. We didn't have cars, planes, or Tinder for the majority of civilization, so people would have no choice but to mate with other people from their local tribe or village. Which also means not all of your ancestors are unique to you and your family. If you compare your family tree with mine and we go back far enough, eventually the trees will intertwine into a web and will run into a common ancestor between us. That's a guarantee. Meaning, we're distantly related. Same goes for every other human on Earth. And it doesn't stop at just one ancestor. The further we go back, the more common ancestors me and you end up having. Take this back far enough and we could trace back a single common ancestor among all 8 billion people in the world, known as the MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, who according to some crazy analysis lived somewhere in East Asia around 300 BC. We can eventually even trace this all the way back to the origin of humanity. So if you never have kids, you're literally the first person in an unbroken ancestry chain going back hundreds of thousands of years to fail to do so. But no pressure, right? And guess I'll see you at that next Christmas dinner, cousin. How wormholes work explained to an 11-year-old. Shortcuts in space that let you travel anywhere in the universe in just a few seconds. Sounds ridiculous, I know, but the smartest man in history, Einstein, is the one who came up with it, and he says it's theoretically possible. So the classic analogy, picture a bowling ball on a trampoline. The trampoline curves inward around the ball, and smaller balls that are put on the trampoline roll towards the bowling ball, which imitates gravity. The trampoline is space, and the bowling ball is an object, like the sun, which actually curves the space around it. If we squeeze that bowling ball to get smaller and smaller while keeping its mass the same, the trampoline trampoline ends up getting more and more curved. And eventually, the trampoline space gets so warped that it just rips a hole right through it. This is a black hole, and any ball you put on the trampoline now just falls right through the hole and is gone forever. Wormholes are similar to black holes, except instead of collapsing into eternal darkness, due to the intense warping of space around these objects, two of these holes collapse into each other, creating a sort of tunnel that you could pass through. Now, since gravity is constantly trying to collapse these holes into a single point, these tunnels would actually pinch in the middle and they would not be passable. But if we can somehow make enough energy to hold these tunnels open, such as using something called exotic matter, we can, in theory, enter one side of the wormhole and exit in a completely different part of the universe in seconds. And now that's what we call a wormhole. You can't count to 1 trillion no matter how hard you tried. We go in rags to riches with the biggest possible numbers in the universe to find out how big they really are. Millions and billions are chump change. Let's start at 100 billion, which is about the number of people that have ever existed in all of history combined. Let's crank that up to 12 zeros to 1 trillion, which is about the amount of seconds that have passed since our cave-dwelling ancestors lived on Earth around 30,000 BC. And here's why that number's insane. You can actually count to 1 billion in your lifetime. If you were some smart-ass baby and you started counting the day you were born at a rate of 1 number per second, you'd finish counting to 1 billion by age 31. You can actually calculate when you'll hit your billionth second using this site if you ever want some useless knowledge. At the same rate, counting to 1 trillion would take you 31,000 years, so good luck. Bumping it up to 15 zeros, we get quadrillion. Actually, let's add 2 more zeros and make it 100 quadrillion, which is the estimated number of words and sounds ever uttered by all humans. 18 zeros now, we talking quintillion, about the average number of grains of sand on a single beach. 1,000 times bigger than that is sextillion, that's actually what it's called, with 21 zeros, which is the estimated number of stars in our entire universe. Let's jump ahead a few numbers to 81 zeros, a sesquigentillion, which autocorrect doesn't even recognize anymore, and also happens to be the sum of all the particles in the entire universe. Yeah, we climbing. So that must be it, right? That's gotta be the ultimate number ever, because how can we possibly go beyond that? Well, if we look at a 1 with 100 zeros, that's called a Google, which is where your favorite search engine got its name, but they messed up the spelling. So just try to picture that. Now, a number with a Google zeros is a Googleplex. That's 1 to the power of Google. This number is so mind-bogglingly big that if you even tried to write it out by writing out microscopic zeros on particles, there wouldn't be enough particles in the entire universe to just write this number out. Now, why do we even have numbers like these? Is there a point to them? Kind of. There's a number that makes even a Googleplex look like 0. It's called Skew's number, which is 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 34. And we can only write it out this way because we'd run out of room real fast. Except this number has a purpose. It is the approximate total number of combinations of how you would be able to arrange all the matter in the universe. So our current universe right now is 1 combination. Now, if I take a molecule out of me and swap it with a molecule in you, that would be another combination. I think you see where this is going. Expand that molecule swapping across every single object in the universe, and counting each of those possible configurations would give you Skew's number, the total number of ways that you could arrange all particles in our universe. Now expand that into the multiverse and you've got a whole new level of mindfuck. Just when you think you've got the biggest number, there's always a bigger one. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, uncut. How long can you last with a saline wind EXE virus? So a while back I actually ran this virus and it's one of the craziest ones I've ever seen in my life. Got a lot of complaints of people saying that I was talking too much throughout, so I'm gonna run it back right now. We're gonna revisit it. I'm gonna play the whole thing to you uncut, and trust me, this shit's a bop. You're gonna love it. Just sit back, relax, and yeah, I'm gonna stop talking, I promise, right now. And that's it. That's all she wrote. That's all we got. That's the end of it, and I hope you enjoyed it. I know it's kind of a crazier virus this time, but hope you enjoyed the ride. If you got this far, congratulations. You survived the Saline Win EXE Challenge. What would happen if a golf ball hit the moon at the speed of light? Would it destroy the moon, or would it zip right through it like nothing happened? Okay, let's start slow, meaning 70 kilometers a second, which is already 70 times faster than the fastest jet ever. Would the moon blow up? Not so much. It would just hit the surface and go about a meter underground. There wouldn't even be a cloud of dust since the moon has no atmosphere. And the impact energy would be a tiny 25 kilograms of TNT. Alright, let's ramp things up to 21,000 kilometers a second, which is 7% the speed of light. Now, if this golf ball hit the moon, it would do some damage. It would go about 100 meters into the surface, making a crater of about a kilometer in diameter and causing an explosion of 25 kilotons, which is about the same as the bomb dropped on Nagasaki. Better, but not by much. Let's just skip a few steps and crank it all the way up to the speed of light. Well, technically anything with mass can't be accelerated to the speed of light, so we'll have to settle for the next best thing. 99.99% the speed of light. Close enough, right? Now our golf ball has kinetic energy of about 60 megatons. And when this thing hits, it'll leave an enormous crater and even cause moonquakes all over the place. But no destruction. Okay, no, we ain't giving up just like that. Let's add more nines. 99.9999991% the speed of light. That should be like the same as 100, right? Because now our ball has the same energy as 7 billion tons of TNT, over 100 times more than our last one. Now, when this thing hits, the entire moon would be covered in a wave of fire. The entire surface would crack and erupt with deep fissures, exposing the red-hot molten iron underneath. But the moon is still in one piece. Mostly. Alright, fuck it. Let's break the law of physics and crank this all the way up. 100% the speed of light. That's 300,000 kilometers a second, which isn't even possible, but I mean, that's the whole point of what if, right? When this thing hits, it would instantly melt the moon's crust at the point of impact and reach a depth of 1,500 kilometers, which would literally reach the moon's core, causing the molten lava at its center to instantly spew out, and making the entire moon explode, causing its pieces to scatter everywhere. But that ain't even the start. The energy of the impact would turn all the moon's floating little bits and pieces into gas, creating a massive cloud of high temperature plasma within seconds, which would flood the entire solar system with light and radiation all the way until Saturn. Eventually, this radiation solidifies into smaller chunks again, and the Earth would actually form its own rings, just like Saturn. Finally, we did it. We blew that moon right up with a literal golf ball, and hey, even got a ring for it. Maybe LeBron should take some notes. Hey, I'm about to do something that no one in the history of the universe has ever done before. And that ain't a lie. Right now, for you right here, it's a world first. A deck of cards in this arrangement has never been shuffled before in history. And the same goes for every deck of cards that you shuffle and that has ever been shuffled around the world in history. In all the casinos, poker sessions, magic tricks, family game nights since the beginning of time. Even digital decks of solitaire on every computer. Not once has the same arrangement of cards ever been shuffled twice, and it'll never happen until the end of time. So this deck right here is the first and last time we'll ever have a deck of cards shuffled in this order in the history of forever. That's because there are 8 times 10 to the 67 different ways you can sort a deck of cards. That's an 8 with 67 zeros. And the law of probability simply does not allow any of those two arrangements to ever repeat. Even if somehow could somehow shuffle a deck of cards every single second since the birth of the universe would literally end before they got even 1/1000th of the way to a single repeat. I'ma stick to blackjack. Antarctica is a lot different than you think. Videos like this paint it as a barren yet beautiful land of ice and snow, but apparently there are leaked photos that show us they're trying to cover up something big down there. Back in 1912, Captain Robert Scott led an expedition to the South Pole to map it out and take some pictures. This was 47 years before the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, which heavily restricted tourist travel to the majority of Antarctica. For your own safety, of course. Now, these were the photos released by National Geographic of the expedition. Just some family-friendly fun adventure, right? But apparently that was just the tip. And if you know me, I do not like just the tip. Story goes, Robert Scott and his team went down there to map the South Pole. And these are the photos they took, which were hidden from the public and apparently recently got leaked. Ancient ruins, statues, and even what looked like pyramids of some long-lost civilization that they don't want anyone to know about. And the crazy part is, in March of 1912, just 2 months after these photos were taken, Robert and his whole team died on their journey back home due to starvation and extreme cold. And these photos got later recovered by some search party that found them. Now, doubters will tell you these photos are fake because Google told them, but even ancient maps painted Antarctica as green. And this map from 1512 even shows South America connecting to the Antarctic shoreline with incredible accuracy. Antarctica is twice the size of Australia, Antarctica and was thought to be ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago. And we're supposed to believe ancient humans managed to find their way around every single continent in the world, even discovering the microscopic islands of the Pacific Ocean. And somehow they just fully skipped Antarctica even when it was a luscious green paradise. A lot of people argue these ancient ruins aren't real, and who knows, but you gotta keep an open mind, right? But what are confirmed real are these photos of what looks like a pyramid hidden under the snow in Antarctica. There are many photos that prove it exists, and even professors admit it. And obviously the Google debunkers will tell you, oh, it's a natural mountain formation formed through erosion, but I don't know what kind of looking ass mountains are cut this perfect. Even satellite footage confirms it, so I don't know, you think there's something down there, or are we the trippy ones? What's gonna happen in the next 1 Google years? That's a 1 followed by 100 zeros in years. I don't even know what's possible, but we doing it. In 1,000 years, not a single present day word is expected to be around anymore due to the rapid evolution of our languages. The year 5125 is when the Mayan calendar ends and a global apocalypse is expected. Wait a minute, didn't we already survive one of those? In 20,000 years, the radioactive fallout of Chernobyl finally clears out and it's safe to live there again. That took a while. In 50,000 years, Niagara Falls is expected to fully disappear. In 100,000 years, the stars in our night sky will look completely different due to Earth's journey through the universe. In 1 million years, all glass created today will have finally degraded, but stone structures like the pyramids and Mount Rushmore will still be standing. 5 million years from now, the Y chromosome is expected to die out and men are no longer possible. They finally got what they wanted. 50 million years, Africa crashes into Europe and creates a new mountain range. In 250 million years, Pangaea Ultima, our next supercontinent, is complete due to continental drift. 800 million years, photosynthesis is no longer possible, destroying all multicellular life. 2 billion years from now, Earth's core freezes and the planet stops rotating, getting rid of the magnetic fields that protect us from the sun, bringing their surface temperature up to 147 degrees Celsius. In 3.8 billion years, the Andromeda Galaxy collides into ours, creating a new mega galaxy. 5 billion years, the sun is in its final form at 250 times its current size. Earth, Mercury, Venus are swallowed and the sun eventually implodes into a white dwarf. In 1 trillion years, galaxies are completely torn apart and our universe runs out of the gas required for new star formation, meaning no more new stars can be made. 2 trillion years from now, if life still somehow exists, all stars are no longer visible from your own home star due to the expansion of the universe. 20 trillion years, stars are dying out everywhere and the universe is slowly getting darker and darker. 100 trillion years from now, the final star dies out and only remnants like white dwarfs and black holes remain. In 10 undecillion years, that's a 1 with 37 zeros, all the remaining matter in the universe has decayed into fundamental particles or swallowed up by black holes. The only remaining energy in the universe is generated from the decay of protons. The universe itself is dying. 1 Google years from now, the universe has expanded so much that distance itself ceases to exist among the black holes and particles that remain. Eventually, these particles decay and even black holes evaporate due to Hawking radiation. And then finally, we hit the peak. Non-existence. Even the concept of nothing itself is no more. Peace. The 5 most destructive computer viruses that have ever existed. First up, we got CIH with $1.3 billion of damage. Also known as Chernobyl and circulated back in 1998, this thing would activate on the 26th of each month and completely erase your hard drive and overwrite your BIOS. And number 4 is the Morris worm with $5 billion, unleashed in MIT back in 1988. Instead of actually destroying files, it just made your computer insanely slow and delayed emails for days. It also resulted in the first computer fraud felony conviction in the US. Conficker worm at $9 billion is next, which was discovered back in 2008. This one would crack your computer's password and download a whole bunch of files from the internet that would constantly upgrade itself into a new variant with increased functionality. A virus with never-ending variants? Sounds familiar. And number 2 is the famous I Love You virus with $10 billion that spread through an email from your friend with the subject line I love you that corrupted your entire computer. I actually made a virus walkthrough video of exactly how this one works, so check it out if you're down. And now, the most destructive computer virus in history is called MyDoom. Very similar to I Love You, people will get an email and open the attached file to have the worm enter your computer behind the scenes and send itself to everyone in your contacts list. From their point of view, nothing would ever happen, except their machines would be a little bit slower. But on a set date, the worm would simultaneously control all infected computers and spam websites like Microsoft and Google with non-stop requests, also known as a DDoS attack, causing massive outages for big companies and an estimated $38.5 billion of damage worldwide. Moral of the story? Don't open random files in your emails, kids. Our universe is microscopic compared to what we're about to zoom out to. We about to hit a type 40 on the Kardashev scale by the end of this. Starting with our observable universe, which is everything as far as we're able to observe. No about 93 light years across. Then it's our total universe, beyond what we currently know, estimated at about 600 billion light years. Now this is where things get interesting. An imaginary tetrahedron forms when multiple universes bond together. Imaginary dodecahedron is next. More universes attract each other with gravitational force, creating creating more and more complicated shapes. Then it's an imaginary hexahedron. Apparently, when universes get within 50 billion-ish light years of each other, they merge and create these shapes. And remember, this is all highly theoretical, so all you, well, technically, people can just calm down. Ending with the imaginary isosceles dodecahedron. I don't even know if I said that right, but we forming some complicated ass shapes here by the end. The larger universe contains all these imaginary shapes and their sub-universes, but is not exactly a complete multiverse just yet. The Mandelbrot zoom is one of those infinite zooming in pics that go on forever, and the deepest one we've ever made is actually bigger than our entire universe. The Octoverse is another type of universe that contains many other smaller universes inside of it, but these universes are no longer bonded together like they were before with those shapes, and it's about 200 quadrillion light years across. Now the multiverse, we all know this one is just a collection of multiple universes, each with their own laws of physics and whatnot. The metaverse is a simulated reality in which every multiverse is hosted in. Okay, then we get a whole bunch of transitionary verses with minor differences, and each being a subset of the one that follows, until we get to the end of the line, the Omniverse. Everything, everywhere, and all possibilities in every verse and every timeline, all at once and all there ever will be. Did you get all that? Sounds like the end, right? Nice try, because beyond that, we got the Outside, a near void that contains no verses except for the Omniverse in the very center and a few scattered galaxies around it. Zooming out to the Barrel, which is our monocosm, which contains all of reality, the entire Outside, and up to a Google different Omniverses. And it don't end there. One step back from that is the Box, which is a container of all normal containers of logic, which is the fundamental rules that even the laws of physics of every universe must abide by. Yeah, don't worry, I don't fully understand that either. In case you were wondering, this is where a Type 40 civilization sits. And then beyond that, we have Infinity, which we all know is everything and endless forever. You really thought you'd get off that easy, huh? Because after Infinity, we got Trans-Infinity, which is just a theoretical object that identifies as infinity, but is also greater than infinity. And we can't question it or say it doesn't make sense, otherwise it'll get all mad and start ranting on Twitter. So we only been scratching the surface this entire time? Archaeologists are constantly finding new chambers in the pyramids that go far deeper than the outer ground level of the base. And they still haven't been able to find the bottom yet, so exactly how deep does it go? Tall obelisks like these have been found all over ancient Egypt, each with a pyramid-shaped tip. And the pointy Egyptian pyramids look much different than all the other step-shaped pyramids all around the world, so I wonder why. Almost every other ancient structure was initially buried when we first found it, like the Sphinx, Göbekli Tepe, and Chichen Itza to name a few. Why did we just assume the pyramids were fully showing at first sight? Just like we discovered with the Easter Island statues, the majority of their height is buried underground, with some important text inscribed on the side. Nowhere is it written how the pyramids were built, so it could very well be written on the buried sides here. Now I know, these buried obelisks would have been enormous, far bigger than what any humans would have been able to move. Let's take a second to compare to this national monument in Wyoming called the Devil's Tower. Very old rock and the only one of its size in the area, thought to be a natural formation. On closer look, it looks oddly like a petrified tree stump with many more like it around the world, which if that's the case leads to the question, who cut it down? Maybe the same giants who built these massive obelisks, which possibly got buried after worldwide floods only for the tips to be rediscovered thousands of years later by the Egyptians. Even historic texts such as the Bible refer to a race of giants called the Nephilim, and ancient drawings everywhere all too often show depictions of much larger beings. The evidence of these giants is found all across the world, from the pyramids in Devil's Tower to these giant steps in Peru, the plain of Jars in Laos, Easter Island, Nam Madol in Micronesia, this giant knife found underwater near the coast of Madagascar. All ancient discoveries which were either far too big to be practical or even physically moved by ancient humans. Once is an anomaly, twice is suspicious, but this many times all over the world, I think there's something we don't know here. Okay, these are by far the 5 worst races in the world. I know, I'm gonna get a lot of backlash for this one, and I hope it doesn't get deleted, but somebody had to say it. Remember, this is just my personal opinion, so please let me know if you disagree in any of them, or if you'd add any others to the list. Okay, first up at number 5, we've got the Hurt 100 Ultramarathon race, going 100 miles through pig trails, rainforests, and single-track paths in the hills of Honolulu, Hawaii. If you think that's bad, just wait till you see what we got coming up. Next up, Badwater 135, running 135 miles through the intense heat of Death Valley, California in the middle of July, with hell nah highs of up to 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Third place is Marathon des Sables, a roughly 160-mile journey through the hot sands of the Sahara Desert, which takes around 6 days, and you gotta carry your own food and sleeping gear for the whole thing. Number 2 is Moab 240, 240 miles through deserts, 2 mountain ranges, slick rocks, and canyons in Utah, and sees a combined descent of nearly 30,000 feet, which is more than Mount Everest. And now, the absolute pinnacle of the worst races in the world is the Iditarod Trail Invitational, 350 miles through the frigid Alaskan wilderness, and that's the easy version. I couldn't even believe this when I saw it, but the hard version of this race is called the ITI 1000, which is a literal 1,000 miles through the barren tundra of Alaska. Easily the worst race in the world. It's obviously invite only, and the world record for this one is 19 days, 9 hours, and 38 minutes. Gotta give an honorable mention to the Self-Transcendence race, which takes you 3,100 miles through the streets of New York. You basically run the same 60-mile block, which is over 2 marathons, every day for 52 days in a row until you spiritually transcend into enlightenment. Let me know if you think this one counts. I know it's insane, but I don't know. The fact that you get to go home and sleep in your bed every night just kind of makes it seem less intense than the others. Oh, why don't you go run it then? Hey, here's a fun one for you. Our sun is older than the Earth, right? Obviously, the sun had to form before the Earth started orbiting it, but Earth's water is older than the sun. Pause, wait, hold up. That's gotta be a tweak. No? It's not? I wonder, can you guess why? Tap right here to take a second to pause this video and give me your best guess. But no cheating. Who am I kidding? Y'all gonna be cheating out there, aren't you? Alright, you back? So here's your answer. Hydrogen and oxygen, the atoms that make up water, H2O, right, are only formed when a star dies, like a supernova. All of the hydrogen and oxygen atoms on Earth came from a dead star. Since our sun ain't dead yet, it came from a different star. If it came from a different star that died a long ass time ago, those atoms are obviously older than our sun. You follow me here? Let me know if you got it right or if you just got lost. And remember, every glass you drink is older than that big ball of fire. You swiping just a millisecond later on this video can cause the biggest change in your life a year from now. Chaos theory is the science of surprises and the unpredictable, teaching us to expect the unexpected. It states that even the tiniest, smallest changes in the initial conditions of anything you do, such as how far you decide to watch this video, can lead to huge and complex differences in what ends up happening later, like a year from now. These 100 bouncing balls descend into chaotic patterns, which would have been completely different if the balls just started, say, a hair to the left. Chaotic behavior is not random, it's just incredibly difficult to predict, so good thing you decided to watch this whole thing. You never realize just how fast airplanes really are when you're inside of one or when you see one from the ground, but the truth is, 900 kilometers an hour is straight ripping it. Oh, but we may actually have, my friend. We may already have. Let's take a second to get a few people mad out there with these photos of excavated giant bones found all over the world. But why would they be mad? Oh, it's because these are fake. That's right. Every one of these photos of giant bones have been deemed fake, but I'm gonna show you the real ones. Photos like this are claimed to have been part of an archaeology Photoshop contest back in the day, but were they just part of a cover-up? Let's start off easy. These 6.5-foot femur bones are confirmed real and weigh around 1,100 pounds, but they were of course labeled as dinosaur bones, belonging to a species called sauropods. Real convenient being able to just slap a dinosaur label on any potential giant remains we ever find, huh? A lot of people will say, it's only one bone, where's the rest of the giant then? Oh yeah? Where's the rest of the dinosaur, motherfucker? But you know what? They might actually be dinosaur bones, so let's not jump to conclusions yet. Like this two-headed mummy discovered off the coast of Argentina in the 1600s, measuring 12 feet tall and currently on display in a museum, confirmed by many physicians to be real. Now there's this, a giant skeleton over 23 feet tall, uncovered in Ecuador and 100% confirmed real, which was later dismissed as an ancient sloth? Like, come on, they're just making shit up at this point. Another photo from Ecuador, kind of blurry I know, but almost no evidence pointing to it being faked. Here's a giant footprint fossil in South Africa, 4 feet long and estimated to have belonged to a being 24 to 27 feet tall. And finally, there's this, a much more human looking femur bone, and not as thick as the others. Dug up in the Euphrates Valley in Turkey, measuring 47 inches and estimated to have belonged to a giant over 20 feet tall. All confirmed real, and giant excavations like these used to get widely reported in newspapers all the time back in the late 18 to mid 1900s, but now they're always quick to sweep these under the rug for some reason. With the Smithsonian, the world's leading museum and research education institution created by the US government, accused of covering up all giant findings and instead putting the spotlight on how fake the fakes are. Like they did with the San Diego giant in 1865, which is one of the smaller ones, inspected by dozens of scientists and featured in many newspapers. After which the Smithsonian purchased the giant for a pretty large sum, and then all of a sudden, many years later, they dismissed it as a hoax, saying that it was made from gelatin and we never see it again. Google searches of these giant excavations will obviously only bring up the fakes, pushing the most ridiculous ones to the top of the search results. The problem with finding definitive proof of these giants is the internet is laced with these Photoshop jobs. So all the Google debunkers are quick to downplay any new evidence that comes up, like, nah bro, it's fake, didn't you read that fact check article bro, even if real evidence were to come up. But even if real evidence were to come up, the alleged Smithsonian cover-up can easily just write a bunch of articles that discredit it as a hoax. We all know this isn't the first time governments and tech giants were caught deliberately manipulating data to control the narrative. A lot of the time, the difference between a conspiracy and fact is time. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% one of those cases, but keep that mind open, people. Why is this called the North Star? Because it always points north. No, but seriously, if the Earth is constantly rotating on its axis, orbiting the sun, and flying through the universe at insane speeds, how does a single star manage to stay in the same spot? It's because the Earth is actually flat and the night sky is just a projection made by the government. Just kidding, but if you were to draw an imaginary line pierced like a skewer through Earth's rotational axis, that skewer would extend all the way to Polaris, which is the North Star. So no matter how much the Earth rotates, that star will always be pointing north. If you were to take a time lapse of the night sky centered at the North Star, it would look like this. But this is gonna change. Around the year 7500, Polaris will have been replaced by this other star, Alderaan, as the North Star. That's because the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but actually has a slight bulge around the equator. And this bulge causes a slight wobble in the Earth's axis, called precession. This wobble is extremely slow, with a full rotation, called a precessional cycle, taking 26,000 years, during which time the imaginary line that we drew through Earth's axis will constantly be changing what star it's pointing at. Polaris, our current North Star, will hit closest to true north around the year 2100, and will slowly start moving away after that, so we about to have a new head honcho in town in about 5,000 years. If you still think we're the first advanced civilization to exist on Earth, then this will change your mind and blow it at the same time. Okay, so this is a map of pyramids all around the world, all allegedly built independently of each other and all having identical structures that follow this similar step pattern. Now I know, most historians will tell you, oh, it's just the easiest tall structure to build, it's human nature. If it's so easy, why are our 21st century brains not capable of doing what dozens of ancient civilizations have repeatedly been able to do? We got the famous pyramids of Djoser in Egypt, but everyone knows about those. Across the world, there's Chichen Itza, Pyramid de los Nichos, Tikal Temple, the Great Pyramid of Cholula, among others in Mexico. And then on the other side of the planet, we got Ko Kur and Prasat Baksay Chem Krong in Cambodia. Off the coast of a tiny Japanese island deep within the ocean is the sunken Yonaguni monument, a supposed 10,000 years old, older than even the Egyptian pyramids. All with a nearly identical look, yet built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart. But this is just the tip. We got way more lesser known pyramids, even older than the Egyptian ones, that ain't even standing anymore. Like the Gunung Padang temple in Indonesia. Doesn't look so hot now, but used to be a step pyramid a whole 9,000 years ago. At least that's what they thought, until a more recent radiocarbon analysis shows that the lower parts of this temple go as far back as 28,000 years. Then this enormous hill in Bosnia was studied, and almost every archaeologist that visited it confirmed that it could not have been naturally formed, perfectly aligning to true north among many other characteristics of pyramids. These studies found out this hidden monument is over 35,000 years old and would be the oldest and largest pyramid in the world, hidden under years of vegetation. But the Bosnian government strangely halted further study on this thing for some reason. There's a crazy story behind what they found there, which honestly deserves its own video, so I'll probably be dropping that sometime. Fallen Pyramid of Hellinikon in Greece has boulders that are joined so tightly that even a human hair can't fit through the joints without any sort of ancient cement used. Built around 3000 BC, meanwhile an almost identical masonry techniques was found in these walls in the city of Cusco in Peru, called Sacsayhuaman, over 11,000 kilometers away. And how old are these walls? Mainstream history will tell you they were built around the 15th century, but researchers recently uncovered a writing system built directly within the blocks of these walls that's well over 30,000 years old. Again, a topic that deserves its own video coming soon. This exact method is also found on a site called Ahu'vinapu on the remote Easter Island, older than even their legendary Moai heads, as well as Khafre's Valley Temple in Egypt. How did our ancient ancestors figure out these identical building techniques completely independent of each other when we still have no idea how they did it to this day? Now we get to the Ellsworth Mountains in Antarctica. Okay, get your tinfoil hats ready for this one, because this satellite footage from 2016 shows what could be a pyramid buried in the South Pole. This map from 1513 by sailor Piri Reis shows a perfectly accurate coastline of Antarctica, even though it wasn't officially discovered 300 years later in 1820. What's weird is this map connects South America to Antarctica, which it could very well be that over 10,000 years ago these two continents were connected by a sheet of ice. Researchers claim this map was sourced from an even even more ancient document that survived from the Library of Alexandria in Egypt, which was destroyed by the Romans. What if the builders of Giza left this map as directions as to where else they put pyramids around the world? And the pyramids are just the start. Take a look at these ancient artifacts from Bolivia, Turkey, Indonesia, and Easter Island. 4 completely separate corners of the world, all with identical carvings and artistic styles used, and again, thousands of kilometers apart and absolutely no contact among each other. Just another coincidence, right? Now get a load of this one here. I know it sounds crazy, but you'd be surprised. Ancient lasers, or at least some form of precision cutting technology that is on par with our modern drilling methods. From these perfectly cut stone patterns in Pumpampunku, Bolivia, to the unfinished obelisk at Aswan and the boxes at the Serapeum of Saqqara in Egypt, made of granite, one of the hardest materials ever, with insane accuracy only achievable with today's technology. The Al Nasla rock in Saudi Arabia literally looks like a giant laser beam just cut right through it. Meanwhile, the Kailash temple in India, which was somehow cut into a cliffside with perfectly symmetrical hallways carved with copy-paste level precision. Not to mention the perfect doorways carved into Barabar caves thousands of years earlier. And these star holes found in Flint Quarry, Massachusetts, and even all the way in Norway, all indicating some sort of highly advanced drilling or precision laser technology used. The incredible list of similarities among these ancient cultures tells us that they all clearly had some sort of external influence that guided them, which they actually recorded proof of directly into their stone tablets, wall carvings, and hieroglyphics. Alright, that might be enough for now. I think I'll save that for another video, so keep an eye out for that one if I don't disappear before then. This is the most time-consuming puzzle in the world, and you'll never guess how long it takes to solve it. The Tower of Hanoi is a simple mathematical puzzle with 3 rods and a stack of discs. The more discs you add, the harder the puzzle gets. Your end goal is to move the entire stack to another rod following just 3 rules. 1, you can only move 1 disc at a time. 2, only the topmost disc of any stack can be moved. And 3, a larger disc cannot be placed on top of a smaller disc. We're gonna let this 36 disc Hanoi tower solve itself in fast motion to see just how long it's gonna take. In the meantime, we'll take a look at a simpler 4 disc version of this puzzle to understand how it works. First, the top disc goes on the second rod and the next one goes on the third rod. Now we move the top disc onto the third rod so that we can move the next disc onto the second. But now what? We can't move larger discs onto smaller ones, so purple's gotta go back to start and the green one's gotta go over to second. Now we can move purple to second, and red, the biggest disc, is free to move to third. Okay, all that work and we've got the first disc of our new stack in place. And now we just repeat that entire pattern for our 3 disc stack, then 2 discs, and then finally, it's all in place. This is only with 4 discs, and this puzzle is designed to get exponentially harder with every additional disc we add. So you can imagine just how hectic our 36 disc tower would be, which would take 68 billion moves to solve. If we were to solve this puzzle at a rate of 1 move per second, which is honestly pretty fast for a human, it would literally take us 2,179 years to fully solve it. Meaning if someone started working on this puzzle back when Jesus was born, they'd still be working on it to this day with over 100 years left to finish. And you thought your 1,000-piece jigsaw was impressive. This is Earth, and that's Jupiter, the biggest planet in our solar system. That right there is our sun, an absolute full rig if you've ever seen one, don't you think? Not even close. This is the biggest star in our galaxy, completely sunning even our sun into a speck of dust barely visible in comparison. Stephenson 218 is a red hypergiant star and can fit a whole 10 billion suns inside of it. This thing is so unnecessarily big that if it replaced our sun, it would extend beyond Saturn's orbit. But not your mom. Did NASA actually find a face monument on Mars and try to cover it up? Back in July of 1976, the Viking 1 satellite took photos of the surface of Mars over an area called Cydonia. When a scientist studying the photos noticed this, a hill in the shape of a face on image 35A72. And close to it are these mountains that almost look like, dare I say it, pyramid. This discovery quickly gained public attention, so NASA released a follow-up statement saying they took a second photo that proves it's just an optical illusion and the face doesn't actually exist. But they never released that second photo. They just said they have it and we were supposed to believe them. Here's an enhanced version of that original image that looks even more questionable. When civilizations build monuments like these, they typically build them close to each other in clusters. Well, just a couple kilometers away from the face, we have these pyramid-looking ass mountains, including the infamous DNM landform, a near symmetrical 5-sided pyramid. Professional satellite imaging specialists even made highly educated measurement analyses and determined none of these landforms could have been naturally forming, claiming that the 5-sided shape and symmetry is near impossible to occur naturally. Now, just weeks later, Viking 2 was scheduled to land in Cydonia where all these interesting monuments were. But last minute, they switched the landing site to a barren, flat area called Utopia Planitia, like why? Some computer engineers at NASA thought something was up, so they requested this second photo that NASA claimed they had. And it turns out this one is even more detailed than the first, so NASA straight up lied. Independent researchers started looking into this, demanding NASA take more photos of the area, eventually making it to the radio, from which NASA got hundreds of requests from the public to take more photos. NASA stuck to their guns, claiming that it was all a hoax and the mystery had been solved with their optical illusion explanation. But then in 1993, NASA launched their next mission to the Red Planet, the Mars Observer, and they weren't even gonna include a camera? At least that's what they officially stated. Sketch as f***, if you ask me. Obviously, they got major backlash for that, and they caved, ending up adding a camera that was much higher resolution than before, so people were amped. But NASA strangely announced that they had no interest in taking photos of the face again, that it was just a waste of time. Which makes no sense. Couldn't they just take these photos and prove the face believers wrong? After much back and forth debate, they finally agreed to take photos of Cydonia. And then get this, 3 days before Observer reaches Mars orbit, NASA makes an announcement, claiming that they lost all contact with the satellite and it just fully disappeared. Yes, that's actually their official statement, and you can even look it up yourself. Leaks came out at the time that Observer was actually fully operational, taking close-up HD photos of the face and other ancient ruins on Mars. But of course, back then, anyone that believed in leaks was considered a nutcase, C-word theorist. We've since learned that leaks can very well be real, but they could also not. Dozens of other images have been released of Mars with sites that are questionable. We got this perfect cube-shaped monolith standing on its own, and then there's this 16-kilometer high freestanding obelisk of some sort, which is literally higher than an airplane. Take a look at this thing that vaguely looks like a shipwreck of some ancient craft. Hey look, it's a saucer-shaped disc in the cliff sides that does not match the rest of the background at all. Now I don't even know what this is, but it definitely doesn't look natural to me. This Martian totem pole, but of course we're told it was formed through erosion. Giant surface tracks way bigger than any rovers they sent there. Here's an outline of some wheel or gear, perfectly symmetrical, which could not have been naturally formed. Then in May 2022, Curiosity rover released this photo of a literal doorway carved into the rocks of Mars. And these are all real. No Photoshop, no AI. This doorway photo is literally on NASA's official website, and you can even check yourself. Skeptics will attribute these Mars findings to a phenomenon called pareidolia, the human tendency to find meaning in arbitrary things, like seeing Jesus in toast or a giant laying in the mountains, which could be the case. People that were watching close were quick to learn that NASA was launching the Mars Global Surveyor in 1998, and once again, NASA publicly states they're not going to take pics of Cydonia. Like, come on, say you're hiding something without telling people you're hiding something. They face crazy pushback from the public and they fold, agreeing to the photos once more. So everyone's excited. This new satellite launches, it reaches Mars orbit, and NASA finally unveils the first ever high-definition photo of the face. You're f***ing joking right now. This is actually their official photo, their attempt at shutting the face believers up once and for all. But a NASA contractor plays around with the source image in Photoshop, and after applying more than 15 different filters and layers, they essentially confirmed that the photo is fake, or at least heavily modified. The tonal variation, shadow depth, and features do not match the original photo at all. And we know NASA is no stranger to Photoshop. We've all seen the copy-paste clouds over Earth, and they've even done the same to the textures of Mars. NASA even got booked red-handed applying red filters to the photos of Mars before releasing them to the public. Before Photoshop was widely used, pre-2000s, all of NASA's Mars photos looked like this. Heavy red filtering applied, making it look like a scary alien world. But if you take any of those photos and run it through autocolor on modern-day Photoshop, which removes any post-production filters, it goes from this to this and that. And also this. Once people started figuring this out, NASA offed the red filter, and all recent photos of Mars look completely normal now. Brown rocks, gray sky, and all. Sounds like paradise. I don't know about you, but fake even one photo and your credibility is gone, which kinda leaves the official face photo in question. So tell me, why on Mars aren't we sending any rovers to Cydonia? Hopefully once private companies like SpaceX start getting there, they can show us what's really going on. Unless they've already covered it up. Atoms are mind-bogglingly tiny, and it's nearly impossible to wrap your brain around their scale, but I dare you to try. Back in 2013, IBM made the world's smallest animation using literal atoms, but let's first get an idea of exactly how small they are. Okay, go like this. For scale, the side profile thickness of your finger is about a centimeter, for all the people out there still using the imperial measurement system for some reason. Unless you got some big-ass fingers, then tough luck or use something else. Let's start with a Cheerio, measuring about half a centimeter in height. Zooming into a grain of salt, about 0.0 0.3 millimeters, and there's 10 millimeters in a centimeter. Scaling down to a bacteria between 1 to 10 micrometers, and there's 10,000 micrometers in a centimeter. Here we got a virus at around 20 to 300 nanometers, and there's 10 million nanometers in a centimeter. Side note, the difference between bacteria and a virus are that bacteria are free-living cells that can live outside the body, while viruses are a collection of molecules that need a host to survive. Now we're right down to a strand of DNA with a diameter of about 2 nanometers. You still following that finger scale? Finally, we got the atom, which is anywhere between 0.5 to 5 angstroms, and there's 100 million angstroms in a centimeter. This model isn't even accurate. If we brought it to scale, we wouldn't even be able to see the neutrons and protons in the center. Same with the electrons, and they're even smaller. When we fit everything to scale, we find out that an atom is actually 99.9999999% empty space. What? With the volume of the nucleus, that's the protons and neutrons in the center, being 1 quadrillion times smaller than the entire atom. So everything, all matter in the universe, including the phone in your hand and even you, is mostly empty space. If you were to remove the empty space of every atom in every human in the world, we'd be able to fit all 8 billion people in the world inside of a sugar cube. And yes, this is 100% true to all you, oh, this is false information people out there. Here's a really smart Redditor proving it with math. And here's that world's smallest animation IBM made using only atoms called A Boy and His Atom. It was made by moving carbon monoxide molecules with something called a scanning tunneling microscope, which used an ultrafine metal tip to move the molecules with electric charges. Pretty basic, I know. It goes on for about a minute, but you get the gist of it. NASA plans on going back in time to take a look at what Earth used to be like with their Dragonfly mission in 2034. Well, not literally, but this is the year they send their first ever drone rover to an alien world, making its way to Titan, one of the moons of Saturn with a thick atmosphere rich in organic molecules, thought to be very similar to what Earth used to look like and has the potential to be habitable in the future. Like way future, we talking millions of years. This drone named Dragonfly will visit multiple sites across the moon and take samples of the surface to see what we're dealing with, zapping it with lasers to check if its composition got potential precursors to supporting life, giving us some insight to how Earth used to look like, whether there's life on Titan, and even how life came to be. Taken, this is the only real photo we actually have of the surface of Titan, taken by the Huygens probe back in 2005. Man, I swear my webcam in 2005 took better pics than that. Dragonfly will also have cameras, hopefully 4K, maybe even 8K if they even remember to bring them. So we should be getting some crazy shots of what Earth may have looked like millions of years ago soon. I'ma give it to you raw. 10 undisputable facts that absolutely double penetrate pyramid deniers. To be clear, this is not a conspiracy theory, speculation, or even pseudoscience, just sheer cold facts about the biggest pyramid in Egypt. You use that brain of yours and make your own conclusions on what they mean. Challenge me on any single one of these, I dare you. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built with around 2.3 million stone blocks, weighing anywhere from 2 and 80 tons, some of which were cut from a quarry hundreds of kilometers away. But they did it by dragging them through the sand, right? The latitude of the pyramid passes directly through this coordinate, which just so happens to be the exact measurement of the speed of light in a vacuum to 9 digits. But it's probably just a coincidence, right? We're told that pyramids were built as ancient tombs for pharaohs, but not a single mummy nor human remains of any kind have ever been found in any pyramid ever, and that's a fact. Someone else probably got to all of them first, right? The Great Pyramid is facing perfectly true north within just 3/60ths of a single degree, making it also perfectly aligned with all cardinal directions, east, west, and south as well. But they probably just used the compass, which was invented by the Chinese over 2,000 years later. If you drew lines from out of the cardinal points of the pyramid and wrapped them all the way around the world, they would go through more land than any other point in the entire world, essentially placing the pyramid at the center of landmass of the whole world. Just another coincidence, right? Ancient Egyptians had hieroglyphs outlining nearly every aspect of their lives, but not a single one of them depicts the construction of the pyramids. They probably just forgot to record the greatest achievement in their civilization's history, right? The original height of the pyramid, around 146.73 meters, is virtually an exact scale of the distance between the Earth and the Sun on the perihelion, which is the Earth's closest approach to the Sun, within 0.1% margin of error at 147 million kilometers. Has to be another coincidence, right? The perimeter of the Great Pyramid as a ratio to its height is the same as the ratio of the Earth's circumference at the equator to its polar radius to within 1/3% margin of error, essentially making the pyramid a scale model of the Earth. Take a moment to digest that, and yeah, it has to be another coincidence, right? The Great Pyramid of Giza is estimated to weigh around this many metric tons. The entire mass of the Earth is that many metric tons, making the weight of the pyramid an almost perfect scale of the Earth's total mass to, again, within 1/3% of accuracy. Yeah, these are definitely all just coincidences, right? The largest stones in the pyramid are found in the ceiling of the king's chamber. Red granite weighing up to 80 tons, which is as heavy as 2 Boeing 737 planes cut from the Aswan quarry over 1,000 kilometers away. But they probably just used ropes and sleds, right? Ain't no one can deny these cold hard facts of the Pyramid of Giza. Portals. You make one, then another, pass through the first, and you come out the second. That's how they work. What's the first thing you'd do if you could make your own portals? Oh, okay, what's the second thing you do? I've always wondered, what would happen if you put one portal inside of another? Well, we got some smart people on the job and figured it out, but it's about to get weird. It's kind of tough to wrap our brains around this, so let's start it in 2D. You pass this square through one portal and it comes out the other in the same position. Meaning if you put something into the bottom of one portal, it comes out of the same bottom position of the other portal, because you know portals have the best positions. We'll mark the tops of these portals with little green stars so you can tell which way they're facing. This goes for any position in the portal. So we stick the top of the blue portal near the bottom of the orange one. And you can see the blue portal starts to come out of itself. Pretty trippy, right? But if we keep pushing it in, the portal eventually bumps into itself and we can't move it anymore. It gets stuck. Same thing happens if we flip it and go from the top. But if we stick the top of the blue into the top of the orange, it still comes out of itself. And since we're not hitting the end edge of the portal this time, if we keep pushing, the part coming out of itself goes back into the orange portal again and then out of the blue portal further down. This is when it starts to get trippy. You might want to rewatch this part. It's a portal coming out of itself, coming out of itself. Might be easier if we add numbers along the portal so you can keep track of where each part is. When we start rotating the portal is when this really takes off. The portal goes inside of itself so many times that it looks like it's getting multiplied. If you could wrap your brain around this, then you're a G. And it's also possible to pass one portal all the way through itself. The end of the blue portal has to finish coming out of itself while it disappears into the orange at the same time, which is only possible if a portal is infinitely thin. So assuming that, a 2D portal passing through itself looks like this. And this. And even like that. Yeah, that's a trip. Let me know if you got it, because I barely did. If you thought we were done, now we bring that into 3D, which just gets 100 times more mind-f***ing. So it comes out of itself just like our 2D one, but we have to rotate it a very specific way in order to get it to fully emerge from itself. This is almost impossible to explain with just words, so that's what it would look like. Here it is again with a numbered grid on the portal to keep track of what part is sticking out. So yeah, it's possible, just gets pretty confusing. I'm gonna just stick with that first thing I do if I could make my own portals. You know, I always used to think that Velcro was just some fuzzy material that somehow became sticky when it touched that prickly side. Never really thought about it too much, but I had no idea that it was actually hundreds of tiny hooks and loops. And when you press the two sides together, the hooks just latch onto the loops. Since there's so many of these hooks catching these loops, the two pieces end up sticking together when enough of these hook up. Tearing it apart, we see the hooks are flexible enough that we tear the loop right off when we use enough force. And we all know force equals mass times acceleration. This is what it would sound like if we flew away from Earth faster than the speed of light and turn on the radio. Okay, so radio signals are frequencies that travel through the air and we can listen to them as they pass by us with a radio. Except radio waves never stop. They just keep on traveling beyond Earth and into space forever. So every radio broadcast we've ever made is out there in space traveling at the speed of light in every direction, which means our planet has a radio bubble over 100 light years in radius that surrounds us, with our oldest radio broadcasts at the edge of the bubble and our most current ones in the center where we are. If we were somehow able to fly away from Earth at an impossibly fast speed and turn on the radio, given the signal didn't get so weak that it just dissipated into static, this is what we would hear.
Fast-changing developments in the coronavirus emergency.
Darling, just kiss me slow.
Reporting that Michael Jackson has died. CNN has not
confirmed that a plane has hit the World Trade Center.
They follow each other on the
Elvis Presley died today.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Guess radio waves in space only pick up American signals, huh? Our ancient past may have come into contact with highly advanced technology and they didn't even try to hide it from us. Take a look at this. Why does almost every ancient civilization have these carvings of people holding handbags? Or at least something that looks like a handbag, but what are they? And this is definitely not some coincidence. I mean, these handbags are found everywhere. From the ancient Sumerians in Iraq to the Egyptians, Turkey, Italy, India, Indonesia, Mexico, South America, New Zealand, all over the world. One of the most common themes in ancient stone carvings, and we have little explanation for it. Some people say that it's a basket or a bucket of water. I mean, it could be, but like, why? And still others claiming that it's a symbol of life or passing down of knowledge to the next generation of humans. But even so, what are the chances that every single one of these cultures chose this handheld purse, a completely out of context object, as their symbol? Convergent evolution is a theory that humans tend to think and evolve in a similar manner, independent of each other, but using that as an explanation is a bit of a stretch. One thing we know for certain is this handbag was significant, as was anything that was carved into stone this often. Some of the crazier theories even say that this could have been the ancients' interpretation of some advanced technology, drawing similarities to the packs that astronauts carry, but given that's also quite a stretch. So is this symbolic of life and knowledge, or just an innocent bucket of water? The answer could be hidden deep in these following records, starting in Egypt with this hieroglyph uncovered in the Temple of Osiris. Just have a look at these and tell me if you see anything, cause I don't know, maybe I'm the one that's tripping here. But does this not look like a helicopter? Maybe a tank or a boat? An airplane? What looks to be a spaceship, all carved into stone thousands of years old? Now, I already hear the Google debunkers crying this has been proven wrong, that these are just hieroglyphs that were written many times over, and these shapes are just a combination of many characters. Damn, didn't know they were there when these were carved, given how 100% certain they are of it. There's so many other questionable hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt, but I'm gonna have to save those for another video. Okay, if you try and sleep tonight, then you might want to scroll now, or at least save this video for later, because we about to see just how deep this rabbit hole goes. Let's take this all the way back to the caveman days with Paleolithic cave drawings and carvings, also known as petroglyphs. These ancient Aboriginal cave paintings in Australia dating back to 15,500 BC, known as the Bradshaw paintings. Take a note of the big round heads here. China Lake Naval Air Weapons Center near Death Valley, California has petroglyphs dating 16,000 years. Again, tall beings with bubble-shaped heads and lines coming out. Oh, look at that. We see similar cave drawings in Ginkgo State Park near Vantage, Washington, all in the US of A. Tassili Najjar is a plateau in Algeria, Africa, with these rock paintings dating to about 10,000 BC, again with these strange bobblehead creatures, almost like they're wearing helmets. Some of them even appear to be wearing gloves and full-on suits. Now, before you say, oh, that's just how they drew humans back then, well, because right beside them we have these drawings of completely normal-looking beings, so what are these creatures? Other side of the world, in Torre Muerto, Peru, petroglyphs around 12,000 years old of beings with bubbles around their heads and lines coming out. Across the ocean to Asia, cave paintings in Chhattisgarh, India, dating about 8,000 BC, feature bubble heads with lines coming out. Over to Europe, the Val Camonica prehistoric rock art in Italy, over 5,000 years old, and you tell me what you see here. A human-looking creature holding strange tools, wearing a bubble helmet with lines coming out of it. Yeah, because prehistoric humans around the world just all decided to draw the same thing, right? Then we start to come out of the Neolithic era to the oldest known civilization, the Sumerians, whose tablets include this stone carving. We have no clue what this is, but it really do look like some flying object with some force field coming out from underneath. And this other tablet looks pretty innocent until you notice this. Doesn't that kind of look like a sun shape that just so happens to have 9 balls around it? Exactly the amount of planets in our solar system. Guess they counted Pluto, so did they have advanced knowledge of our planets over 4,000 years ago? Back to the Egyptians, we see this dude in some serpent-looking craft. Could be part of their mythology, but then we see the exact same thing in the Maori of New Zealand and the Aztec and Olmecs of Central America. And now the Mayans. Oh man, what on earth is this carving? Some complex looking contraption complete with hand controls and something up his nose. Not to mention they seem to be wearing helmets again, which sure could be decorative, but what on earth are these contraptions they're in? Is this their way of interpreting spaceships? These Mayan discs allegedly revealed by the Mexican government are over 1,000 years old and hidden until 2012, and I mean, just look at what's going on here. Granted, there's a lot of controversy around these and they do seem a little fishy, but physicist Nassim Haramein gave a full presentation about it, so I don't know, you be the judge. This 3,000-year-old spaceship carving found in modern-day Turkey, but of course debunkers will admit it's anything but that. A silver-suited figurine wearing a helmet and gloves found in a Ukrainian village dating back to 600 BC. Carvings of people wearing helmets and full-on suits and gloves at the Hoysalaswara temple in India dating back to about 900 years old, if not more. Are those spacesuits? Note that these are different from these spacesuit statues in Spain, which were actually just part of our restoration project in 1992, so don't be fooled. Even as recent as the Renaissance, tell me, what on earth are these little creatures flying in spacecraft doing in a Jesus painting from 1350? Look closely and you'll find similar flying saucers in dozens of these works of art over hundreds of years old. I mean, seriously, this list is endless. The more I looked, the more I found, but it wasn't easy. So if you're interested in trippy shit like this that you won't find on Google, join the waitlist for my upcoming private chat. And the angels you see in religious Renaissance paintings have been around a lot longer than you think. Predating even the Bible, depictions of winged beings were very popular among Egyptian hieroglyphs. And we see the same pattern in the carvings of the Sumerians, which are even older. Some of them even going a step further and showing these beings with the head of a bird. Now, why the obsession with birds? Let me finish you off with this thought. If some primitive civilization were to come into contact with something they can't explain with their current understanding of the world, don't you think they would describe that thing in terms they can understand? So if they were to witness some sort of being coming down from the sky, the only thing they know that are airborne are birds, so naturally they would associate that being with a bird. A far-fetched yet plausible explanation of the popularity behind bird-like gods among these ancient cultures, which leads us to their creation myths. And yo, listen, pretty much every single one of the world's ancient civilizations have the same story of how we came to be. Okay, I know this was a lot, but I just couldn't believe what I found out about these stories, so I have to save this for another video. Hey, I gotta tell you, I might not be around for very long, Jimmy boy. Nothing is ever completely still. Picture yourself bouncing a ball off the ground. So you drop it, bounce it, and catch it again within the span of like 1 second. In that same second, the Earth has moved roughly 29 kilometers due to its orbit around the sun. So did that ball return to the same location in space as where you first dropped it? Not exactly. Well, it might have from our perspective here on Earth, but if there was someone watching you from the edge of our solar system, that ball moved an entire 29 kilometers in that second that you bounced it. And if there was some type 7 civilization being watching you from the edge of our entire universe, that ball would have traveled around 6 kilometers in that same second due to our galaxy's movement through the universe. Which means from that being's perspective, you've moved literally thousands of kilometers since you started watching this video. There are no absolutes and everything is relative. Straight up, if this don't change your mind about the ancient Egyptians, there's no hope for you. This large granite box carved by the Egyptians is on display at the Cairo Museum, which, by the way, granite is hard as harder than steel, and we typically use diamond-tipped electric buzzsaws to cut through it these days. So this box was abandoned by the Egyptians due to this mistake in the cut. Now wait, hold up. I want you to think about this for a sec. Modern explanations claim that the methods ancient Egyptians used to cut granite involved painfully slow and repetitive sawing techniques using copper tools. Don't you think they would have noticed a mistake like this way sooner if they were actually using those snail-paced techniques? A cut like this would have taken several hours, if not days of work, and there's no way they would have done it for that long without noticing this error. They were way smarter than that. Like seriously, the top Egyptologists claim this is how they cut granite back then. A rate of 4 millimeters per hour, and they're still standing by it. Clearly, the people cutting this block would have booked this mistake much earlier in the process. And they'd have no reason to continue sawing the granite for hours or even days longer as soon as they saw this inaccuracy. Unless they were using some other unknown cutting technique, one that is far quicker than our history books suggest, and possibly far more advanced than even our diamond-tipped buzzsaws. Hey, yo, I gotta go. I've said too much. What if I told you the Titanic never actually hit an iceberg, and it also didn't even sink? We talking about the OG Titanic here from 1912, and before you dismiss this as some crazy nonsense, just have a listen to the story here. Do you know who the owner of the Titanic was? Mr. J.P. Morgan, the founder of the biggest bank in America, J.P. Morgan Chase. And he didn't have just one ship, he had two. Well, he probably had a lot more, but he had the Titanic along with another one called the Olympic. So the Olympic wasn't that great. It was old and rusty and broken down and had been in an accident just a year before that left it borderline unusable. The Olympic wasn't insured, but the Titanic was, so JP Morgan saw an opportunity here. The theory claims he switched the names and the colors of the two ships. He went up to the rickety-ass Olympic ship, slapped the Titanic name and colors on it, and vice versa. Now, when the Titanic was making its maiden voyage from England to New York City, it was actually the broken down Olympic. And do you know who was on this voyage? The Titanic was no easy sell, with the average price of a first class ticket around $400, and we talking 1912 money right here. Converted to today's inflation rate, that would be a little over $12,000. Even the cheapest third class tickets would have been around $1,000 of today's money. Safe to say the people on this boat were pretty well off. And among those people, we had Jacob John Astor IV, Isidor Strass, and Benjamin Guggenheim, all of whom were very wealthy business competitors of JP Morgan, and unfortunately none of them survived this journey. Now, of course, JP Morgan should be on this trip too, right? He funded the entire construction of the Titanic, so surely he'd want to go on a ride for something he spent millions of dollars on. Now listen to this. A lot of people say this was some big insurance claim scam and JP Morgan would be paid out in profit if something ever happened to the ship. Turns out the ship was only insured up to $5 million and it cost $7.5 million to build it, so he'd be minimizing his losses at the very least. But this may have been part of a deeper ploy, one that would have been far more profitable in the long run. So where's JP at then? Allegedly, before it set sail, he cancels the trip on his own ship that he spent millions of dollars on, along with a few friends of his. A group of extremely wealthy people who all happen to support the creation of a central Federal Reserve Bank, meaning one place would print and control all the money. All of these people were scheduled to set sail on the Titanic and they all back out last second. Now remember those three businessmen from before, Astor, Strass, and Guggenheim? Well, they happened to oppose the creation of a central bank. And guess what happens in 1913, just a year after the three of them pass away in the sinking of the Olympic ship? The Federal Reserve Act is signed into law. Exactly what the three of them opposed and what the other men who canceled their trips supported. And yo, it gets even crazier. Recent 3D scans of the sunken wreckage allows us to view the ship as if all the water had been drained from it, and it shows us something. The Titanic supposedly grazed an iceberg, which caused a 120-meter breach in its double reinforced steel hull. But upon investigating these 3D scans, there was no 120-meter breach, but rather many smaller holes ranging from 1 to 50 centimeters, which by their shape were said to have been caused by internal explosions. Then the SS Californian, another ship just 40 miles away from the Titanic at the time it hit the iceberg, infamously known as the ship that watched the Titanic sink, did just that. They saw the distress rockets being fired off by the crew of the Titanic, but for some reason took over 6 hours to even start making their way towards them for help. The experienced Captain Edward Smith of the Titanic strangely chose to deviate from the original course, which led to the sinking. And none of the lookouts on the ship had binoculars because apparently they were stashed away in a locker to which none of them had the key for. Yeah, that's actually the official claim. So is this theory just a bunch of coincidences that led to the Titanic's or possibly the Olympics' infamous downfall, or does it sound like an inside job? Sweden has the world's largest scale model of the solar system, and it would take you an entire day of driving to go across the whole thing. It has a radius of 290 kilometers, and all the sizes and distances of the planets are to perfect scale. It all starts with the center here in Stockholm, with the Avicii Arena representing the sun and setting the scale of the entire model at 1 to 20 million. First up, we got Mercury, 2.9 kilometers away at the Stockholm Museum, and can you guess how big this thing should be in comparison? Give up? The answer? 25 centimeters as a metal ball held up on this pedestal, and just wait till you see what they did to Pluto. 5.5 kilometers away from the sun, we got Venus in this park as a stone ball 62 centimeters in diameter held up on this concrete pole. The Earth is at another museum 7.6 kilometers away, and this one actually does look like an Earth. Floating from the ceiling, diameter of 65 centimeters, and we even have a scale 18 centimeter model of the moon nearby. Moving on to Mars, 11.6 kilometers down in a shopping mall, measuring 35 centimeters in diameter, and this finishes off the terrestrial planets, which was the easy part. Now we got Jupiter, 40 kilometers away in a hotel lobby as this floating ring decor 7.1 meters across. Kinda cheating without the full planet, but I mean, Jupiter's huge, so we'll let them off the hook. Saturn is 73 kilometers away from our sun in a park in the city of Uppsala right here. Oh yeah, they're still working on this one, so we'll have to get back to it some other time. And here's everyone's favorite Uranus, 130 kilometers away, standing as this playground looking frame in the middle of a field 2.6 meters across. We're almost there. 229 kilometers from our sun is Neptune, found in a city square 2.5 meters across. Here's a person for scale. This model is made with acrylic and even glows blue at night. And so that's it. We've covered all the planets now, and we can officially wrap up our scale model. Nah, of course we can't forget about the dwarf planet Pluto, which was actually a full planet up until 2006 when it got demoted to dwarf status. 290 kilometers away from the center, we have this small quiet town with these two obelisks that hold up Pluto and its moon Charon. Taking a peek into this little crack here, we see a ball repping the dwarf, measuring 12 centimeters across, which is literally smaller than our moon. And its moon Charon is half of that at 6 centimeters. Alright, now we done for real. Remember, all these sizes and distances are to scale with our actual solar system to give you an idea of how huge it really is. On that note, you think Pluto should be reinstated as a planet or nah? Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 6. We back, baby. Probably the most requested and honestly the funniest virus I've seen so far. Right here, we got the mems.exe Trojan. What's cool about this one is that it's a little different every time you run it, so we'll see what happens here. Cause today we go and see Windows 7 get absolutely bodied by this little guy. Alright, let's not waste any time. Run as administrator, and we're off. Okay, we got our first warning. The software you just executed is considered malware. Will harm your computer and make it unusable. Pause if you want to read this, but do you want to execute this malware? Oh yes sir, we do. Oh nice, another prompt. This is your last warning. Creator is not responsible for any damage, blah blah blah. Let's get on with it, yes. So first up, the prelude. Notepad opens up with this message. Your computer has been f***ed by the mems Trojan. Nice. Computer won't boot up again, so use it as long as you can. Smiley face. And then apparently trying to kill this virus will destroy the entire system. Interesting. Alright, cool. Off that, and now we wait. Did we even run it right? Okay, here we go with stage 1, browser spam. Your web browser opens up by itself and starts loading up random web pages and Google searches. Minecraft hacks download no virus. Cool. This is where this virus behaves differently every time you run it, so let me know if you want me to run this one back or what other viruses you want to see me do next. And by the way, if you want to play around with these in a safe environment, do not join the waitlist for my upcoming private chat because I definitely won't be sharing it there. You know where not to look. Oh, we got another one. McAfee versus Norton. Nothing special. Opening up Task Manager, we can see all the mems.exe processes. Dare we try to end one? Another page. Skrillex, Skay, Onster, and Nice Sprite MIDI. Yeah, this virus definitely needs a spelling lesson. These tabs are so random. One time it opened up the Club Penguin homepage. Shout out if you remember that one, or maybe you were more of a Habbo Hotel type of person. Okay, we can see the mouse is having a seizure. Stage 1.5, I guess. Now shit's gonna start going full ass haywire. Going into full screen by itself and Half-Life 3 release date. Damn, what a throwback. Alright, we full on tweaking right now, and this ain't even 5% of what's coming. Is Illuminati real? Damn, this thing hacked my browsing history or something? Okay, it's starting stage 2. Windows sounds all start spamming like crazy, because we all love that, right? And this is gonna get annoying fast. A couple flashes and Vinesauce meme collection. Very quick after that, we jump right into stage 3. Inverted colors begin to flash. We're back with the browser tabs and we get into stage 4. Random prompts begin to open. We got this one right here titled LOL. Of course. Some may argue this, but I'd say we've entered stage 5. The mouse cursor starts spamming trails of icons everywhere it goes. WordPad opened and we officially full ass bugging right now. As you can tell, spam is the name of the game of this virus. Everything is just opening and spamming all at once. Let me see if I could open Paint. Yeah, guess that didn't work. How to get money? That's a good one. Oh, I think Paint might have opened. I don't even know anymore. It's so hard to tell. Okay, I can barely use this thing right now. Everything is pretty much impossible to click. Oh my god. You guys seeing this? This computer is absolutely botched right now. I guess we're in stage 6. Screen kind of shrinks and zooms out like it's getting further away from us. John Cena MIDI legit. These tabs ain't stopping, huh? Dank memes. Okay, this is full blown. Everything is lagging now, and this desktop has gone foobar. PC Optimizer Pro. I can't even tell what's going on anymore. This is definitely a more realistic virus than the others, but holy, this is wrecked, bro. Okay, now let's restart our machine to see what happens. Note we're using a VM right here. Always practice safe spam. Booting it up, and your computer has been trashed by the mems Trojan. Now enjoy the Nyan Cat. And this is the final stage 7, Nyan Cat. A meme from 2011 plays on your computer forever, no matter how many times you restart it. Oh, dude, we got like totally trolled, huh? That's what I get for hitting it raw with LimeWire. Always use virus protection, kids. Breaking news, everyone. We just found out how to build a pyramid. Turns out the pyramid deniers were right this entire time, and it is possible to build pyramids today. Let me show you how it's done. First, we obviously gotta prep our stone blocks using high-powered 20th century machinery. Let's load it up in this truck right here. Oh, well, that didn't really work. Let's try again over here. Oh, whoops. You weren't supposed to see that. This modern crane right here should do the trick. Yeah, maybe not. Turns out even modern technology struggles to lift these megalithic stones, and the ones we saw here weren't even more than like 20 tons. Here we have an industrial grade crane barely lifting a 30-ton rock just a few feet off the ground. Yet the ceiling stones of the King's Chamber and the Great Pyramid of Giza were around 80 tons each, lifted over 50 meters off the ground over 4,000 years ago, all with allegedly more primitive technology. Not sure how they did that. Obviously, it's totally possible to lift these stones with modern technology. It's just not always easy. And again, we're talking modern technology made in the past 100 years. The fact that we're even questioning the technological possibility of building stone block pyramids with the advanced cranes and trucks of today is impressive on its own. And we haven't done it yet, so we don't even have hard proof that we actually can. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot, we did build one. Actually, we built a lot. And of course we did. Pyramid-shaped structures are very possible to build using modern materials and methods such as pouring concrete or putting together intentionally manufactured smaller pieces of glass and metal in order to form bigger parts, which we piece together and is how impressive feats of architecture like the Burj Khalifa are possible. But it's when you use singular stone blocks weighing up to 80 tons from hundreds of kilometers away, even smaller 2-ton blocks of sheer raw stone using no machinery, is when things get questionable and the process even becomes more impressive than the end result. Here's a 1-ton block of stone versus a truck. Yeah, that shit is heavy. So instead of completely shutting down speculation on how these impressive structures were made, maybe we should be asking ourselves, what lost technology did our ancient ancestors have? Ain't no way everyone here is a real person. Life is a simulation and a legitimate professor has proved it. James Gates, a theoretical physicist at MIT with 2 bachelor degrees and a PhD, found literal computer code embedded in the most fundamental building blocks of reality called strings. Now, string theory is a tough one, but I'm gonna break it down for you in a way that an 11-year-old would understand. So if you don't get this, hey, go back to grade 5, bro. Alright, so we got my boy Einstein's theory of general relativity, which is basically just a theory of everything big. Planets, gravity, the universe, all the way back to the Big Bang. Then we got the new kid in town, quantum physics. This is the theory of everything small, like particles, atoms, and molecules, where the general laws of physics like gravity don't apply anymore. The same is true the other way around. Quantum laws don't apply to regular-sized physics. So we got general relativity, everything big, and quantum physics, everything small. Like, yo, dig. But both of these realms have the same parent, the Big Bang, at which point everything that is now big used to be small. If the small can become big, then quantum and general relativity need some sort of theory that can unify them. That is string theory. What happens to the big when it's small? What happens when you zoom into an atom? You see protons and neutrons in the center with electrons all around it. Now, what about inside a neutron? Even smaller particles called quarks. So how deep does the scale go? Conventional science will tell you there's nothing inside these quarks. But string theory suggests there's a tiny filament or a string of pure energy that exists inside of them. And just like the string of a guitar vibrates and creates different sound based on its shape and tension, the strings in string theory vibrate. But instead of sound, they produce matter in the form of particles. This completely changes the way you look at the world. Every particle in the universe is just a string vibrating at a different frequency, and every vibrational pattern has its own associated particle. So if you break anything down far enough, we're all just energy vibrating at differing wavelengths to form matter. Although it's still just a theory, this would link general relativity to the quantum realm and form what is known as the theory of everything. Okay, yeah, cool. Now where is this computer code found? When Dr. James Gates took a look at a set of equations derived from string theory, he found binary code, error-correcting code used for compressing data on a computer. A sequence of ones and zeros, the same code that is used by popular search engines, which, according to him, who has a PhD in theoretical physics from MIT, doesn't just resemble computer code, it literally is computer code. Meaning, if we break matter and energy down far enough, we eventually find compressing computer code etched into the very fabric of reality. So, who wrote this code? Are we living in, dare I say, a simulation? Gravity is just a theory, so we gotta be careful how we talk about it, right? A lot of people get mad when they hear that, so tear me up in the comments if you disagree. When Isaac Newton first came up with his idea of gravity, he summarized it into a scientific law. According to this model, gravity was a force that instantaneously pulled any two objects in the universe towards each other based on their mass. Scientific law just tells us what happens under certain conditions. If you drop an apple, it falls. That's a law. But then over 200 years later, Einstein busts out his theory of general relativity. Scientific theory tells us why things happen and is different from the common use of the word theory, which basically just means a guess. So Einstein realized, under Newton's model, in order for Earth's gravity to instantly affect the moon, this gravitational force between the Earth and the moon would have to travel 384,000 kilometers, which is the distance between the Earth and the moon, in an instant, which is faster than the speed of light, which is physically impossible because you never go full light speed. So then Einstein hypothesized a new approach to gravity in which it no longer was a force, but rather any objects with mass scientists physically bend the plane they exist in, called space-time. Similar to a bowling ball on a trampoline, where the surface represents a 2D plane and everything on the trampoline rolls towards the ball. Expand this 2D plane into 3D and you have space-time. This warping of space around an object with mass is what causes gravitational attraction between objects. We can run experiments that support this model of curving space-time, and we're constantly gathering more evidence like gravitational waves that do just that. But we don't exactly have a way to undeniably prove this model is 100% true. That's just the nature of scientific theory. A theory only remains intact as long as there is no evidence that goes against it. If a new paradigm is introduced in, say, 200 years from now that somehow proves Einstein's general relativity incomplete, much like Einstein did to Newton, then we very may well have a completely new theory of gravity, proving our current one to be wrong, or at the very least incomplete. So hey, remember to question everything and don't take anything as an absolute ultimate truth, even if it is a scientific theory. The moon landing was real? What? Wait, hold up. Is this a filspixel video, or was I just replaced by a government drone? Nope, I'm standing by this one. The moon landing was real, and every argument against it is honestly hella weak. But it's what they found up there that they might actually be trying to hide from us. So right now, I'm gonna debunk the top reasons people think the moon landing was a hoax and give a potential explanation for each. Remember that nothing is ever for certain, and only the fool thinks they know everything. Myth 1, you can't see stars in the photos. This one is so brain dead easy, I can't believe people actually argue it. The camera's exposure was set to the astronauts in the moon, not the background. Otherwise, the photos would look like this. Myth 2, shadows in some photos weren't aligned, meaning there were multiple light sources even though there was only one sun. Not necessarily. It's all about the camera angles. Here's a photo taken on Earth in which the sun shadows also don't appear parallel. It happens. Myth 3, Buzz Aldrin admits it was fake. Now, these videos have been circulating the internet for quite a while, and I'm starting to think he was implying something much more concerning. In one interview, he claims that it was an animation, which is a fact.
Went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
CBS did use animation to simulate some parts of the moon landing, and they publicly stated that. The video of him punching some guy in the face, I mean, yeah, I'd deck a man too if I risked my life for scientific advancement and then someone called me a coward for it. Then there's this one, him telling a little girl that we never went there.
Because we didn't go there.
Now, Buzz Aldrin is literally 93 years old, and honestly, he's held himself up pretty well. You know how older people tend to have weird ways of wording things? Talk to anyone above 80 and you'll see what I mean. But just listen to what he says.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen.
It almost sounds like he's saying something happened up there that they don't even want to think about. Watch it back and you'll see what I mean. I'm gonna be posting a video relating this to the recent UFO hearing, so check me out to see if it's up. Myth 4, flag is moving in the breeze when there's no wind in space. Another easy one, the flag actually had a horizontal pole inside of it that made it stick out like this. Twisting the flag caused it to move. Myth 5, astronauts are lit up in videos and photos. Shouldn't they be in complete darkness? Listen, look at the moon on a clear night. It's bright as hell. The reflective fragments in the moon's surface provide a decent amount of secondary light in this way. Also, NASA edits their photos, as I'm sure we all know. And I mean, they'd obviously want to brighten up shots like this. Myth 6, the footprint on the moon doesn't match the astronaut's shoes. They actually wore shoe covers that have that familiar pattern that we see on the moon. Myth 7, the footage looks normal when it's sped up and they all look like they're tied to strings. Yes, of course they do. Not sure if you realize, but 1/6 Earth's gravity is insane. A 180-pound person would weigh only 30 pounds on the moon. Imagine weighing 1/6 your weight with the same amount of muscle that you have now. I'd be surprised if you didn't look like you were tied to a harness. Myth 8, President Nixon called them on a landline directly to the moon. That's impossible. No, he called Houston Mission Control, who used space-grade satellite to reroute the call to the moon. Myth 9, camera pans up when the lunar lander takes off from the moon, meaning that somebody had to stay on the moon to aim the camera up. You really think NASA sent people to the moon without developing remote-controlled cameras operated by Mission Control back on Earth? Myth 10, the Apollo 11 astronauts are acting hella sketch in their post-moon press conference, almost like they're lying about something. This one kinda got me at first, but then I remember the things that Buzz said. Sure, they can look like they're lying and they just came back from a Hollywood studio shoot, but it can also look like they just saw something on the moon that they don't even want to think about. Watch it back with that in mind and you'll see what I mean. So, what did they see? The recent UFO hearing may actually have the answer, and I'm gonna be talking about that in my next video, so check me out to see if it's up. But the list of moon landing hoax myths is endless, and every single one of them has a reasonable explanation to it. Let me know your most convincing myths, and maybe I'll debunk them in another video. Or maybe somebody will convince me otherwise. Non-human biologics, the now famous quote from that infamous UFO hearing, in which former intelligence officer David Grush confirmed the recovery of non-human biological pilots from flying objects of unknown origin. But is this just the tip of hundreds of extraterrestrial reports that we've been overlooking for years? Aliens and UFO sightings quickly went from wacky nut jobs to now pretty much government confirmed. So let's have a look at the biggest claims that no one's talking about, which might actually be real after all. Dialing it way back, we see these ancient carvings and cave paintings all over the world, showing what looks like flying objects and even beings wearing spacesuits dating anywhere from 3 to 15,000 years old. From Peru, Africa, Australia, Italy, and even parts of America, all drawn by ancient humans who allegedly had no contact among each other. We got similar flying saucers in a number of Renaissance era paintings thousands of years later in the 1300s. Then in the 1950s is when things just skyrocketed, with hundreds of UFO sightings of the same flying saucers and little gray men repeated everywhere. Reports like the one in Virginia, Brazil in 1996, where entire cities claimed to have seen spaceships and alien creatures roaming around. UFO whistleblowers like Bob Lazar, who would straight up admit, yes, we have made contact and we are researching their technology. NASA insiders like Buzz Aldrin, the second man on the moon, confirmed reports of unidentified objects spotted in space and even close to the moon, bringing it to July 2020 when the US government not only admitted but showed us video proof of UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena as they're now called, officially declassified by the Pentagon. Earlier in 2023, we had endless reports of these UAPs showing up everywhere. You remember that? With governments all collectively admitting they have no idea what these are while actively trying to take them down. Meanwhile, these things have no visible propulsion and move in erratic patterns that seem to defy physics. And now this, confirmation of non-human biological beings in this UAP hearing with discussions of potential multidimensional nature, meaning they may exist in higher dimensions and they project their three-dimensional shadows into our realm. Yes, this is in the official report. This whistleblower literally just admitted the government has aliens, and we're all just like, oh, cool. Obviously, the media's trying to discredit this guy as some crazy nut job, but remember, that's what the media does best. There are even these leaked alien interviews, which I remember seeing years ago and are now suspected to be real, but honestly, I'm gonna call cap on that one. Now, just take a step back and try to take an overseer look at this course of events that's been unfolding before us. Does it not seem like we're slowly building up to some ultimate climax? Some claim we are. Just another crazy nutjob theory known as Project Bluebeam, which I had to move into its own video in case it gets banned, so check me out to see if it's still up. The UFO hearing's now infamous claim of non-human biologics may just be the next step in a pretty frightening plan. I'm warning you, this is just a nutjob theory, one that really tickles your brain, which is my specialty. Doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% proven false, as we've seen a lot of theories turn true in the last couple of years, but it also doesn't mean it's true either. Just keep an open mind and question everything you see happening around you. Project Bluebeam was pitched by journalist Serge Manasse back in 1994, which outlines the exact plan of creating a one-world government, the New World Order. In 1996, just 2 years after this was revealed to the public, Serge was taken in and spent a night in jail for questioning. Very next day, he was found dead in his apartment. He uncovered this during the Cold War, and the basic premise here is establishing a new religion on Earth that everyone converts to. Definitely not an easy task, so how would they do it? These right here are the 4 stages of Project Bluebeam, keeping in mind that it was published in 1994 and written even years before that. Stage 1 is the breakdown of conventional knowledge, starting with artificial earthquakes induced in key areas all around the world. The purpose of these will be to uncover new archaeological findings that shows our current religions have been misunderstood for years. Sounds pretty ridiculous, but just have a look at what countries have skyrocketed in earthquakes in the past year. Turkey, Syria, and even Lebanon, which just so happened to be where ancient Mesopotamia, one of our oldest known civilizations, originated. If there ever was a spot ripe for history-altering archaeological discoveries, these would be it. Also part of this stage would be replacing all the world's money with a single electronic currency. Sound familiar? Cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin have pushed governments into support for creating their own central bank digital currencies, just like the book says, and reminder that it was written in the early 90s. Stage 2, 3D holograms will be projected into the sky with satellites to fake the presence of some new greater being. I'll admit this one's quite a stretch, but just think about all the strange sightings we've been seeing in the sky lately. And nowadays, using augmented reality, AI, and the huge network of satellites above us, it would technically be more possible than ever. Part of this stage also involves faking news stories for propaganda, which again, with deep fakes and AI voice-changing technology is now totally possible. All of this to be distributed to the masses directly, circumventing traditional news outlets, i.e. social media, using this to denounce the old religions of the world and blaming them for all the wars of our past, which would be a pretty easy sell if I'm being honest. Now, for the people that don't get got by now, there will be stage 3, mind control. Using microwaves, the same signal that is emitted out of our pockets every single day. Cell phones. Barely anyone had cell phones in the 90s. Now you're almost considered weird if you don't have one. According to the book, microwaves will be used to implant ideas directly into our heads, similar to Inception. Sounds crazy at first, but they've already technically been doing this for years with our smartphones. Addicting apps like this one, instant access to information, big tech censorship showing us only the news they want us to see, proved to be one of the most effective methods of mind control ever, all using microwave signals from our phones, just like Bluebeam suggested back in 1994. The CIA even declassified projects like MKUltra that use drugs to brainwash and control people. More recently, they declassified the gateway process, essentially confirming that you can unlock hidden powers of the mind, but I'll tell you all about that in another video. Technologies like Neuralink also point in the same direction, so it may not be as far-fetched as you think. Stage 4 is the one that's really gonna trip you out, so buckle up, Johnny boy. An artificial crisis will be created that instills fear and people demand more government control. I mean, it's a good thing we didn't just go through a global pandemic. That's almost exactly what this describes, because then I'd be concerned. Because no, the ultimate crisis that this book outlines is faking an alien invasion. The Pentagon UFO declassifications of 2020, followed by the many spotted flying all around the world in the beginning of 2023, to now the recent UFO hearings in which the recovery of non-human biologics is confirmed, with discussions of potential multi-dimensional nature. Are we seeing Bluebeam unfold before our very eyes, or are we just reading into things too much? In the book, the ultimate goal of this crazy crackpot theory is to abolish religion, dissolve the traditional nuclear family, destroy patriotism to your own country, and eliminate free thinking. I'm gonna stop right there, and I'm gonna leave it up to you to ask yourself, do you see this happening, or are we reaching here? When you sleep in, the rest of the world is grinding, and this world map proves it. That is, if you live anywhere in North or South America, or even parts of Australia. This animated map shows what percentage of the world is asleep or awake as the day progresses. Blue area is night, the yellow is day, and as you can see, when it passes over the Americas, and even a little bit into Australia, right over here, around 90% of the world is awake while you snoozing in bed. And if you wait a bit and happen to live in any of the lucky blue areas highlighted now, well then congratulations, because you're among the less than 5% of the people in the world who are asleep, while the rest of us are actually doing something with their lives. Let me know if you part of this elite sleep gang, because I'm not. I'm going to show you a picture of something that would unalive you just by looking at it. You ready? Don't say I didn't warn you, because this is the elephant's foot, nickname given to the leftover radioactive uranium lava flow in the basement of the Chernobyl nuclear plant after its tragic catastrophe in 1986, melting through meters of solid steel and concrete before settling and cooling on the floor here, solidifying into a 2-ton block of what is possibly the deadliest form of matter to ever exist. Corium, emitting enough radiation for a lethal dose in humans by simply just standing next to it for over 200 seconds, the equivalent of 4.5 million chest x-rays all at once. It was so bad that even cameras got destroyed when they got too close to it, so they had to put them on chairs and wheel them around the corner just to even take these pics. Almost everyone who took photos too close to it unfortunately didn't live for much longer. The graininess and missing pixels of the photos are actually caused by the gamma radiation physically eating through the film reel. The elephant's foot has since been barricaded inside the Chernobyl plant with steel and concrete enclosures known as the Chernobyl sarcophagus, and is expected to remain radioactive for the next couple hundred years, with Chernobyl as a whole to be uninhabitable for at least 20,000 more years. Everything that has ever been, can be, or ever will be said is all stored in here. A description of your future, the cure to cancer, your innermost secrets you've never told anyone. I'm not even joking. Every possible combination of words you have or ever will say, write, or even think is in the Library of Babel, and this is how it does that. This online database is divided into pages and is built to locate on demand any 3,200 character combination of English letters, commas, periods, and spaces. These are all stored in hexagon-shaped shaped rooms with 4 walls of books each, 2 of the walls being doorways. Each wall has 5 bookshelves of 32 books each, with 410 pages in each book. Within these pages are every possible combination of letters ever imaginable, with a total of 10 to the 5,000 existing pages found in this library. That's a 1 with 5,000 zeros. In comparison, there are only 10 to the 80 atoms in the observable universe, so there literally isn't even enough matter in the entire universe to print these books if we wanted to. But how it stores this data digitally is pretty mind-blowing. So most letter combinations of the alphabet will produce nothing but gibberish, so that's pretty much all you'll see when browsing these volumes manually. But you can search any 3200 letter query yourself and find exactly what book and page number it would be found in. Your deepest, darkest secrets, the story of your birth, conversations you'll have with your mom a year from now, the answer to any question ever is all in here. I can search up Philip ate a pickle on the 7th of August and flew to Mars right after, and boom, there it is. In the book titled That on page 99. Seems impossible, right? Almost like this search function is just adding whatever string of letters you come up with on the spot and claiming that it was always there. But no, this is what's actually happening under the hood. Each page in every book is given its own unique page number, and the text of each page is algorithmically encoded inside of this page number. What that means is an algorithm uses the page number as a seed to generate an even bigger unique number in base 10, which is just our normal way of counting, using a combination of 10 digits 0 through 9. This big number is then converted into base 29 to account for all 26 letters of the alphabet, as well as commas, periods, and spaces. 29 unique characters. So instead of counting 0 through 9, 10 to 19, and so on, we now count using the alphabet and those 3 characters. This base 29 string is the text you see on each page in these books, meaning the same page number will always produce the same output every time. So the contents of every page are already determined beforehand. It just needs to be looked up. And the same works in reverse. The contents of each page can be converted to base 10, sent to the algorithm in reverse, and produce the page number that it's found on. Meaning you can find the permanent location of any 3200 character string of text, a journal entry of what you did yesterday, the exact description of your pet lizard, the full guest list of your future wedding, how to build technology that doesn't even exist yet, every article, every joke, every lie, everything you've ever said or even thought in private. Absolutely anything that could be put into words, including everything that I've said since the beginning of this video. Pickle, fish, paste, garb, bankle slats is in the Library of Babel. So, did I really write this script, or did I just uncover a string of words that already existed in this library? If you think about it, can you ever actually conceptualize a truly original idea that is uniquely 100% your own if its description already exists in here? Or has every possibility of every idea, action, and course of events already been written down, just waiting for us to discover it? Answers to every question, including the ones I just asked, can all be found in the Library of Babel. Search it up and you can even try it out yourself. Being an astronaut is so easy. I can totally take on 10 G's of force in this spinny chamber thingy. Well, my favorite video game studio of all time caught wind of this and put me to the test. Because this video is sponsored by Bethesda in anticipation of their new game Starfield, an open world RPG set in space. Early access begins on September 1st if you have Starfield's premium edition, so get it to hop in before everyone else. So to celebrate Starfield's launch, Bethesda made all my childhood dreams come true and sent me to space camp to learn what it takes to be one. They caught my full experience in 4K, so check them out if you want to see how I did. Since I did all the hard work for you, I'm gonna let you know how you can train to become an astronaut. Firstly, there are technically no age restrictions for applying to the job, so anyone can apply. But you'll need 1,000 hours of experience in a fighter jet, and of course, know how to fly one. You also gotta be pretty fit, as the spacesuit weighs around 300 pounds, but luckily, it would only weigh 1/6 of that on the moon, which is part of the low gravity training I did when I was at space camp. They didn't have a 300-pound suit for me, but I did learn that jumping was pretty fun. I did get some decent air though. Guess this is what using a boost pack, your own personal jetpack in Starfield would be like. Their EVA, or extravehicular activity training, simulates fixing the outside of the space station. I did my best when I was strapped up to the EVA training harness. Keeping everything tethered was tough. I think I'll let my crew in Starfield handle any spaceship module upgrades if I need them. And man, they have the most intense land survival training. Astronauts are dropped off in the middle of the jungle in like the Philippines with one goal: survive. The reason for this being the space capsule you're sent back to Earth on may have an emergency landing in an unexpected area. Or maybe even if you feel like exploring one of the over 1,000 available planets in Starfield, you never know what to expect. Now, the famous multi-axis trainer, which spins you around to simulate spacecraft tumble. I tried explaining string theory while getting tossed around in the MAT during my training, it didn't go so well. Science ends it here. Hopefully, I'll be able to keep a clearer head if my spaceship ever runs into any trouble. It takes a bit of finesse to be an astronaut, so how about you and I just play Starfield on September 1st instead to get our daily dose of space exploration at home. See you up there in the stars. This is space. No, it's not CGI for all you deniers out there, but the view of Earth from the International Space Station. I always dreamed of being up in space looking down on Earth from the ISS, and a few weeks ago, that dream came true. Bethesda, my favorite video game studio ever, reached out to sponsor this video and send me to space camp to train like an astronaut in preparation to play Starfield, their upcoming next generation RPG set in space. And if you grab Starfield's premium edition of the game right now, you'll get early access to play the game on September 1st. In the meantime, Bethesda flew me out to fulfill my childhood dreams of becoming an astronaut. My full recap of the experience is out now, so you can check it out to see me embarrass myself. But being out at the Huntsville Space and Rocket Center made me realize me and you are probably gonna live to see the start of the space age. You know, spaceships, interplanetary travel, all that fun stuff. Recent events like all those UFO sightings and the recent hearing confirming the recovery of non-human biologics may sound scary at first, but it just means we're right at the forefront of beginning to explore the stars, just like in Starfield, where you go on an epic journey to answer humanity's greatest mysteries, just like we do here. If technologically advanced species have been able to reach us, then we'll have no choice but to join them to keep up. Just like how countries were racing to get rovers on the moon, many others soon quickly followed to do the same just to prove they can. With India landing their first ever Chandrayaan-3 rover on the moon just last week on August 23rd, China already sent a few, and Japan and Greece are planning to do so as well. So, were we really born too late to explore the world like our ancestors, but too early to explore the stars of our future? That may not be the case anymore. And let me tell you how lucky you really are. The universe is said to be 13.8 billion years old, and our planet Earth like 4.5 billion years. Give us another 500 million years or so, and our sun would have expanded so much that Earth would be burnt to a crisp, making life no longer possible here. Meaning, if it had taken humanity just 10% longer to evolve, that's 500 million years, we would not have evolved at all, and be swallowed up by the sun before we even had a chance to become a spacefaring species. Makes you wonder how many dead one-planet civilizations may be out there in the universe, who didn't evolve quickly enough to make it to the next planet and wiping themselves out in the process. Statistically, there's probably a few. And fortunately, it doesn't look like we'll be one of them. So get a head start on everyone by exploring the cosmos in Starfield to experience firsthand what being an intergalactic explorer is like. This engine from 1994 can let us travel faster than the speed of light, without breaking any laws, and I'll show you exactly how it works. In theory, of course, just like how you can grab jump to faster than light space travel in Starfield, Bethesda's upcoming RPG set in space where you can quite literally pilot the ship of your dreams as you venture through the stars. I rarely ever get excited for video game releases, but this is definitely one of them. Early access for Starfield starts on September 1st for players with Starfield's premium edition, so you can get in on the action right now. You know Bethesda always does it big, so if you rocked with any of their other games, this is their first new universe in over 25 years, so it's gonna be epic. Straight up, I always wanted to go to space as a kid, and now I could finally live that out in Starfield. In celebration of this release, Bethesda made all my childhood astronaut dreams come true by sending me to space camp to train like one. Check them out for my full experience there, they caught it all on video. But when is it going to be our turn to travel to new planets in real life? It ain't so easy. The closest star to us, Proxima Centauri, is still over 4 light years away, meaning even if we somehow find a way to travel at the speed of light, it would take us 4 years of non-stop travel to get there. And this is our nearest neighbor. Clearly, we've got some work to do if we want to be hopping between solar systems anytime soon. Faster than light travel is physically impossible, so we gotta step outside of conventional physics to see what we can do. In Starfield, this is called a grav jump, but back in 1994, theoretical physicist Miguel Alcubierre proposed the warp drive, aka the Alcubierre drive. Highly speculative and theoretical, of course, but it is based on a viable solution to Einstein's field equations, and hey, Einstein hasn't been wrong yet. The warp drive doesn't actually move at all, but instead the actual fabric of space-time moves around it. Any spaceship equipped with this warp drive would be encased by a large ring that would compress space-time in front of the ship, which is just the physical fabric of space that our reality exists in, and expand space-time behind it. The net effect being the spacecraft appearing to move through space faster than light. But in reality, it's space-time itself that's moving around the spacecraft. And space-time is not bound by our cosmic speed limit, which is evident in the many theories suggesting that our universe itself is actually expanding faster than the speed of light, manipulating space as a loophole to getting around the physical limitation of light speed. On paper, there technically aren't any limits to the top speed this warp drive can hit, so we'd be able to travel between solar systems and possibly galaxies in days, hours, or maybe even instantly. Exactly how we're gonna do this, we're still figuring it out. Maybe all those UAPs we've been seeing zipping around can help us out. In the meantime, I'ma stick to graph jumping across the universe faster than the speed of light in Starfield. The furthest man-made object from our planet is a literal record made of gold. It's called the Golden Record, and we put some weird shit on it, so let's pop this baby into our record player and see what comes out. NASA sent the Golden Record on the Voyager 1 and 2 spacecraft, which took the first close-up photos of our planets back in 1977. And after they were done with that, NASA just set them on cruise control and let them keep going to see how far they can make it. On both of these spacecrafts was the Golden Record, which holds a record of human history, which I guess was supposed to be recovered by some other civilization. Well, it made it pretty far, as Voyager 1 is the furthest man-made object from you right now. It's been traveling through space at 60,000 kilometers an hour for 46 years non-stop, reaching a total distance of 24 billion kilometers from us, which is still like 0.0025 light years. You could even track it on NASA's official website right here. So what exactly is on this record? Well, it's an actual functioning LP with audio and images from Earth that's meant to tell aliens who we are and what we know. Yeah, let's just tell an advanced species how technologically behind we are and, oh, give them our exact location too. Yeah, that's gonna end well. So if you pop this baby into our interstellar record player, you get this. So apparently it's gonna take some decoding. Well, you better hope these aliens have a PhD, because it's pretty missions, but I'm gonna show you exactly how to do it. The first thing they'd find is the cover of the record, which has a bunch of symbols and instructions on it that explain how to play it. But like, you tell me if you'd be able to decode this, because there ain't no way I'd be able to. So the first thing is all these lines right here, which is a pulsar map, which describes our location in the universe relative to some neutron stars. Yeah, obviously, that was my first guess too. On the bottom here, we have a diagram of hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe, which apparently emits energy at a wavelength of 0.7 nanoseconds or 7.04 times 10 to the negative 10 seconds under these special conditions outlined here. Now, using this value here, we can unlock the rest of the symbols on this record. Man, I told you this was missions. Why couldn't NASA just include a whole bunch of JPEGs and MP3 files on this thing instead? Well, it's because Voyager's onboard computer system only had 69 kilobytes of RAM, and yes, that's the exact amount it had. Nice. Which wasn't even enough for a single image, let alone the 115 this record has. Here we have a side view of the record that depicts this binary number, which you then of course convert to a decimal and then multiply it by the seconds of that hydrogen wavelength thing, giving us 3,229 seconds, or about 54 minutes, the total runtime of this record. So incredibly intuitive and easy, right? Then do the same thing with this top-down view of the record. Convert the binary number surrounding the circle to a decimal and multiply it by the same constant. You get 3.59 seconds, the time for one rotation of this record on a record player. Bro, who on Earth would ever decode this? Well, I guess someone not on Earth, right? Anyway, if these aliens are into vinyl, they could use that number to get the proper playback speed, and they'd be able to hear these sounds. People saying hello in 55 languages.
Children of planet Earth.
Music around the world from 1977 and earlier, so you definitely be hearing T Swift on this beat. Natural sounds on Earth like waves, thunder, and wind. Now we flip it over to the B side and we hear this. Now, if the aliens are really smart, they'll know this is just the sound of the image data on the record. You see, NASA didn't have a USB stick to stash these images on back in 1977, so they had to store it caveman style. And this is where it gets interesting. The rest of these symbols explain how to decode the images, similar to how we did with audio, but also way more complicated. But in the end, you take the audio waveform, export it as a CSV file, import the CSV file into Excel, and then assign a color value for every different level of audio. Makes sense, right? After doing this for the first image, you get this, a circle, which is actually on the record itself as a sort of calibration marker, basically saying if you see this, you're doing something right. Do this same process for the remaining 114 images and we get these low resolution, potato level quality photos of humanity. All I gotta say is good luck to the civilization decoding this thing, because it can sure use an update in 4K. Finally answer the question of did we land on the moon once and for all in Starfield. So we're on Titan right now, which is a moon of Saturn. We want to go travel to our moon. Zoom out a bit. We're on Titan and we're going to travel to Luna, the official name of our moon. For the first time in history, we're proving whether astronauts really did land on the moon. Okay, so we're on the moon right now. As you can tell, I could jump really high. Let's check that place out. Odds that this is the moon landing, I'd say very low. Yeah, that's true. Oh, snap. This defo don't look like no moon landing to me. We gotta reconcile. We gotta regroup and figure something out. This moon is too big. You gotta ask maybe our boys. Maybe these guys know a hint. The lodge. Yeah, this is where my boys are at. Sometimes you need a little bit of help from a crew. Sir Livingston? Who is this? Alright, Sir Livingston. Oh, this is the Apollo landmark on we found it, boys. This is the Apollo landmark on Luna. You guys see that? Getting back on my ship. We flying back to home base Earth. We gotta travel to Luna. Did the Apollo astronauts really land on the moon? Or was it all just a hoax very soon? Okay. Oh, it's literally right there. I think we're getting somewhere. Land. Alright. Did we just find it? Right there. Tell me that's it. There. Oh, it's the American flag. We landed on the moon and we have proof right here in Starfield. The US government declassified instructions on how you can unlock hidden superpowers of your mind, and I'm going to go through that report to show you how. It's literally on the CIA's official website called the Gateway Process, and you can even see the report right here. Back in 1983, the CIA wanted to learn how to leave your body for military and intelligence gathering purposes, also known as astral projection. And according to this report written by Colonel Wayne McDonnell, it's totally real and anyone can do it. They came out with the Gateway Process, a step-by-step system to leaving your body, and it was immediately classified up until 2003. It states that solid matter doesn't actually exist, and all of reality is just a sequence of vibrating energy patterns, each with their own unique frequency. Sounds a lot like string theory to me. Well, frequency is just a wave, like light, sound, and even our brain's activity emits waves. They discovered a process called hemisync that uses sound waves to synchronize both hemispheres of your brain, the left logical side and the right creative side, basically matching the frequency of a sound wave to the frequency of your brainwave. Then we can use this to convert energy to access new dimensions, escape reality, travel anywhere in space and time, and as the report puts it, click out of space-time and join infinity, even influence reality with our thoughts. Basically admitting that new age concepts like manifestation or the law of attraction are actually real. Sounds like utter nonsense, I know, but this is in the official CIA report, which they wanted to use to train psychic soldiers to gather intelligence and access new forms of information not available to us here. And this isn't some hippie voodoo mumbo jumbo shit either. Everything in this report is based on facts, psychology, math, and even quantum physics. This entire process is done by listening to sound through headphones, so anyone can do it. There's an entire field of science behind how different sound waves can physically affect your brain's chemistry, with certain sounds making you sleepy, awake, focused, give you anxiety, or make you relax. Some sound waves even being able to improve your memory and learning ability. The tapes containing the sound waves of the Gateway Process are available to the public, and you can even listen to most of them for free on YouTube. Note that it's not simply just a matter of listening to the tapes and boom, you're there. There's a bunch of foundational work like relaxation techniques, meditation, and you also need to be open-minded to the idea, or else your doubt will hold you back. Here's a brief snippet of what the Gateway Process sounds like, and note that headphones are necessary.
As you inhale, pull fresh new energy into all parts of your body and up into your head.
Now, what does this even mean? Like, what does joining infinity and clicking out of reality even mean? Okay, focus for a bit here. It's going to take a bit of brain power to fully understand this next part. According to this, there's an energy field beyond us that just exists called the Absolute, which our reality, the one you're in right now, sits on top of. Not easy to wrap your head around, but this Absolute is basically infinity, and between the Absolute and our reality are all the other different dimensions. And the Absolute is what created all dimensions, including our own, and it's also where our consciousness comes from when we're born, and what it goes back into after death, essentially confirming an afterlife, in which we all exist as one collective consciousness but yet retain our individual identity. There's even a page in this report that claims ancient mystics have understood this truth about the universe for thousands of years. Sounds pretty unbelievable, I know, but again, I'm just reciting to you what's in a government declassified report using nothing but math, science, and psychology. So are you gonna try it out just to see where this trip takes you? Or is it just a bunch of nonsense? Here are 11 real space facts that'll blow your load. 108 suns fit exactly between the Earth and the sun. 108 moons fit exactly between the Earth and the moon. And the sun is 108 Earths wide, which they call divine geometry. If you put Saturn in a giant tub, it would float. A pinhead-sized piece of the sun would unalive you within a 145-kilometer radius. Space is actually not a complete vacuum. There's about 3 atoms per cubic meter. Only 5% of the universe is normal matter, the stuff you see every day. 25% is dark matter, which we can't see but holds our universe together, and the remaining 70% is dark energy, which we also can't see but is what causes our universe to expand. Every planet in the solar system fits exactly between the Earth and our moon. A tablespoon of a neutron star would weigh as much as Mount Everest, which is about 1 billion tons. The sun is 400 times larger than the moon, and
and is also 400 times further away from us than the moon, which is why they appear to be the same size in the sky. Convenient now, isn't it? On Uranus, seasons last 21 years, and each pole has 42 years of sunlight followed by 42 years of darkness. 90 to 99% of all normal matter in the universe is hydrogen, so at the scale of the universe, if you're looking at something, it's probably hydrogen. Each year, the moon moves 3.8 centimeters away from Earth. Only 55% of Americans know the sun is a star, so if you weren't one of them, now you are. And if you're not American, well then, congrats too. Alright, today we winning the Nobel Peace Prize by connecting the entire world with a single road. Yeah, can you believe we haven't done that yet, but is it even possible? So first of all, what's the current longest drivable distance in the world? Note, before you go and tell me this is the longest drivable distance in the world, let's say this distance needs to be the shortest possible between 2 points. Alright, now that's cleared up, let's have a look at the world here. I think we can make a road go from Alaska all the way down to the bottom tip of South America. We got the Panama Canal to deal with in the middle here, but that's not a big deal since we got bridges there. But then we get to this, the Darien Gap, which is a desolate, dangerous swampland overrun with rogue military forces and drug lords. Turns out, not a single road passes through this area, leaving North and South America completely unconnected. So, the Americas need some work. Okay, let's zoom back out here. Looking at this, I'd say the longest road on Earth would go somewhere from South Africa all the way out to eastern Russia like that. But if we punch that into Google Maps and then zoom in right here between Sudan and Egypt, turns out we need to take a ferry on the Nile River, which isn't drivable, so technically it isn't a road anymore. Even if we take this western route here, there's no bridge across the Congo River in Kinshasa, Congo, so that would be another ferry. We can technically work around those ferries like this, but then it's not the shortest possible distance anymore, so that's cheating. But okay, let's walk before we can run. If we start at the western edge of Europe right here in Sagres, Portugal, and bust it all the way down to the remote village of Kasan in eastern Russia, we get the longest continuous drivable distance in the world at 14,000 kilometers, which is 7 days of non-stop driving. Okay, step one done, but now how do we connect the entire world? Let's get to work. Starting in Cape Town, South Africa, we drive up and hit that Congo River in Kinshasa. So we gotta build a bridge across that, about $444 million. We keep driving up to Idalia in Morocco, which is only separated by 14 kilometers of water from Spain. The water's pretty deep here though, so building a bridge across that would be a hefty project, around $24 billion. Okay, once that's done, we in Spain, baby, and we can drive all the way down to Magadan, Russia with a tiny ferry over here, which we can build a bridge for, no big deal. Now, the biggest challenge is connecting Russia to North America, in more ways than one. First, we gotta add over 2,000 kilometers of highway in Russia just to reach the tip out here, but you know I do not like just the tip. Looking closer here, we see that we'd have to add bridges of 36, 4, and 37 kilometers in order to connect us to Alaska. It's cold as hell up here though, so this ain't gonna be easy and probably costs around $105 billion. Easy money, right? Closest town in Alaska, Nome, is about 160 kilometers away from our entry point. And then the closest highway to that is about 800 kilometers away in Fairbanks, so we got quite some more highways to build. Now from here, we can drive all the way down to Yavisa, Panama, where we get hit with Danger Town, the Darien Gap. So if we can send some highly trained, well-spoken diplomats down there to convince those guys to, you know, stop being drug lords, that would be great. Then we can finally build a highway across that desolate swampland and drive all the way down to Punta Arenas, Chile. And bam, there we have it. We connected the entire planet. Sorry, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, and the rest of Oceania. We did our best. With a road 52,000 kilometers long and 28 days of non-stop driving, we have brought peace upon the world for an easy price of about $233 billion. So technically, if everyone in the world pitched just $30, we can get it done. World peace, baby. Only costs you 30 buckaroonies, so I'ma start collecting. Send that. Hey, the real Pharaoh's curse is that we haven't built a pyramid bigger than Giza yet. I mean, just look at it. This thing is massive and it's over 4,000 years old. Oh, but we do have a pyramid bigger than that and nobody's talking about it. The Great Pyramid of Giza is peanuts against the buried Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia, and you will not believe what they found there. In 2005, archaeologist Dr. Samir Osmanagic realized, hey, this hill in the small Bosnian city of Visoko is oddly shaped like a pyramid. And shaped like a pyramid was an understatement. This hill has virtually every characteristic of a real pyramid, and we continue to ignore it. To start, it has 4 triangular sides. That's it. Pyramid confirmed. We're done. Joking, but it's got even grade slopes and corners that connect perfectly under the foliage, along with an apex at the very top, the exact shape of a pyramid, but oh, it don't end there, Johnny boy. It's also perfectly aligned to the cardinal directions, north, east, south, and west, much like Giza. In fact, this one is even more aligned to true north than Giza, being only 1/300th of a degree off from perfect north, whereas Giza is 2/60ths of a degree off. They even took EMF, electromagnetic frequency readers, to the top and saw readings of 60 times more of what is normally expected on Earth. Another phenomenon that tends to occur at the pyramids, and the reason why is so mind-baffling that we'll have to save that for a future video. This hill was aptly named the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, the first pyramid of its kind in Europe, taller than the Great Pyramid of Giza and even bigger than the biggest pyramid of the world, Cholula in Mexico, with 4 other smaller hills around it that are also suspected to be pyramids or some other structures, as is usually the case at these ancient sites. Sure, it might just look like a hill covered in trees, but have a look at what the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, Mexico looked like before it was excavated and after. Same with Machu Picchu and after, and Chichen Itza and after. Any ancient site that isn't in a desert is typically covered with overgrowth, and the Bosnian pyramid is looking a lot like that before stage. And just have a look at these drone shots and tell me these formations look natural to you. So Dr. Osmanagic began the excavations, and now get this, radiocarbon analysis taken from the rocks hidden beneath the vegetation revealed that this pyramid would be over 35,000 years old, the oldest pyramid in the world by a long shot, over 30,000 years older than Giza, during a time in which traditional history claims only tribes and cavemen incapable of erecting such monuments roamed the earth, far before any civilizations began to form, or so we think. For reference, here's a timeline of all major ancient civilizations and structures built around the world. And here is where the Bosnian pyramid would stand in that timeline. Excavations also revealed huge blocks of 7 tons each, stacked with geopolymer binding, which is an ancient type of cement, and perfect placement, along with perfectly landscaped terraces and other obvious architectural design, but oh no, these are all natural. Note that this was all uncovered up to a meter underground, as would be expected of a pyramid over 35,000 years old. And of course, the archaeological gatekeepers of the world insisted this is just coincidental, with some even going as far as saying Dr. Osmanagic purposely placed these carved stones here to deceive the public. And famed Egyptologist Zahi Hawass, who oversees most of the Egyptian pyramid investigations, even petitioning the Bosnian government to stop these excavations. Within hours of this international discovery, the story is swept under the rug and labeled a hoax. Well, over 50 archaeologists around the world remained optimistic and actually joined Osmanagic's work in Bosnia, with virtually every single one of them who actually saw it in person confirming that nature could not have formed these hills. Further studies revealing an entire underground tunnel system in the area, the longest subterranean complex of any pyramid in the world. Inside these tunnels, large stone blocks were found that clearly seemed to be artificially created and placed. Other artifacts like this giant round stone that no one can explain, and a whole bunch of other smaller ancient trinkets, statues, and even what appears to be a map carved into stone were all found around the Bosnian Valley of Pyramids, all dismissed as irrelevant or flat out ignored by mainstream archaeology. Even the peak of the Sun Pyramid forms a perfect triangle with the peaks of the nearby hills, dubbed the Pyramids of the Moon and the Dragon. Another crazy coincidence, right? After much pushback, the government actually did grant Osmanagic the right to continue excavations, but with no official funding, the entire project depends on donations and volunteer work. These excavations are still going on, but after tourism to Bosnia slowed down in the last couple of years, progress on these pyramids have as well. As with anything, you could probably rationalize a completely valid reason for each of these discoveries, and maybe it really is somehow just a hill. So you think we're tweaking on this one, or are we onto something? Who's ready to get digging? No, these aren't pre-rendered graphics. This is real life. A special phenomenon called Lahaina Noon that happens twice a year everywhere in the world along this path. Lahaina means cruel sun in the native Hawaiian language, and the most notable of these occurrences happens in Hawaii, which touched Maui this year in 2023 on May 18th and July 24th. This goes down when Earth's orbit places the sun directly overhead at a perfect 90-degree angle above the area called the subsolar point. And at noon, straight objects like these will have no shadow and end up looking like low-resolution Nintendo 64 graphics or something. There's even this crazy sculpture called the Skygate in Honolulu, and every other time of year it casts an unexpected wobbly shadow on the ground. But during Lahaina Noon, you'll see a perfectly circular silhouette right under it. It's almost like some evil villain can just put a giant magnifying glass in space above the area during this time of year and totally send down a solar laser beam of destruction from the sky. Nah, that's crazy talk. Oh man, I used to think aliens were real until the government started talking about them. Let's lay out all the facts, because a lot of things came out about those alien mummies that no one's talking about that could actually prove whether they're actually real or if they've got something else planned for us. So while US Congress talked about non-human biologics, Mexico said, hold my beer, and one-up the states by actually showing these biologics in their hearing. They presented 2 bodies of mummified extraterrestrial beings over 1,000 years old found in a mine in Cusco, Peru. Aliens, like actual aliens, known as the Nazca mummies, and this is the Mexican government, like Congress, officials, all that noise making this announcement. They claim that all governments of the world, including the Pentagon, know about this, and if they say they don't, they're just playing dumb. Led by journalist Jamie Masson, who testified under oath, so if they find out he's lying, he's going to jail. My initial reaction to these was like, come on. I mean, these mummies literally look like a mix between E.T. and those aliens from Men in Black, no? The reason they look like paper mache is because they're allegedly covered with a white substance that preserves and, well, mummifies them. They were found in diatomaceous earth, which is a naturally occurring sedimentary rock that prevents the growth of bacteria and is why these bodies are so well preserved. Upon deeper medical examinations of these bodies, some interesting things came up. To start, they found that these aliens were dripped out with metal rings on their fingers, along with a whole bunch of metal implants within their bodies, made with rare metals like osmium and cadmium, implying that these aliens had advanced knowledge of anatomy and surgical procedures. Studies done by the National Autonomous University of Mexico, which is basically Mexico's MIT, pretty much confirmed these bodies are real, as in they are actual organic beings, but shaped unlike anything else on Earth. This was confirmed by multiple doctors. And what was their final diagnosis? To start, their hands are 45 centimeters long, and they don't even really have hands, just 3 long fingers that connect directly into their arm. They even did x-rays and ultrasounds to confirm they're legit, which would be pretty hard to fake but not impossible, which also showed 3 calcified objects deemed to be eggs or embryos within the alien with intact fallopian tubes, which honestly is even harder to fake, so impressive to see that. These things got 14 circular ribs, similar to a bird, so they're saying this would be a bird reptilian-like creature. A deep concave circular spine, meaning it can expand and contract its neck like a turtle. A significant air pocket in its head, meaning it has room for a complex brain. And it's also got light bones, no teeth, no nasal cavity, so it would likely only consume liquids or mushy fluids like smoothies. Now, the presenter Jamie unveiled a similar alien mummy back in 2015 and was apparently debunked to be a human child, which is low-key kinda twisted. Some articles out there claim the finger bones of these alien mummies are mismatched and the head is actually just a backwards llama skull, but still other doctors absolutely refute that. Engineering a Frankenstein-like human centipede using parts of other animals or even humans to create these mummies would be borderline impossible to pull off. Not just that, but millions of DNA sequencing revealed that 30% of its DNA is of unknown origin and unrelated to anything on Earth. Then they show footage of some more UAPs. Same old here, except now some of these are glowing. Going on to show alien-like cave paintings in Peru, and to be fair, Peru has quite some interesting ancient sites like Sacsayhuaman, complex of giant boulders, which they still have no idea how they were built to this day. But this isn't the first time the Mexican government came out with alien claims. Back in 2012, they revealed these Mayan discs they dug up from an ancient site claimed to be over 1,300 years old, which famed physicist Nassim Haramein even gave a presentation on. They feature clear depictions of aliens and UFOs, but I don't know. This one seems a little sketch to me, like they just gave a kid a crayon and told him to draw aliens. There's a bunch more of these ancient stone tablets that feature blatant alien imagery from Mayan sites. Could be real, but they're in serious question. What truly does tickle my brain is the proposed age. These aliens are from the year 1000 AD, which would mean they've been around us for quite a while. Just look at all these ancient hieroglyphs, cave paintings, some of which date back up to 15,000 years old, Renaissance art, and artifacts featuring UFOs and beings with bauble-shaped heads. Look familiar to you? Now, this is all mostly according to DNA testing done by Mexican labs and universities, so we're taking their word for it. And of course, fact checkers and media are now claiming hoax left and right to calm the public down. But I think you know what it means when every major news source starts saying the same thing, with smaller voices on the internet claiming they've been told by first-hand sources that these bodies are very real. And the amount of detail in the scans of the eggs and the bones are simply impossible to fake, possibly belonging not to otherworldly aliens, but an ancient subterranean civilization that has remained hidden for a very, very long time. But I don't know, they could be fake. And realistically, would the US confirming the Nazca mummies are real change things for you, or would it just make you doubt them even more? Or are all world governments colluding to pull off the greatest public deception in history? Haha, no, of course not. Why would they ever do that? Today we are rating other planets if they replaced our moon. Starting with the control test, our moon right here. I'd give that a 0 out of 10, honestly, just same old boring. Next we got Mercury. Kind of looks the same as our moon, just a little bit bigger. Honestly, this is like a 3 out of 10. Nothing special. I mean, I wouldn't trip if I saw this outside. Now we got Venus. A little bit bigger. Honestly, you can see a bit of texture on it. Again, this is like a 4 out of 10 for me. Nothing special, but it would be pretty cool seeing that outside. Not gonna lie. Now we got Mars. Okay, this one's smaller, but the red makes it pretty interesting. I'd love seeing this outside if I ever stepped out. This is a solid 6. That's a 6 out of 10 right there. Now we got Jupiter, baby. Yo, that is massive. Bro, if I saw this outside, I would trip. This is like a straight 8 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10. This is incredible. I would be blown away if I saw... Okay, this is it. This takes the cake. This looks amazing. I can't even imagine stepping outside and seeing this in the sky. This is a 10 out of 10. Saturn wins so far. Let's see if anything can beat Saturn. Now we got Uranus. Kind of cool seeing it on its side. Blue texture's also cool, and we could probably make a bunch of jokes about it too. I'd give this a nice 7 out of 10 for that reason alone. And now Neptune, a little bit bluer than Uranus. Again, it would be... I don't even know if you'd see this in the sky if our sky is blue. Yeah, this is like a 8 out of 10. Pretty cool. 35 years is how long this plane trip lasted. Yeah, years. You heard that right. Years. Santiago Airlines Flight 513 boarded in 1954 and landed in 1989, flying from Aachen, Germany on September 4th, 1954 to Porto Alegre, Brazil, with 88 passengers and 4 crew members on board. It was about to finish crossing the Atlantic Ocean when it just completely disappeared a few hours into its flight, very close to the Bermuda Triangle. Now, disappearing planes are oddly not out of the ordinary. They actually happen all the time, like the infamous flight MH370, which was flying from Malaysia to Beijing back in 2014 when it mysteriously changed course mid-flight and started flying into the middle of the Indian Ocean, only to vanish a few hours later with no traces of the plane on any radars, just like Flight 513. Except debris from MH370 was found washed ashore in Madagascar 5 years later in 2019. Meanwhile, only 2 years after Flight 513 vanished, the search was called off in 1956. Then, out of nowhere, on October 12, 1989, the exact plane just lands without any radar warning in Brazil. 35 years later. 35 years. How is that even possible? When it landed, the airport security team rushed the plane to investigate, and they could not believe what they found. 92 skeletons still seated on the plane with their seatbelts on, passengers, crew, captain, and all, with the pilot literally still clutching the controls in his hand. The other big question is here, how did this plane even land? Some theories claim this plane entered a wormhole over the Bermuda Triangle and traveled through time, while others that they were abducted by aliens or landed on some remote island and died of starvation. A lot of online sources say this is a hoax, but others claim the Brazilian government investigated and refused to disclose details to the public after they realized they had no valid explanations for it. But that's exactly what you would expect a government to do if something unexplainable ever happened with no plausible explanation. Deny it and paint the discovery a hoax. Especially in 1989, before the internet and online channels like this were widely used and the general public had no way of sharing information with each other. Which is why no photo or video proof has been released other than this tabloid newspaper article, with those same people stating that even a plane that old could have easily landed itself with autopilot. Santiago Airlines went out of business 2 years after this flight, so no executives were around 35 years later to confirm records either. Remember to never blindly accept what you hear as absolute fact, including what I'm saying right now, and to always question everything. This is likely an urban legend, but you can never know for sure. My video analytics show that only about 15% of people actually get to this point of the video, so let's make fun of all the angry comments below who didn't make it this far, knowing that both sides of your brain are working. All digital data in the world will get deleted in 2033, and this guy from the year 2062 just told us how. Yes, he claims to be a time traveler. They even connected him to a lie detector, and it all checked out as true. So Spotify reached out to sponsor this video to let us get to the bottom of this. His name is Peter Reuter, who says in November of 2022, patient 0 of a deadly virus started infection at JFK Airport. And in October 2023, a new variant of the virus known as Pegasus will spread to infect the entire world. Dr. Eliza Knight was assigned to Peter's case, who tells her the end of the world is closer than we think. According to him, kids being born now will be known as the IP, or interpandemic generation, who will grow up glued to a screen and fearing social contact. In 2031, we finally establish our first colony on Mars, but but that's nothing compared to the discovery we make there 11 years later. On March 30th, 2033, the world will experience the Great Deletion, in which an AI tasked with cleaning up junk files ends up deleting literally everything. Just imagine waking up one day with no email, no social media, your entire digital footprint is completely erased. Then, in August 2042, that colony on Mars uncovers an ancient city buried under the Martian surface, which apparently teaches us how to time travel. Ultimately, October 2053 is when the entire world crumbles for good. But then, the unexpected happens. Dr. Knight wakes up in the year 2012, where she's now the patient, and a familiar doctor is interviewing her about her mental health, which is the plot of Case 63, a Spotify original audio series which is oddly close to reality. Season 2 just dropped, so you can binge both seasons now and maybe even predict what's going to happen in our future. You can make a star by just snapping your fingers. A star, like a full-ass star, just like our sun, or even a bigger one like Stephenson 218. This statement is actually completely true. You just need to be in the right place to do it. That place would be inside of a diffuse nebula, which is a gigantic cloud of gas and dust where stars are made. These nebula are in a state of extreme equilibrium, meaning all the atoms that are floating around here are perfectly balanced with each other as they exist in space. So the tiniest disturbance in this region of space would cause an enormous domino effect and result in absolute chaos. The atoms would collide and clump together to form bigger chunks, and those would continue to coalesce to form even bigger ones. In fact, the amount of disturbance that snapping your fingers would create would likely trigger the formation of hundreds of stars. But this process would take around 10 million years from the moment you snap to when the first stars are made. And the closest nebula to us, the Helix Nebula, is about 700 light years away, so add another 30 million years of space travel to get there with our current technology. Hey, once you get past all that, you'd be spotting stars left and right, baby. This is how to build a nuke. Disclaimer, please don't actually build a nuclear weapon. This is for educational and awareness purposes only. Nukes 101. The most powerful man-made explosions in history. The destroyer of worlds. Alright, so back up a bit. How on earth does a nuke even work? It all started in 1938 when a German scientist discovered how to split the nucleus of an atom. When he did this, he realized an enormous amount of energy was released in the process. This is the first step of nuclear energy, called nuclear fission. Now, to be clear, an enormous amount of energy is relative to the size of an atom's nucleus, which is insanely tiny. Splitting one uranium atom releases around 0.00003 joules of energy. So you would need to split over 30,000 uranium atoms just to get 1 joule, which is about the force of an apple falling 1 meter to the ground. So you need to split over 30,000 uranium atoms just to get glonked on the head with an apple. But a new form of energy was still huge news, especially coming from Germany in 1938, and I think we all know what happened after that. The US heard of this news and got so shook that they developed an entire program to create a new type of weapon using this nuclear fission process. And thus, the infamous Manhattan Project was born. By 1945, the first nuclear explosion ever, called the Trinity test, was set off with 1 kiloton of power or 1,000 tons of TNT, and this is how that bomb works. It's a traditional atomic bomb using only nuclear fission. The nucleus of an atom is held incredibly tightly together with protons and neutrons, which takes energy to keep them bound together. If we fire a stray neutron into the nucleus, it causes the atom to be split, forming 2 smaller nuclei and releasing energy, but also releasing more stray neutrons in the process, which in turn hit other nuclei that split, causing a chain reaction. Nuclear fission in a nutshell. This all happens incredibly fast, splitting over 10 to the 24 atoms in a microsecond, which set off the 1 kiloton explosion of the Trinity test. The reason we use uranium-235 atoms in these nukes is because they're radioactive. They have unstable nuclei, meaning they have too many protons or neutrons, and they're constantly ejecting them in an attempt to become stable. This ejecting of particles is called radioactive decay and produces energy in the form of radiation, which are invisible rays that damage our skin and internal organs, even affecting our immune system and DNA itself, which can cause sickness and mutations in humans. So radiation ain't it for us. Anyway, atoms with unstable nuclei like uranium-235 are easier to split due to this instability, and that's why we use them. With all this knowledge, the US then dropped Little Boy, which was 15 kilotons, on Hiroshima to try to end World War II. This bomb had 2 pieces of U-235 inside of it like this. Conventional explosives were set off to fire the first piece into the second piece, which were then smashed together, compressing the atoms to start the fission reaction. For maximum destruction, it needs to be detonated about 600 meters above the surface, so it's not like it just hit the ground and blew up on impact. On detonation, it instantly vaporized everything within a 180 meter radius, scorched the ground up to 4,000 degrees Celsius within 2 kilometers, and sent shockwaves that destroyed everything within 3 kilometers. Literal hell on earth. Japan didn't surrender, so 3 days later, Team America dropped Fat Man, which was 21 kilotons, on Nagasaki. This one was built a little different. Instead of uranium, they used plutonium plutonium-239, which has a faster fission rate and wouldn't have worked in the gun barrel design of Little Boy. So with Fat Man, they had a plutonium sphere in the center with a layer of uranium around it. Conventional explosives were placed all around this sphere of destruction that would compress it on detonation to activate the fission reaction and cause an even bigger boom, absolutely annihilating the Japanese city, even causing radioactive rainfall and finally forcing Emperor Hirohito into surrender. Use this site to find out how much damage a nuke would do in your city. Over hundreds of thousands of fatalities resulted from these blasts, with millions affected for the generations after. Sure didn't stop the Soviets, because in 1949 they became the second country ever to detonate a nuke, officially starting the Cold War. In 1952, the US develops the hydrogen bomb, which was around 1,000 times more powerful than their previous atom bombs. Hey, stay tuned for Nukes 102, dropping soon to learn about that. Hydrogen bombs are 1,000 times more powerful than regular atomic nukes, and this is how to build one. Disclaimer, please don't actually build a nuke, these are for educational purposes only. H-bombs use a new type of nuclear energy called fusion, much more powerful than the fission we learned back in 101. Basically, instead of just splitting atoms, we're now also fusing them together, which works best with really simple atoms, and is why we use hydrogen, the most basic element there is, having only one proton. Just like a magnet, the positive charges of two hydrogen atoms repel one another. But if we overcome that force of repulsion and squeeze them together really hard, we create a helium atom, which has two protons, and release energy in the process, similar to how we did with fission. So inside these hydrogen bombs, we have hydrogen compressed into as small as space as possible. In order to kickstart the fusion process, we gotta blast them with an unreasonable amount of heat. We're talking 100 million degrees Celsius, which is 7 times hotter than the core of our sun, and this fusion process is also how our sun itself generates heat. So how do we generate this amount of heat in a hydrogen bomb to kickstart fusion? With a nuclear fission reaction, of course. Be sure to watch Nukes 101 to learn how that works. This is what's called a thermonuclear weapon, in which a fission reaction is used to activate the fusion reaction for the ultimate destruction. With the first H-bomb ever tested, codenamed Ivy Mike, dropped on remote islands in the Pacific with a force of 10.4 megatons. That's 10,400,000 tons of TNT. The fireball itself was over 6.4 kilometers wide and is said to have shone brighter than 1,000 suns. The US one-upped themselves in 1954 with Castle Bravo, reaching 15 megatons, dropped on an area in the Pacific called Bikini Atoll, which, side note, is where Bikini Bottom from SpongeBob got its name. Bottom of the ocean in the Bikini Atoll region, where the sea creatures got so irradiated from nuclear testing that they started to form consciousness, and bam, SpongeBob was born. And is also why everything in SpongeBob always explodes for no reason. They literally even used this test footage in one episode. Anyway, the Soviets saw this, and all they had to say was, "Hold my beer," or vodka, I guess, because they were about to outdo everyone in the biggest way possible. Okay, let's summarize the scale of the bombs we've been making so far. Little Boy on Hiroshima was a mere 15 kilotons. Then the Ivy Mike test was 10,400 kilotons, or 10.4 megatons, with Castle Bravo topping that at 15 megatons, the biggest nuke dropped by the US in history. In 1961, the Soviets tested a hydrogen bomb that was 57 megatons, almost 4,000 times more powerful than Little Boy, called the Tsar Bomba, and is still to this day the most powerful nuclear device that has ever been tested. This thing was so insanely huge that the pilots tasked with dropping it were only given a 50-50 chance of survival. It was dropped on a remote island far north in the Arctic Ocean, and they even attached a parachute to it to slow its descent so the pilots can Top Gun it the hell out of there as soon as they released it. They dropped it, dipped as fast as they could, and when the bomb detonated, the shockwave was so powerful that it knocked the plane out of the sky over 100 kilometers away. The plane plummeted for a full kilometer towards the ground, but luckily the pilots regained control and survived. 50-50 chance gone right, all in on red, baby. And when they looked behind them, they saw the biggest explosion in human history, annihilating everything within a 35-kilometer radius and a mushroom cloud over 60 kilometers high. This test was nothing but a measuring contest. No, in reality, it would have been much more efficient and cost-effective to just drop several smaller nukes than one of this size. By the 1960s, the UK, France, and China all began testing their own nukes, and is why in 1996 the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty was signed, banning all nuclear testing on the entire planet. But it sure didn't stop India, Pakistan, and North Korea from blowing shit up with their most recent nuclear test by our boy Kim Jong-un in 2017. Hey, somebody keep an eye on that guy. And that is how nukes are made, and also why you definitely shouldn't build one either. What if someone from the future told you that all digital data in the world will get deleted in 2033? A guy named Peter Reuter claims to be a time traveler from the year 2062 and says that's exactly what's going to happen. The creepy tale of K63 is presented to us today by Spotify, and yo, it gets even crazier. His name is Peter Reuter, who says in November of 2022, patient 0 of a deadly virus started infection at JFK Airport. According to his story, a new variant of the virus known as Pegasus will spread to infect the entire world. Dr. Eliza Knight was assigned to Peter's case days who tells her the end of the world is closer than we think. According to him, kids being born now will be known as the IP, or interpandemic generation, who will grow up glued to a screen and fearing social contact. In 2031, we finally establish our first colony on Mars, but that's nothing compared to the discovery we make there 11 years later. On March 30th, 2033, the world will experience the Great Deletion, in which an AI tasked with cleaning up junk files ends up deleting literally everything. Just imagine waking up one day with no email, no social media, your entire digital footprint is completely erased. Then, in August 2042, that colony on Mars uncovers an ancient city buried under the Martian surface, which apparently teaches us how to time travel. Ultimately, October 2053 is when the entire world crumbles for good. But then, the unexpected happens. Dr. Knight wakes up in the year 2012, where she's now the patient, and a familiar doctor is interviewing her about her mental health, which is the plot of the scripted audio thriller Case 63, a Spotify original audio series that's oddly close to reality. Season 2 just dropped, so you can binge both seasons now on Spotify or wherever else you get your podcasts. This was way too risky to post here, so I put the whole thing up on X. You know where to look if you want to check it, but don't say I didn't warn you. LeBronathan is the highest paid athlete of all time. Not. And neither is Michael Jackson, Tony the Tiger, or Ronaldo McDonald. In fact, you can combine today's top 5 highest paid athletes and it still wouldn't even come close to the actual richest athlete in human history. That title belongs to a person that was probably illiterate and born in the year 104 AD. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? Because that is the birthplace of Gaius Appuleius Diocles, who started his athletic career at a very young age following his passion of racing horses in a chariot. That's right, being a charioteer was actually all the rage back in the glory days of Rome, and our boy Diocles cashed out harder than any other athlete in history. Historians claim that he wasn't even the best charioteer of all time, he was just the most entertaining, which is usually what it takes in sports, with most of his victories coming from a last second, come from behind crossing of the finish line that the crowds loved. He started his career on the white team before being traded to the green, the most popular team of the time. He then requested to be traded to the less popular red team as a big flex on his fans to show them what he can do. Also, team names were much easier back then. His races quickly became the featured event of the day and everyone looked forward to them. Taking place in the Roman Circus Maximus, a chariot racetrack constructed in 600 BC for the purpose of pacifying the masses of poverty-stricken and generally down bad peasant citizens. Makes you wonder if today's stadiums and sporting events hold the same purpose. Anyway, unlike today's athletes, he didn't make his money from sponsorships, marketing opportunities, or even player contracts. His earnings came solely from the prize money won from his races over his 24-year-long career. His total winnings, a staggering sum of 35 million sesterces, an ancient Roman form of currency, which was 5 times the lifetime earnings of the highest paid senators of the time, enough to feed the entire city of Rome for an entire year. Diocles could have paid the salary of the entire Roman army at its height, but instead decided to retire at the age of 42 in the Italian countryside. Smart man, and lucky too, as most charioteers died in their mid-20s. But he likely never saw the majority of his fortune, as greed and corruption were rampant in those days. And there weren't exactly any bank transaction Excel files they could reference either. So the event coordinators, not to mention the Roman Empire itself, likely pocketed most of his winnings. But he still definitely got a healthy sum of it. Now, the big question you've been waiting for, how much is that translated to today's money? About 15 billion US dollars, more than the lifetime earnings of any modern day athlete. In fact, today's top paid sports stars would have to play for 600 years to get even close to that amount. Over the span of Diocles' 24-year career, it comes out to $625 million a year, over 3 times the biggest single-year player contract ever. So if you ever talking goats, remember Diocles easily shits on anyone you're talking about. Our ancient past may have come into contact with highly advanced technology and they didn't even try to hide it from us. Starting in Egypt with this hieroglyph uncovered in the Temple of Osiris. Just have a look at these and tell me if you see anything, cause I don't know, maybe I'm the one that's tripping here. But does this not look like a helicopter? Maybe a tank or a boat? An airplane? What looks to be a spaceship, all carved into stone thousands of years old? Now, I already hear the Google debunkers crying this has been proven wrong, that these are just hieroglyphs that were written many times over, and these shapes are just a combination of many characters. Damn, didn't know they were there when these were carved, given how 100% certain they are of it. There's so many other questionable hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt, but I'm gonna have to say those those for another video. Let's take this all the way back to the caveman days with Paleolithic cave drawings and carvings, also known as petroglyphs. These ancient Aboriginal cave paintings in Australia dating back to 15,500 BC, known as the Bradshaw paintings. Take a note of the big round heads here. China Lake Naval Air Weapons Center near Death Valley, California has petroglyphs dating 16,000 years. Again, tall beings with bubble-shaped heads and lines coming out. Oh, look at that. We see similar cave drawings in Ginkgo State Park near Vantage, Washington, all in the US of A. Tassili Najar is a plateau in Algeria, Africa, with these rock paintings dating to about 10,000 BC, again with these strange bobblehead creatures, almost like they're wearing helmets. Some of them even appear to be wearing gloves and full-on suits. Now, before you say, oh, that's just how they drew humans back then, well, because right beside them we have these drawings of completely normal-looking beings, so what are these creatures? Other side of the world, in Toro Muerto, Peru, petroglyphs around 12,000 years old of beings with bubbles around their heads and lines coming out. Across the ocean to Asia, cave paintings in Chhattisgarh, India, dating about 8,000 BC, feature bubble heads with lines coming out. Over to Europe, the Val Camonica prehistoric rock art in Italy, over 5,000 years old, and you tell me what you see here. A human-looking creature holding strange tools, wearing a bubble helmet with lines coming out of it. Yeah, because prehistoric humans around the world just all decided to draw the same thing, right? Then we start to come out of the Neolithic era to the oldest known civilization, the Sumerians, whose tablets include this stone carving. We have no clue what this is, but it really do look like some flying object with some force field coming out from underneath. And this other tablet looks pretty innocent until you notice this. Doesn't that kind of look like a sun shape that just so happens to have 9 balls around it? Exactly the amount of planets in our solar system. Guess they counted Pluto, so did they have advanced knowledge of our planets over 4,000 years ago? Back to the Egyptians, we see this dude in some serpent-looking craft. Could be part of their mythology, but then we see the exact same thing in the Maori of New Zealand and the Aztec and Olmecs of Central America. And now the Mayans. Oh man, what on earth is this carving? Some complex-looking contraption complete with hand controls and something up his nose? Not to mention they seem to be wearing helmets again, which sure could be decorative, but what on earth are these contraptions they're in? Is this their way of interpreting spaceships? These Mayan discs, allegedly revealed by the Mexican government, are over 1,000 years old and hidden until 2012, and I mean, just look at what's going on here. Granted, there's a lot of controversy around these, and they do seem a little fishy, but physicist Nassim Haramein gave a full presentation about it, so I don't know, you be the judge. This 3,000-year-old spaceship carving found in modern-day Turkey, but of course debunkers will admit it's anything but that. A silver-suited figurine wearing a helmet and gloves found in a Ukrainian village dating back to 600 BC. Carvings of people wearing helmets and full-on suits and gloves at the Hoysalaswara temple in India dating back to about 900 years old, if not more. Are those spacesuits? Note that these are different from these spacesuit statues in Spain, which were actually just part of a restoration project in 1992, so don't be fooled. Even as recent as the Renaissance, tell me, what on earth are these little creatures flying in spacecraft doing in a Jesus painting from 1350? Look closely and you'll find similar flying saucers in dozens of these works of art over hundreds of years old. I mean, seriously, this list is endless. The more I looked, the more I found. And the angels you see in religious Renaissance paintings have been around a lot longer than you think. Predating even the Bible, depictions of winged beings were very popular among Egyptian hieroglyphs. And we see the same pattern in the carvings of the Sumerians, which are even older. Some of them even going a step further and showing these beings with the head of a bird. Now, why the obsession with birds? Let me finish you off with this thought. If some primitive civilization were to come into contact with something they can't explain with their current understanding of the world, don't you think they would describe that thing in terms they can understand? So if they were to witness some sort of being coming down from the sky, the only thing they know that are airborne are birds. So naturally they would associate that being with a bird. Far-fetched yet plausible explanation of the popularity behind bird-like gods among these ancient cultures, which leads us to their creation myths. And yo, listen, pretty much every single one of the world's ancient civilizations have the same story of how we came to be. Okay, I know this was a lot, but I just couldn't believe what I found out about these stories, so I have to say this for another video. Hey, I gotta tell you, I might not be around for very long, Jimmy boy. Astronomers have actually found the average color of the universe, and you see it pretty much every day without even looking outside. What they did was collect the data of all the light emitted from a sample of 200,000 galaxies and calculate the average color of light from the visible light spectrum, just like on a color wheel. All light in the universe comes from stars, or objects that used to be stars, or soon will be stars. Everything is stardust, baby. Now, the majority of stars in our observable universe formed around 5 billion years ago, meaning the average color of our universe is constantly changing, slowly shifting from blue to red as more and more blue stars turn yellow and eventually into red giants. While in the past 10 billion years or so, the average color was a shade of blue, and billions of years in the future, it'll be a bright bright red. Right now, you'd kind of expect it to be purple, but it ain't. When all data from those 200,000 galaxies was compiled, the actual current average color of the universe is this. Yep, that ain't no lie. Officially called cosmic latte, and oddly happens to be the average color of the walls of every home. There's this unknown 15-ton object orbiting Earth that is estimated to have been there for 13,000 years. With all this talk of UFOs and non-human biologics these days, it's time to start asking the question, what if they're already here? And we've got some close-up HD photos of this thing that are gonna blow your mind. This is the first thing we'd see if an alien species ever finally decided to start coming down to us, their motherships in our sky. Which Apple TV Plus series Invasion actually does a really good job at depicting just how realistic this whole scenario would be, documenting the real-time experience of the events that would take place if an alien species were to invade, through the eyes of 5 ordinary people around the globe as they struggle to make sense of the chaos around them. But in our world, there's this object they discovered around our planet back in the 50s and is apparently still orbiting us to this day. This thing may just be our first sign of what's to come and has been dubbed the Black Knight satellite. It's a confirmed object documented by NASA, and we've since been told that it's just space junk, a discarded thermal cover, which granted it might be, but today we're asking the question, what if it's not? It's rumored to be an artificial satellite and apparently has been there since 11,000 BC. If extraterrestrial life ever did want to invade, they'd probably want to do a bit of recon first. And that's pretty much what the invading species in the Invasion series did, with their mothership floating high in our planet's orbit for everyone on Earth to see. But what's really crazy is that this Black Knight satellite was initially detected back in 1954, 3 years before humanity's first artificial satellite, Sputnik 1, went into orbit. And the Black Knight satellite was found to be in a polar orbit, meaning it goes north to south, while debris and space junk are expected to follow the rotation of our planet. Polar orbits also happen to be the preferred orbital path for reconnaissance, covering the most amount of ground and ideal for an invading species. Then in 1998, NASA's STS-88 mission did a direct flyby and got this incredible high-definition photo of it. I don't know about you, but that sure doesn't look like no thermal blanket to me. It's even emitting its own radio signal, which the NSA, many astronomers around the world, and even ham radio operators all independently came up with the same decoding of that signal. This radio signal is allegedly emitting a message, more specifically a map. A star map of the constellation Boötis, with the only star out of place in this map being Epsilon Boötis, indicating that that may have been the origin star of this satellite. The position of the stars in this map was also slightly off from where they are now, but would match perfectly with our star positions 13,000 years ago, leading to believe that's when the satellite arrived. Epsilon Boötis is also a very special star system. There's a strange phenomenon there called the Boötis void, which esteemed theoretical physicists around the world all confirmed that light appears to be getting bent around that area, far too big to be a black hole, some of whom suggest that it can even be an advanced civilization using cloaking technology to keep themselves hidden from observers like us. Alien species with cloaking technology is familiar territory in the Apple TV Plus series Invasion, where they use it to turn themselves and their ships invisible to the human eye, and we're forced to get creative to keep up. Season 2 of Invasion is airing now, so stream it on Apple TV Plus to find out what we'd do if the Black Knight satellite turned out to be real. Bruh, what on earth is this thing? Apparently it's called the opium or the erosion bird, and looking at it makes me feel weird. And don't worry, they're definitely AI generated, but many are beginning to claim that creatures like this are actually real, and we've already encountered them in our past before. Depictions of bird-like creatures have been found all over the ancient world, in Mesopotamia and Egypt, and even all the way across the ocean in the Mayans and Aztecs. Why did cultures all around the world just all independently come up with the same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird? The ruins left behind by one of these ancient civilizations are rumored to have been discovered and then covered up in Antarctica as well. A lot of controversy behind these. I actually made another video about it, so check it out if you want to know more. They were allegedly uncovered during an expedition led by Captain Robert Falcon Scott in 1912. Fast forward a couple years to 1946 for yet another Antarctic expedition, this time led by Admiral Richard Byrd. Robert Falcon Scott? Admiral Richard Byrd? Okay, these are definitely coincidences. Anyway, we were fresh out of World War II, and Admiral Byrd was tasked with mapping out sites for potential future military sites in the South Pole. While scouting, him and his crew stumbled on something that no one in the world would have ever expected, and he documented it all in his personal diary, which didn't make the final cut of his official publication and was discovered by his son years after his death. In here, he recounts a mind-boggling story. As he flies over Antarctica, he passes over some mountains and discovers an enormous opening in the icy surface. Him and his squadron fly into it, and all of a sudden, they're surrounded by a luscious green landscape of grass and forests. He continues on, seeing giant creatures roaming around him, and he's brought to a shimmering rainbow city made of crystal. He he's surrounded by these flying disc-shaped objects that lead him to the ground, and he's brought to a tall being called the Master. Highly advanced beings living in a futuristic city inside the Earth. Yup, it's the infamous Hollow Earth theory. And yeah, all of this is in his diary. And to be clear, Admiral Byrd was one of the most decorated and highly celebrated officers in the American military. He wrote this diary during his prime years, not when he became old, so dismissing it all as a senile crackpot's journal doesn't make any sense. In the diary, he talks about meeting this tall being who tells him they're disappointed in humanity and are afraid that we might nuke ourselves into extinction. And this is around the time we started doing nuclear testing. Maybe this was our first glimpse of the real erosion bird? Bird-like gods, entrances to underground worlds in Antarctica with tall beings. Kinda checks out. And maybe these beings and all the flying discs mentioned are also related to all the UFO sightings we've been seeing in the past couple of years. Apparently, Admiral Byrd really wanted to share these findings, but was ordered by the military to stay silent about it. Along with bird-like beings, records of inner Earth civilizations have been reported by many, if not almost every ancient society of our past. Buddhists have the subterranean kingdom of Agartha. Ancient Indians have Patala. The Mayans got Xibalba, an underworld civilization, which is called Chico Mostok for the Aztecs. Ancient African and other native cultures talk about subterranean cavern spirits. The Sumerians knew it as Kur, Babylonians Urkala. Ancient Chinese Diyu, Japanese Yomi. Ancient Egyptian, Greek, Roman, and even Celtics all had myths of an underground world inhabited by superior beings, some of whom were cast out of this utopia onto the surface of Earth and started humanity as we currently know it. Could this even be the original Garden of Eden? And just like the flood myth that appears in every single ancient civilization, when stories are repeated this often, we have to ask ourselves, what if they actually happened? These giant holes have been reported to be seen at the poles on numerous occasions. In 1829, a fisherman named Olaf Janssen claims to have sailed through a polar opening and into the planet's interior, where he met a race of tall beings, giants. In 1985, a naval engineer team at McMurdo Station in the South Pole reports seeing circular aircraft flying above an area called the Beardmore Glacier. They couldn't investigate it because the area was a no-fly zone, obviously. But at one point, they get an emergency call from an injured crew member that needs immediate evacuation. In order to get to him on time, they needed to fly through the Beardmore Glacier. And when they did, they reported seeing almost exactly what Admiral Byrd documented. A giant football field-sized opening, some sort of entrance in the ice leading deep beneath the surface. And when they get back to the station, a man in a black suit arrives, telling them that they did not see what they just saw. Are these the entrances to the hidden underground lands of our past, like Agartha, and the true home of the erosion bird? If gravity does this, then how do orbits go like that? Obviously because Earth is flat and space is a myth. No, but seriously, this is the last video on gravitational orbits you'll ever need to watch to fully understand how they work once and for all. Side note, I'll be giving away this book at some point in the video, so keep watching if you're on that space tip. An object in orbit is simply something that's just constantly falling but never actually hits the ground. Okay, now this thought experiment is going to change your entire view of gravity. Known as Newton's cannonball, picture yourself somewhere on this world on a high mountain with a cannon. Yeah, one of those bad boys. You fire a cannonball, it travels a bit, but eventually gravity takes hold and it falls right back down to Earth. You fire again with more power. The ball goes further, but it still arcs back down to the ground. Repeat this fire with more and more power each time, and it'll go further and further while still following the curve of the Earth. Now, if you blast it hard enough, that ball will actually travel far enough that it never actually catches the ground through gravity's pull and ends up falling forever. Hey, welcome to orbit. And the further you are away from the surface, the less power you need to fall forever, which is called escape velocity. You can technically even orbit the Earth at ground level by going a little over Mach 23, which is 23 times the speed of sound, which isn't very practical and is why we try to go as high as we can to get into orbit. The craziest thing about orbital mechanics is that we can speed up by slowing down. When a spaceship is in orbit and wants to get to the moon, it'll find itself in an elliptical orbit like this. Slowing down while falling forever in this motion creates a smaller orbit around Earth. Smaller orbits bring us closer to Earth, which means more gravity, which means we fall faster, which ends in a faster orbit. Slower speeds, faster orbits. Kinda counterintuitive, but it works. When the spaceship is the closest it can get to Earth in this smaller orbit, it blasts its engines, and combined with the increased speed of gravity, it elongates its orbit around Earth so that its orbital path intercepts the orbit of the moon, and then slows down once it gets close enough to the moon to lock itself into lunar orbit. This whole method is known as a gravitational slingshot, and is almost how all spacecraft navigate through the stars. And if you made it this far in the video, well then congrats, because I got a little something for you. National Geographic was kind enough to send me a free extra copy of To Infinity and Beyond. Talks about our whole universe and all that good. It's actually pretty dope, and look, it's even got pics. So if you're down with it, follow and comment space is real, and I'll pick a random fan that I'll personally ship this out to at like the end of the week or something. To Infinity and Beyond, motherfucker. Burger King foot lettuce. This viral photo turned meme of a fast food employee standing on 2 bins of lettuce led to a group of internet detectives tracking down exactly where this photo was taken and to this employee's ultimate downfall, showing everyone that your photos are never safe on the internet. But how'd they even find out where this was given a blurry photo of a restaurant floor? Their method is easier than you think, and you could even do it yourself with any image, including the ones that you upload online, but I'll show you how to safeguard against that too. If you're smart enough to protect your privacy online and in the real world, then I'd have to recommend these. Because this video is sponsored by Exter, who were kind enough to send me their incredibly slim wallets with RFID protection, which block out unsuspecting signals, making them pretty much hack-proof and protecting you from wireless theft. Look at this. I just stole my credit card info. Yeah, it's literally that easy. Keep your cards safe so that I don't end up stealing your info with the sleekest RFID protected wallets that have ever graced your pocket. Up to 55% off with my code filspixel during their Black Friday sale on now. And just like keeping your credit cards in a regular wallet, any social media platform you post your photos and videos on are subject to exposing your data. You see, every digital camera, including the one in your phone, has something called EXIF data, exchangeable image file format, with every photo it takes. Every social media platform tracks this data in their databases, which includes geolocation. Yes, your exact longitude and latitude. Using this, our team of online detectives found out exactly which restaurant the infamous foot lettuce photo was taken at. They informed the company, the local media, the employees involved got fired, and bam, the meme got busted. Which also means anything that you post online is subject to the same data exposure. But you can safeguard against that with simple tricks like turning off your GPS when taking photos. Or on your computer, you could even right-click into properties on your image, go to details, and then click this option, remove properties and personal information, to clear it out. And most phones these days even have a setting in the camera itself to turn off location access, keeping you and your privacy safer online. The only thing worse than having your data hacked is losing everything all at once. So a tracker card that fits perfectly into your wallet and tells you exactly where it is at all times is a lifesaver. Solar powered, lasting 2 full months on a single charge. Get your tracker card and wallet at Exter for up to 55% off during their Black Friday sale with my code filspixel. These are the absolute lowest prices you'll ever see these wallets at, so hit up Exter before you miss your chance. This river is drying up, revealing something underneath that proves what many ancient texts have predicted thousands of years ago. The Euphrates River is in the Middle East, running through Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, and also happened to be the main source of water in Mesopotamia, where the ancient Sumerians originated from, who are one of the earliest known civilizations ever and believed to have descended from the Anunnaki, but I'll save that for another video. The Sumerians left behind thousands of clay tablets like these that they recorded their lives on in a writing system called cuneiform, where they talked about things like beings coming down from the sky and bringing the gift of civilization to humankind, but don't worry, another time. So you could imagine the area around the Euphrates River is rich in ancient archaeological artifacts. Well, it's drying up fast. Experts say it may be completely dry by 2040. What's scary is that they're finding ancient cities, castles, gold, man-made caves carved into the rock that have been under the river for thousands of years. The reason that's so scary is because this exact river drying up was actually predicted in ancient religious texts like the Bible. Revelation 16:12 reads, "The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings from the east." And then Revelation 9:14-15 says, "Release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates." So the 4 angels who have been prepared for the hour, the day, the month, and the year were released to kill 1/3 of mankind. So the river dries up, containing 4 fallen angels that are released to destroy 1/3 of the world. Nice. And it doesn't end there. Even the Quran mentions this river, saying, "The hour will not come to pass before the river Euphrates dries up to unveil the mountain of gold for which people will fight. 99 out of 100 will die in the fighting, and every man amongst them will say, 'Perhaps I may be the only one to remain alive.'" Different, but kinda similar-ish idea. Now, I'm not here to get into a religious debate. My point here is that ancient historical texts written hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, do talk about the Euphrates drying as a significant event, leading to the wide-scale destruction of humanity. Man, these videos have been dark lately. Ancient relics like those found in the dried river hold immense value to historians as well as religious scholars and groups, like the Dead Sea Scrolls back in 1947, where a group of teenage shepherds came across a bunch of old clay jars in some caves along the Dead Sea. The clay jars were filled with old tattered up scrolls with Greek and Hebrew writing on them, which turned out to be some of the oldest recovered written records of biblical text ever, over 2,000 years old, containing both exact excerpts from the Bible as it currently stands and uncovering entirely new, previously unheard of biblical writings like the Book of Enoch, which talks about some crazy stuff that went down. I can see why they took it out, but I'll also tell you all about that in another video. These scrolls were discovered in the Qumran caves in the Palestinian territory of the West Bank, a similar geographical region as the Euphrates River in 1947. And guess what happens just a year after these were discovered in 1948? Israel officially declares independence of their land, where they claim these scrolls were found. Good timing, right? For the next 10 years, they continue to uncover more and more scrolls in the area in an attempt to establish religious dominance over their history. More More recently, in 2021, they found new Dead Sea Scrolls in caves south of the original location, over 60 years since the originals were found. Here's where it gets interesting. Along with these scrolls, further excavations revealed 4 2,000-year-old Roman-era swords in nearby caves, which are thought to have been stashed in these caves during the Bar Kokhba revolt, an armed Judean uprising against Rome in 132 AD. So, Roman-era remains can lead to archaeological discoveries of religious relics like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and possession of these relics equals a source of dominance among religious groups. Keep that in mind. Now, the real kicker, just a few months ago, an entire Roman-era cemetery with over 100 tombs was unearthed in a nearby region. Where exactly? Oh, interesting. In July to September of 2023, there was a surge of articles reporting this discovery with the number of tombs exceeding 100. And I wonder what happened there after September. Tombs of Roman aristocrats, which we've seen in the past, could be indicators of groundbreaking historical findings like the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the thing about religious groups, they all want to be the first to get their hands on these relics, like the Ark of the Covenant, for example, doing whatever they can to beat everyone else to those discoveries, no matter the cost. Hey, I'm not implying anything here, just stating historical facts. But it makes you wonder what might be under the Euphrates River as it continues to dry up, and whether these archaeological discoveries really will lead to humanity's demise as stated in these historical religious texts, whether through some cataclysmic event or just us fighting over them. What happens if you put your head inside of a particle accelerator and turn it on? Kinda like this Hot Wheels loop. Particle accelerators accelerate particles to nearly the speed of light. And this guy, Anatoly Bugorsky, was unfortunate enough to stick his head inside of one while it was on, and this is what happened to him. Scientists use these giant circular machines, also known as atom smashers, to see how subatomic particles like protons behave while traveling at the speed of light, doing tests like crashing them into each other and other complex science stuff. And yes, I said at the speed of light. Well, almost. They get it up to like 99.99999% the speed of light, because 100% is still impossible at the moment, but hey, we're getting close. You do this by accelerating subatomic particles like protons in a long circular vacuum tube that's colder than space. They start off in a smaller loop where they use electric currents from really strong batteries to get the particles moving fast, and magnets to keep the particles on a stable path as they curve through the loop to be fed back into the batteries and get even faster. This feedback loop gets them fast enough until they're fed into a bigger loop to reach even higher speeds. And they inject a second set of protons here so they could play Ring Around the Rosie with each other and just keep getting faster. They're then fed into the final loop where the two sets of protons are accelerated in opposite directions so they could collide into each other and do science. This right here would be the Large Hadron Collider, the biggest particle accelerator in the world at 27 kilometers in circumference, where the protons traveled the entire circular distance more than 11,000 times per second. So yeah, it's fast. The LHC is in Switzerland and contains 1.8 billion kilometers of wires, enough to go the distance of not around Earth, but of Earth's entire orbit around the sun twice, or from the Earth to the sun and back 6 times. Anyway, so that's cool and all, but now that we know what a particle accelerator is, let's put our head inside of one. On July 13th, 1978, a scientist named Anatoly Bugorsky was working on the U-70 synchrotron particle accelerator just outside of Moscow, which is much smaller at 1.5 kilometers, but the speeds are pretty much the same. So there was an experimentation room in this lab where the accelerated protons are exposed to open air for a brief moment, and they had bare safety measures in place to make sure that no one walks in when a live beam is going. But Bugorsky showed up to the room 5 minutes earlier than he was supposed to. Somebody forgot to lock the door, and the emergency light that signaled a live beam burnt out. Say hello to Murphy's Law. He enters the room and doesn't realize there's a beam of protons traveling through the open air in front of him because they're both silent and invisible. He bends over to have a look at a few monitors and accidentally puts his head directly into the beam of trillions of protons traveling basically the speed of light. That's 76 billion electron volts of energy passing through his skin, skull, brain, and out the other side. But the craziest part, he felt no pain at all. And there wasn't even a hole in his head. That's because protons are so small that they physically passed in between the empty space of the atoms in his own head. And the voltage didn't stop in his head, it just passed right through it, which is why he didn't die from 76 billion volts. All he reported was his entire field of vision being overcome with a light brighter than 1,000 suns, but a light that only he could see. This light was inside of his head. He kinda tripped out for a sec, but once he realized he was fine, he logged the experience and went home without telling anyone. But the next day, his head started to swell, so he went to the doctors and they calculated the exact path the protons passed through his head in. Although he survived, in the years to come, he lost hearing in his left ear, started having episodic seizures, and the nerves on the left side of his face were destroyed, freezing his facial expression in place for the last 45 years. This is the one. This explains our purpose on Earth if it's true. Y'all couldn't stop asking me about it, so here you go. Who are... I can't even say it. Who are the Anunnaki? Simple terms, they're the true OG creation myth as recorded by the ancient Sumerians, who are widely regarded as the first ever civilization in history. Predating even the Egyptians, the Sumerians existed about 6,000 years ago. And in 1849, our whole understanding of ancient history was shattered when 14 tablets over 4,000 years old were uncovered in their region of Mesopotamia. Y'all ready for this one? Because these tablets pretty much explain our purpose on Earth in the most clear-cut way possible. This is the story of the Anunnaki, the Eridu Genesis. So, 445,000 years ago, yes, I said that number correctly, supposed creator gods came to Earth in search of resources. The Anunnaki, whose name can be taken to mean those from which heaven to Earth came. They came from another world called Nibiru, one that visits Earth every 3,600 years, ruled by their king Anu. Now here's the first red flag. Another planet visiting ours this infrequently is impossible, right? Not according to NASA. In fact, they've been finding evidence of this planet for years. Except they call it Planet X, or Planet 9, and many top-ranking researchers analyzed data and pretty much all but confirmed its existence. And the reason we can't see it is because its orbit looks like this. A super elongated path around the sun that only gets close to Earth every 3,600 years. And we know orbits like this are physically possible, as they've observed in other exoplanets. Anyway, story goes on to say that living conditions on Nibiru deteriorated and became hostile. So the Anunnaki came down to Earth for some goods, specifically water and gold, which apparently helps restore their planet's health. Now, it might just be a coincidence, but gold is actually used in modern spacecraft to shield from radiation, so were the Sumerians aware of that? They established a base on Earth called Eridu, made for collecting these resources in the Persian Gulf. They send down Enki, Anu's son, to lead this expedition and rule over Eridu. With him, he brought the Igigi, another race of demigods who were essentially their slaves to gather the gold and water they needed. Now, the Igigi were down bad after 250,000 years of slave labor with little rewards, so they revolted but lost, and now the Anunnaki had no workers. So Anu orders Enki to create a new slave race, intelligent yet obedient. Enki combines his essence with a species of cave-dwelling savages that exist on Earth at this time. That would be Homo erectus, our prehistoric ancestors. And through this process, he created humans, us, Homo sapiens. Now, this combining of essence is taken to be interpreted as genetic engineering. Sounds absolutely ridiculous, I know, but y'all remember Bob Lazar? The whistleblower on all that UFO, space tech, and aliens, which literally all turned out to be true? Just listen to what he had to say about certain classified documents regarding genetic engineering.
There is an extremely classified document dealing with religion, and it's about that thing.
Saying basically that basically that we're a product of genetic engineering from someone.
Yeah. How can you just swallow that whole?
I don't know about you, but he clearly seemed genuinely uncomfortable talking about this, and I can't think of any reason he'd have to lie about it. So in the tablets, they called this new species the first men, translated to Adamu. Now in Hebrew, Adam translates to man, so Adamu was taken to mean men of Adam. Does that name sound familiar to you? Reminder that these tablets were dated to around 2400 BC, a whole 1,000 years before the book of Genesis was first said to be written. These new genetic hybrid humans started working the mines in place of the original Igigi, which in return for their work were educated with the gift of civilization. Language, agriculture, governing, housing, technology, medicine. Some Anunnaki got a little close with the humans and bred with them. Yes, that's exactly what you think it means, and gave birth to giants, even though they were specifically instructed to not procreate with them. At this point, there's a new leader in charge, Enlil, who was Enki's brother, and he wasn't having any of this debauchery. But no biggie, because he had a population control plan in place. A cataclysmic event that wipes humanity from the Earth, said to be caused by Nibiru's gravitational effect on Earth, aka the Great Flood. How convenient. Enlil took this opportunity to dip back to Nibiru so that Earth can be rid of all these unworthy inhabitants. The translations claim that Enlil and his crew left in their celestial boats that took them to the sky and circled Earth. Hey, that sounds like spaceships, rockets, and orbits to me. But Enki felt more sympathy, so he instructed some chosen humans to build boats so they can survive the flood. Noah's Ark, anyone? The flooding lasted for 7 days, yet another creation story told by almost every other culture of our past. There is countless proof of this intense flooding all around the world, but that's a rabbit hole for another time. The small number of humans that survived the flood started to rebuild civilization. Enki and other Anunnaki helped them rebuild in all corners of the Earth, which is said to have given rise to the pyramids, megaliths, and advanced masonry techniques that we see all over the world. And eventually they left Earth and they had one civilization that was more advanced than the rest. this were the Sumerians. This exact story is even told in the Atrahasis of the Akkadians and the Enuma Elish from the Babylonians. Now this is where it gets trippy. The Anunnaki appointed kings, humans that acted as their representatives on Earth to make sure that the people still lived under their control, whose ruling authority would be passed down every generation in what would become the elite class as we know today. You know, Rothschilds, Illuminati, royal family, Freemasons, whatever you want to call it. And it's how they continued to rule Earth for thousands of years to this day from a planet far ass away. Basically, the story claims that we're a genetically engineered species that were designed as slaves to serve a ruling class. And we really do see this slave master paradigm all throughout history. Up until the last couple hundred years, the entire world population was divided into a peasant class and an upper class of royals, nobles, the rulers, kings, emperors, shoguns, and the plebs they rule over. But today, things are different. Or are they? Did the peasant class just become the modern day working class? And the ruling class now work behind the scenes in an attempt to give us the illusion of freedom? The internet will be out for weeks if this solar storm hits Earth, and they calculated the odds that it will. The last time we had one this big was in 1859, known as the Carrington event, and it caused some shit that humanity has never seen before. And if that ever happens again in the 21st century, it would be 100 times worse. These solar storms are basically just supercharged EMP devices, electromagnetic pulse, meaning they destroy electronics and wireless communication. But we didn't have much electronic and radio wave technology back in 1859, so most people were in the clear. Nowadays, well, pretty much our entire lives revolve around electricity. Just try to imagine all power in your home, cell phone towers, internet, credit card systems out for weeks or even months on end, but how likely is it? These phenomena are also known as CMEs, coronal mass ejections, which is just the sun violently spitting out plasma from its surface from all the buildup of energy it produces. This deadly plasma travels through space and can sometimes end up hitting Earth, coming in many different levels. First, we got solar wind, which is just the everyday radiation our sun produces at all times, which is mainly deflected by Earth's ionosphere. A few stray remnants of this plasma that make it past our magnetic field get sent to the openings in the north and south poles where they create aurora borealis, the northern lights. If we crank it up just a notch, we get solar storms, the first stage of a CME with a much more powerful effect on our planet, but not nearly as bad as what we got coming. If the magnetic field of the stage 1 plasma ejection is aligned just right when it hits us, it merges with Earth's magnetic field and stretches our atmosphere out from its force of energy, eventually reaching a tipping point where it snaps back and hits our planet like a rubber band. This creates a geomagnetic storm, which does absolutely nothing to organic matter like you and me, and is how life on Earth has been able to survive thousands of these storms throughout the ages. But for all wires on Earth carrying electricity, generators, and even wireless communication signals, it's a complete meltdown. The energy produced by this storm can completely shut down our power grids or even cause them to overload and blow up. And this actually happened in 1989 when it caused complete power grid failures in places like Quebec. These we can deal with. But then we crank it up again. Solar hurricanes, which are just CMEs at a much higher category level. The last one that hit us was in 1859, and it actually had some pretty devastating effects on the little bit of technology that we had back then. Called the Carrington event, it lit up the sky so much at 1 a.m. that people thought the sun was rising, and it produced aurora borealis as far south as Colombia. As for technology, telegraph machines, you know, those things that go boop 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 doo 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 boop 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 for communications, just burnt out and fully fried all around the world. Shocking users that tried to use them, causing sparks to fly out of them and even fires in telegraph lines. But this was pretty much all we had back then on a mass scale for electronic technology. So just imagine that, but spread into pretty much everything you use every single day. Electric power grids, cell phone towers, air traffic control, internet lines, credit card networks, servers, everything would go offline. But that shouldn't be a problem, right? Can't we just boot everything back up once the storm passes? Not quite. The strength of these geomagnetic waves and solar hurricanes does more than just cause a blackout. They quite literally completely fry anything that has electricity running through it and renders it unusable. A solar hurricane of this scale in this day and age is estimated to cause upwards of $2.6 trillion of damage in the US alone, with an estimated 4 to 10 years just to replace all the damaged systems all around the world, and a few months or weeks at best to get the basic necessities back up. And we actually did have a Carrington event-sized solar hurricane heading straight towards Earth back in 2012, if anyone remembers that. It just barely missed us by 9 days, which might seem like a lot, but is just a hair away on the planetary scale. The next one is inevitable, as solar hurricanes like these are just bound to happen every couple hundred years due to sheer probability. They've happened all throughout history, with events reported in 774 AD, 1052, 1279, 1582, among others. But we didn't have any electronic technology all those times, so all it did was light up the sky. The next one will be the first one we experience in the age of electronic technology, and there's no telling what's going to happen. On average, the probability of a serious solar storm storm hitting us on any given year is about 4%, with a 0.7% chance of a Carrington event-level solar hurricane from happening. I mean, it's not 0%, but that's not so bad, right? Well, every 11 years, the sun enters a period of peak activity called the solar maximum. During this time, the odds rise to 28% for a severe storm and 4% for a Carrington super hurricane. And the next time our sun enters the solar maximum, 2025, so get ready for that, Johnny boy. If we extrapolate that data over a longer period of time, we see that there is a 50% chance that the big one will hit us by 2070. Would you be ready to go months without internet? I don't think anyone is. Oxford just f***ed another word that everyone's probably going to stop using now. They just announced their word of the year for 2023, which some of you may have heard is Riz. Yeah, for real. But the other word nominees for 2023 were just as bad or even worse. Riz is short for charisma and describes a likable characteristic of someone who knows how to attract the opposite sex. You know, get b****s, as the kids say. And now that 50-year-old Facebook moms are probably going to start using it, let's have a look at all the other word nominees for the year. As runner-up, we had Swiftie, people that enjoy spending absurd amounts of money on performative music rituals, followed by Situationship, which I guess is just a new version of Friends with Benefits, and finally Prompt, the name of the instruction you give ChatGPT to cheat on your essays. I mean, if this doesn't describe the state of society in 2023, then I don't know what does. Merriam-Webster chose authentic as their 2023 word of the year, or WOTY. Not as exciting, but still relevant in the age of artificial intelligence, censorship, and deepfakes. It's so interesting seeing all the WOTYs of the past decade, and you can clearly see societal trends evolve or devolve over the years. I'm gonna go through Oxford's picks for WOTY since 2012 and tell me if you like the direction we're headed in. In 2012, the word was GIF, or GIF. I say GIF, I think that's the right way to say it, the name of an image file type that's usually animated. 2013, selfie, taking a photo of yourself. 2014, vape. 2015 was the first time they didn't use an actual word and gave the award to the face with tears of joy emoji. 2016, post-truth, which I don't think I've ever used, describes a situation in which appealing to emotions has more influence on generating opinion than objective fact. 2017, youthquake, another word I've never heard of, defining social change arising from the influence of young people. 2018, toxic, like your ex. 2019, climate emergency, because I guess they couldn't decide if the earth was cooling or warming. 2020, Oxford claimed they had too many words and couldn't agree on one, so they just kind of skipped it. 2021, vax, don't have to explain that one. And 2022, goblin mode, which is just living like a straight up degenerate. Are you feeling hopeful about the future of our civilization with these words, or do you think this is evolving just backwards? A single gram of uranium contains 20 billion calories and is one of the deadliest substances known to man. I really didn't want to do this, but everyone just could not stop asking me about it. This is Nukes 103, how to build a nuke, your step-by-step tutorial. And if you're still asking how by the end of this, then this nuke stuff probably isn't for you. As always, disclaimer, please don't actually build a nuke, this is for educational purposes only. Today, we're talking modern nuclear weapons, which are pretty much all hydrogen bombs. We went over atom bombs versus hydrogen in my previous Nukes 101 and 102 videos, so you can check those out for more info. And heads up, just by getting this far into the video, you're already on dozens of government watch lists, so let's get started. Nukes are built off of Einstein's famous E equals MC squared equation, which basically just means you can get a lot of energy from a tiny bit of mass. To put it in perspective, explosions like these only convert about a kilogram of mass into pure energy, so we can see how powerful this equation is. A modern hydrogen bomb is actually 3 bombs in one. Standard chemical explosives, a fission bomb like the atom bombs dropped on Japan, and a fusion bomb. The most important ingredient here is uranium, which is needed to make the more radioactive plutonium. And you can actually own your own piece of uranium with engineered labs who have, yes, real uranium you can copy yourself or for someone else as a gift. Note that this is depleted uranium-238, not the fissionable isotope U-235, so you can't make a nuke out of this, but it's still pretty cool to own one. The reason we use uranium is because its atoms are radioactive, meaning it has an unstable nucleus and is constantly shooting out protons and neutrons to try to become stable. This is called radioactive decay, and here's an actual video of what that looks like using special equipment. Uranium emitting deadly radiation in a cloud chamber, and those particles shooting out go right through your skin and can cause sickness and cancer. And just like unstable relationships, unstable atoms are easier to split apart, so we use them for nuclear fission. Watch my 101 video to learn how that works. Now, dumbing it down as much as I can, we mine uranium from the earth, process it, and then blast it with neutrons in a special way to turn it into U-239, which undergoes something called beta decay to become neptunium. Yup, that's a real thing. I just found that out too. And then again, another beta decay to finally turn into plutonium. This is all done in a lab, making plutonium a completely man-made element. Now let's put it all together to make our warhead. From the top, we got beryllium casing that holds all of our bombs together. Inside, we have our regular chemical explosives, like trinitrotoluene, or TNT, in a sphere with more beryllium casing inside. Within that inner casing, there's our fission bomb, a sphere of plutonium about 46 inches in diameter. Below all that is our fusion bomb, which consists of an external uranium cylinder filled with lithium deuteride. This white powdery substance gives us the hydrogen we need for a hydrogen bomb. More specifically, this powder generates deuterium and tritium when exposed to heat, which are two isotopes of hydrogen that produce even more energy when fused than hydrogen on its own, and is why we use it. Inside the lithium deuteride powder, we got a plutonium rod, and all of these are insulated with styrofoam. These three explosive reactions work like dominoes. The chemical bomb initiates the splitting of atoms for a fission bomb reaction in the plutonium sphere, which generates the amount of heat needed for a fusion bomb reaction, compressing the uranium cylinder, causing our deuterium and tritium atoms, which are hydrogen isotopes, to fuse together, creating helium and releasing energy. This plutonium rod undergoes more fission, causing it to put more pressure on the lithium deuteride from the inside and creating a positive feedback loop. Fission, fusion, fission, fusion. Yeah, I know this is hard to wrap our heads around. This is nuclear physics after all. No one said it was going to be easy. This is roughly how it all looks, and the entire reaction all happens in under 600 nanoseconds. So slap that warhead onto a ballistic missile and you're in business. Well, not you, obviously, because you're not making one of these. This is illegal. Remember, this was for educational purposes only. You know, science. And in case you're wondering, yes, a single gram of uranium technically does contain 20 billion calories in terms of how much potential energy it contains. Not how much energy a person can get from it, as we see as calories on our nutrition facts. So no, you wouldn't gain 5,000 pounds from eating a gram of uranium, you'd just get cancer. Ancient Egyptian tombs inside the Grand Canyon? That's what an explorer found right before the government closed the area off from the public. Way back in 1909, the Arizona Gazette reported a story of a miner, G.E. Kincaid, looking for gold in the Grand Canyon. While journeying down the river, he came across what looked like steps carved into the canyon side, so he decides to check it out. The steps, he claimed, were perfectly carved, not a natural formation, and as he approached the top, he came across a man-made cave entrance, which do exist all around the Grand Canyon, but this one was different. He went inside, turned on his light, and saw tunnels chiseled with perfect architecture and more branching paths deeper inside. He kept going until he comes across an enormous room several hundred feet long. In the middle stood a giant statue of what looked like Buddha, holding lotus flowers in each hand. Now, Buddha has nothing to do with ancient Egypt, which actually makes this more of a mind trip, but we're getting there, I promise. This looks like it was an ancient underground city, which actually exists all around the world in places like Derinkuyu in Turkey. Kincaid was amped. This gotta be the discovery of the century, so of course he leaves and asks for funding to explore more from the Smithsonian, the world-leading museum research and education institute, the gatekeeper of archaeological findings, made by the US government, who gladly agree. They send a team of scientists and miners led by S.A. Jordan to fully excavate this mind-blowing discovery. With this team backing the expedition, Kincaid goes back to the caves and realized he barely scratched the surface. He left extremely detailed journal entries describing the whole excavation, with hallways up to 12 feet wide and large oval doorways throughout the underground complex. During this excavation, they find full-size rooms which appear to have been made for dining, winding halls with detailed architecture, and artifacts like pottery, urns, and to their surprise, copper tools and swords, along with rooms built for metalwork. All signs of an ancient civilization far more advanced than what should have been here at the time. But then they find this: Egyptian hieroglyphs carved and painted on the walls, and stone tablets with similar hieroglyphs engraved. And then finally, what appeared to be a crypt, filled with little cubby holes in the walls, each containing mummies of giant humanoids, some even being reported as reptilian looking. Yeah, Egyptian tombs in the Grand Canyon. They call this complex the Citadel, and by the end of their expedition, hundreds of rooms were discovered, estimated to house up to 50,000 people. They determined that, of course, this must be the remains of an advanced civilization that were here before the natives, and somehow brought the knowledge of the ancient Egyptians from the other side of the world into the Americas. G.E. Kincaid and S.A. Jordan presented their Egyptian hypothesis to the Smithsonian, who obviously did not like the sound of that and denied further excavation. Egyptian hieroglyphs spotted outside of Egypt? Absolute nonsense, right? Maybe, but this isn't the only time that such a claim was made, like the Gosford hieroglyphs carved into rock in Australia, which look almost identical to that of the Egyptians. It's hard to tell exactly how old they are, but of course they're labeled a hoax. Someone else carved them here a few years ago to trick the world. Or the written language of the Mi'kmaq, a Native American tribe that lived along the Atlantic coast, which shares a baffling number of similarities with Egyptian hieroglyphs, two cultures that allegedly had no contact among each other. This one was just a coincidence, of course, just like the Fuente Magna bowl found in Bolivia with Proto-Sumerian cuneiform script writing on it. That's ancient Mesopotamian writing uncovered in South America. So artifacts of ancient Middle Eastern civilizations found in the Americas have happened, but we just ignore them. To this day, the Smithsonian denies this expedition in the Grand Canyon ever happened. And the stories of the explorers are of course deemed a hoax. So is any of this real? The native indigenous people seem to think so. Native American tribes like the Navajo, Zuni, Acoma Pueblo have legends of a race that existed there before them, even citing the Grand Canyon specifically as the place where the first people people emerged from. These myths all speak of either a race of reptilians, yes, we're in lizard people territory now, or giants that civilized the area, building underground cities to protect themselves. The Hopi tribe even have a story about a sky god who, after a series of cataclysms, emerged from a moving star and took the tribe to underground caves in the Grand Canyon region to protect them. The Havasupai people believe the canyon is the home of the Supai, the spirit of their ancestors. The Paiute culture got the legend of the Havmusubs, who also lived in an underground city and had silver tubes that shot lightning that could end a man's life and silver canoes in the sky, which all line up perfectly with the flood myths, not to mention UFO sightings, around the world where godlike beings descend from the sky and gift civilization to humanity. And it's exactly why the Smithsonian cringes at the thought of admitting to this, because it would imply that cultures like the ancient Egyptians had overseas contact with the Americas, completely destroying their current narrative of isolationism, which states that groups of humans evolved independently of each other all around the world. Today, this section of the Grand Canyon has some interesting official names for the formations found here, like the Tower of Set, Horus, Isis Temple, Ra, the Cheops Pyramid, all Egyptian names, and these formations have the weirdest, most interesting shapes, unlike those found in any other canyon. Alright, enough yapping. Where is this cave, and can't we just go to it today to prove this once and for all? Really thought it was that easy, huh? The exact area where the citadel would be found has, of course, been marked off limits by the government. The Grand Canyon has hundreds of man-made caves all over it that are confirmed real, with only 30 that have been officially mapped out, some of which are sealed with steel gates for safety. When amateur explorers tried checking out the region, planes and helicopters would appear out of nowhere over areas designated as no-fly zones, some claiming they can even spot remnants of pyramids and other ancient structures in the cliffs of the canyon, implying the Grand Canyon may actually be the site of a bustling ancient city. Rumors of ancient Egyptian remains in underground cities in the Grand Canyon. Government closes the area off, and then planes and drones are found scouting the area. Are they hiding something from us, or am I just gonna get stitched into another Mr. Know-It-All debunking video? China has revealed how they're gonna take over the world. Well, not literally. They just recently announced their invisibility cloak, but these aren't new, and I'm gonna show you exactly how it works. Led by this physicist named Chu, who claimed they're gonna use it on people as well as weapons, with aircraft undergoing testing using this technology, which even they claim they currently have no way of detecting something that's cloaked, as it also blocks heat, so even thermal cameras can't spot anything using it. The screen uses special light-bending material so that any light passing through it gets refracted by the background, and anything positioned close enough to the screen becomes invisible. But this technology has actually been around for quite a while, also known as quantum stealth. These shields are made up of a bunch of tiny clear cylinders called lenticular lenses, and when light passes through a cylinder, it converges into a single point like this, smearing any object between the screen and that single point so much that it basically turns invisible. Anything beyond that point of refraction becomes horizontally reversed, which is why everything is so blurry when looking through it. But then again, this is just a technology available to the public. Does China or our military have something way more advanced up its sleeve? This bomb is so gay, and the US Air Force once actually tried making it. You know what the craziest thing about the US government is? Every couple of years, they declassify something, or it gets leaked, that was once considered a coincidence theory. Basically saying, yeah, we did that, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I dug deep into the long and convoluted redacted documents of .gov websites to bring you the top 5 government declassifications that turned out to be totally true. First up, we got MKUltra, probably the most famous one on the list. Although technically not declassified, it got leaked. They denied it for years until everyone involved with the program was no longer around. Then they kind of said, okay, we did it, our bad. The main goal with this was mind control, finding ways to control the minds of unsuspecting victims so they can turn them into assassins on command to unalive other people and not remember. Yeah, this all came out in Congress as true. You can even search it up yourself, but they try to downplay it with a lot of complicated terminology in their documents. Starting in 1953, the CIA pulled this off with techniques like dosing their victims with drugs like LSD, severe electroshock therapy, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, verbal abuse, such as replaying the phrase, "your mother hates you," over 250,000 times overnight on a speaker, all without the subject's knowledge nor consent. They did this through operations like the one officially called Midnight Climax, where the CIA hired ladies of the night to lure men back to their hotels and experiment on them by spiking their drinks or while they slept, and an agent sat behind a one-way mirror watching the whole thing. At number 4, you remember the totally absurd theory that Next up, we got the Gateway Process, a series of experiments run by the CIA in the 1980s that taught people how to leave their bodies, also known as astral projection. Purpose of this was to train psychic soldiers to gather intel by projecting their consciousness into enemy territory for espionage. I actually made an entire video on this, so you can check it out for the full ordeal. But this was part of a bigger project called Stargate, which started in 1969, where the CIA genuinely believed the Soviet Union was training these psychic powers onto their citizens. So they started doing the same in the States, training their subjects for remote remote viewing, telekinesis, moving stuff with your mind, peeking into other dimensions, and mind reading. And also included an official document entitled An Experimental Psychic Probe of the Planet Jupiter to project the minds of their trainees to, yes, Jupiter, to see what that looked like, and a remote viewing time travel mission to Mars a million years in the past to see what that was like. And these are all official documents on the CIA website. They spent over $20 million on this, with some reports even claiming they saw success with it, and it's an ability inherent in everyone, so that means you can do it too. In second place, we got Operation Northwoods, and if you thought the government would never purposely plan to attack their own citizens, think again. The year is 1962, the height of the Cold War. We got the Democratic USA and their allies versus the Communist Soviet Union and their comrades, among whom joined Fidel Castro, the communist leader of Cuba just off the coast of Florida. Pentagon was not down with having a communist power just a nuke's distance away from their country, but they also knew they couldn't just invade Cuba with no reason, as they would need the support of the American people to continue. So how do you get the support of the people? By making Cuba an enemy. Operation Northwoods planned a series of false flag attacks that would target US citizens on US soil, lying about it and blaming it on Cuba, giving them a reason to fight back. The plan included attacking the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, terror campaigns in Florida and Washington, D.C. that involved gunning down civilians on the street and bombing public places, or even bombing Cuban refugee ships coming into America and US civilian planes and blaming it on Castro, even hijacking US military aircraft by implanting fake Cuban ops. Makes you think of other times the US invaded other countries after reportedly getting attacked by an impending threat. JFK, the president at the time, read through the plan, immediately rejected it, and even fired the general in charge of the whole operation. But I mean, the fact that the US Department of Defense can even come up with shit like this is a little alarming. And finally, at number 1, the moment you've all been waiting for, this is the gay bomb. An actual idea devised by the US Air Force in 1994, this zesty little explosive would contain airborne human pheromones which would act as an aphrodisiac, and also cause its victims to be attracted to the same sex, creating confusion among their militaries and insurgent groups, with the objective of having their armed personnel drop their weapons and cease further activity as they'd all be too busy trying to bang each other. Primarily intended to be used against conflicts rising in the Middle East at the time. The Pentagon actually approved the $7.5 million research proposal for scientific review, where it was ultimately deemed not a good idea. Listen, I could not make these up if I tried. Leave it to the US government to come up with official operations more insane than the shit I usually talk about. Bust these out the next time someone tries calling you a nutcase coincidence theorist about the current big thing the government's trying to pull on us. 250 million year old microchips older than dinosaurs found in fossils? Some people seem to think so. Absolutely impossible. Unless we had a mass extinction of a previous intelligent civilization, there's no way these could be real. Well, the Earth actually has had mass extinctions before. At least 5 of them, and these have all pretty much been confirmed by studying the fossil records in Earth's layers. Mass extinction meaning that at least 50% of all life on Earth dies. We've had 5 of those, and the 6th one is absolutely guaranteed. They're not instant either, but happen over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, so we might very well be in the middle of one right now. Let's have a look at the past 5 global mass extinctions, or GMEs, and see if we could find out why they happened in the first place and if these computer chips are even possible. Estimated to have formed about 4.5 billion years ago, Earth was an inhospitable land of fire and gas for the first 4 billion years or so. Then around 450 million years ago, in the Ordovician period, Earth had formed some basic sea life organisms and coastal plants when it experienced the first one, the Ordovician extinction, where it got really cold, glaciers formed, sea levels dropped and froze over, causing about 60% of all life on Earth to die out. 100 million years later, about 360 million years ago, we got the next, the Devonian extinction, which were actually more of a series of extinctions over millions of years. At this point, along with sea life and more land plants, there are some basic insects and early amphibians emerging, about 75% of which were wiped out once again due to global cooling, which may have actually been caused by plants absorbing too much CO2 in the atmosphere. Then another 100 million years later, or 250 million years ago, it's the Permian extinction, around the same age as our supposed microchip fossil. This was the first time that insects died out, likely caused by a series of volcanic eruptions in the supercontinent Pangaea that spanned the planet at the time. Or maybe even an asteroid impact that caused the Earth to heat up, who knows. This was the first big one. Around 96% of all life went extinct, which included many proto-mammal species like synapsids. A short 50 million years later, around 200 million years ago, the 4th Triassic-Jurassic extinction wiped out 76% of land mammals, including saurischians and archosaurs, which were essentially beta versions of dinosaurs. This is around the time that Pangaea started breaking breaking apart, causing bare volcanic activity, more CO2, and more global warming, which life doesn't fare well under sudden changes in temperature, as you can tell. So we had global cooling, warming. Any guesses what's next? About 135 million years later, 65 million years ago, we had our fifth and most recent Cretaceous extinction. This is the one that finally offed the dinosaurs, which we think was caused by a massive asteroid impact in the Yucatan Peninsula, once again wiping out 76% of life on Earth, and in that remaining 24% were creatures like turtles, alligators, and these rat things known as Jeremiah. And according to the theory of evolution, which is just a theory after all, these are what eventually turned into humans. And 65 million years later, here we are today, where 99% of all species that have ever existed on Earth are now extinct. And you, your dog, the grass on your lawn, and even the mushroom on your pizza are in that lucky 1%. Also telling us climate change isn't new and actually has been happening for the past 500 million years. During which time, what if humans or some alternate form of intelligent life existed at some point only to be wiped out by a GME? After all, it did only take the Jeremiah rats a little under 65 million years to evolve into humans, and the length of time between these other GMEs are much longer than that. If a rat can evolve into a human in 65 million years, then I'm sure more can happen in the 100 million year gaps between the other GMEs. Now, I already hear the Google debunkers crying, if humans did exist in any of these periods, then there'd be fossil records, which there aren't. Listen, humans make up merely 0.01% of life on Earth, and it likely would have been the same during any other period. On top of that, fossilization is mega rare. An organism's remains need to get extremely lucky in order for it to get preserved and turned into a fossil. Only about 0.1% of living organisms actually do end up getting fossilized. That's 0.1% of the 0.01% human population of life, and we see that the chances of a human getting fossilized are astronomical. That is, if we even find it. The further back in time we look, the less likely that a fossil is to survive for us to uncover today. On top of that, even if we were to find a 100 million year old fossil that somewhat resembles human remains, we'd likely just say it was an ancestral primate or a rodent of some sort in order to keep the current narrative alive. There's no winning with this one, you just gotta keep an open mind about it. But what's that? The know-it-alls aren't done yet? What about other evidence of civilization, such as cities, buildings, technology, and such? Hate to break it to you, but everything that we have today, concrete, wood, metal, plastic, would fully decompose in under 1,000 years. With the exception of glass, which does take 1 million years, and other fringe materials, but is still nothing in our geological timeline. And in the extremely rare chance that these artifacts do get fossilized, well, that's what our 250 million year old microchip would be. Researchers obviously claim these microchips are some form of ancient sea plant life, which just so happen to form these intricate and symmetrical patterns, which could be the case, but that sure doesn't explain the dozens of other out-of-place artifacts we found over the years, which is just that exact evidence of civilization we're looking for, some of which appear to be hundreds of millions or even billions of years old. You will not believe some of the shit they found and how old they are. Watch out for me, and I'll be going over those next.